The Relic Hunter. Sam Reilly, Book 30. Written by Christopher Cartwright. Narrated by David Gilmore. Prologue. Secret Japanese Tunnel, Northeast New Guinea, August 25, 1942. The strange stick insect glistened like gold. It was the most exquisite creature Commander Hiroshi Tanaka had ever seen. After 30 years in the Imperial Japanese Navy, he'd seen a lot of the world. Yet he had never witnessed anything like the creature resting on the palm of his hand. It felt impossibly heavy, as though he were holding a large dumbbell rather than a delicate phasmid. Its weight was deceptive, out of place for something so small, and he could feel the subtle strain in the muscles of his hand, as if balancing a dense metal object. He shifted slightly, feeling the pull in his wrist, yet the insect remained motionless, its mass undeniable. The creature's body gleamed under the dim lights, its exoskeleton reflecting a vivid interplay of gold and red, like molten metal trapped in insect form. The hard metallic shell caught and refracted the light, giving it an otherworldly shimmer that reminded Hiroshi more of a finely crafted ornament than a living creature. Its legs, long and slender, appeared fragile, yet they supported the insect's heft with an effortless grace. He watched in silence as the insect moved. Its legs lifted slowly, methodically, as though every step was calculated. The movement was unlike anything Hiroshi had seen before, deliberate and almost mechanical, as if each joint was connected by intricate gears hidden beneath the smooth, gleaming shell. There was no skittish, erratic motion, only the precise and controlled movements of something that seemed to know its purpose. The commander shifted his hand again, causing the golden-red hues on the insect's body to ripple like waves of light across the metallic surface. It was mesmerizing, the way the shell absorbed the surrounding light before casting it back with an almost liquid quality. He could feel the chill of it against his skin, its surface smooth and cool, like the hood of a car on a wintry night. Hiroshi studied the insect almost reverently. Some believed it was made of orichalcum, a rare metal found only in Atlantis, and that the creature had been born of that ancient race. Scientists who had studied the phasmid found it was almost identical to the Dryococylus australis. Nicknamed a land lobster, this was a thick stick insect, once found on Lord Howe Island off the east coast of Australia, before appearing to become extinct in the 1920s. The difference, of course, being its heavy, glowing metallic shell. The commander stepped up to the wheel of the 53-foot Toku Daihatsu-class landing craft, the Akatsuki. The compact utilitarian space, perched above the main deck, was little more than a single wooden wheel, with a small dashboard that housed the throttles and a gimbal-mounted compass. It normally provided an unimpeded view of the sea ahead. Instead, it currently showed a dark tunnel carved deep inside the pumice mountain with a bright halo revealing the exit. The 53-foot barge, carrying two Type 95 Ha-Go light tanks, was protected by twin Yokosuka Arsenal Type 96 25mm anti-aircraft guns, positioned aft of the wheelhouse. The twin light tanks were to be delivered to Milne Bay, territory of Papua, along with the rest of the convoy from inside the tunnel. The tanks looked small, but they held a secret that would alter the entire course of the war in the Pacific. Hiroshi was part of a small convoy of 3 barges, carrying a total of 6 Type 95 Hago light tanks, each one carrying a secret radio-operated weapon. Hiroshi opened the small compartment beside the wooden wheel and placed the mysterious stick insect inside the ornate cage. Its elongated body, segmented and slender like the insect it mimicked, shimmered with an otherworldly luster. The orichalcum shell, a fusion of golden hues tinged with deep crimson, caught the light in a mesmerizing dance of reflections. As the bug shifted ever so slightly, its exoskeleton seemed to pulse with life, the golden-red sheen rippling across its surface like the embers of a dying fire. Each segment of its armor glinted, the golden tones rich and warm, while the red undertones lent it an almost eerie vitality. It seemed both ancient and alive, a guardian of secrets long forgotten. It was said the strange creature was immortal. The miners who had originally found it left it underwater. When it remained animate, they determined the insect was impervious to drowning. Ergo, Japanese sailors had started to capture their own specimens and keep them as good luck charms. Hiroshi wasn't sure he believed in such superstitions, yet some of the men he transported did. Besides, he'd grown to like the strange phasmid. He glanced at it one last time. The insect's antenna twitched, responding to some unseen signal. A moment later, the cause of the creature's concern was identified. Just outside the tunnel, a Daihatsu DM-13 diesel engine roared to life with a deep, resonant growl. It was a distinctive noise, a blend of mechanical strength and raw energy, echoing through the tunnel. The initial startup was marked by a series of heavy, rhythmic thuds, as if the engine were awakening from a deep slumber, shaking off the dust of inactivity. As the engine settled into its operational cadence, the thuds transformed into a steady, powerful hum. The exhaust released a continuous stream of puffs and hisses, the sound of compressed air escaping in quick, efficient bursts. The winch system, driven by the DM-13, added its own layer to the mechanical symphony. Metal gears clanked and whirred, and the thick steel cable emitted a low-strain whine as it spooled and unspooled. When the barge began its descent, there was a momentary creak, the sound of immense weight shifting, mingling with the engine's persistent hum. The air was thick with humidity, the dense canopy of the island's jungle providing scant relief from the oppressive heat. Commander Hiroshi Tanaka stood on the deck of his landing craft as it was slowly winched down its iron tracks toward the glistening water nearly a mile away and 400 feet below. Ahead of him, the Tatsuhara was already in the water. Behind him, another landing craft, the Kurogaine, carrying its 2 light tanks like his own, awaited its turn. The secret tunnel, carved into the soft pumice mountain, was a marvel of engineering and invisibility. Its entrance was nearly invisible from the outside, cloaked by the thick jungle foliage. Tolerantly waiting, Hiroshi's eyes were fixed on the exit, the bright sunlight of the August morning piercing through the darkness of the passage. The winching process was painstakingly slow, each creak of the steel cable echoing through the tunnel. As the Akatsuki emerged from the tunnel, Hiroshi's senses were immediately assaulted by the screeching wail of an air raid siren. His heart skipped a beat as he instinctively scanned the sky, his sharp eyes catching sight of an aircraft flying low overhead. It was an Australian Bristol Beaufort, its twin engines roaring as it streaked across the sky. The aircraft, painted in the mottled greens and browns of the RAAF, bore the distinctive roundels of the Allies. A moment later, Hiroshi saw the bomb doors of the Beaufort begin to open. His men were already on the twin anti-aircraft weapons. The gunners gripped the cold steel of the anti-aircraft guns and opened fire. With the bomb bay doors yawning open, the Beaufort's belly was fully exposed. Hiroshi's breath caught as he saw the unmistakable glint of bombs nestled inside. The deafening crackle of the Type 96s erupted into the sky, the barrels spitting rounds into the air. Hiroshi felt the recoil shake the deck beneath his feet, the vibrations rattling his bones. He tracked the arc of the tracers, his jaw clenched tight as they stitched their way toward the aircraft. The Beaufort swerved, its engines screaming in protest as the Australian pilot took evasive action. Hiroshi's hands gripped the wheel, knuckles white, as he watched the twin guns unleash everything they had. The aircraft dipped, jerking violently as one of the shots found its mark. Smoke began to billow from its right engine, a black trail cutting across the sky. Seconds stretched into eternity as more rounds pounded the sky, some missing, some grazing the Beaufort's fuselage. The tension was unbearable. Then, with a gut-wrenching lurch, the Australian plane banked sharply, but not before dropping some of its bombs. The first bomb fell, its deadly descent seeming almost graceful. The explosion was deafening. It landed on the hidden track some 200 feet above him. The ground shook as the bomb struck the steel cable winching the Akatsuki down the rails toward the bay. The cable snapped with a sharp twang, and the landing craft lurched violently forward. Hiroshi braced himself on the wheel, and the Akatsuki began its uncontrolled slide down the tracks, like some sort of 90-ton metal beast on a giant slide. The landing craft slammed into the water with a colossal splash, sending waves rippling outward. Hiroshi's knuckles were white as he gripped the wheel, his eyes darting back up to the entrance of the tunnel. The Beaufort circled. One glance showed its bomb bay doors still open. The second bomb struck just above the entrance to the tunnel. The explosion triggered a massive landslide, tons of earth and rock cascading down in a deafening roar. Tanaka watched in horror as the entrance to the tunnel was swallowed up, the Kurogaine and its crew trapped inside. Dust and debris filled the air, mingling with the acrid smoke of the explosions. For a moment, silence fell over the scene, broken only by the distant rumble of the retreating bomber. Hiroshi's heart pounded in his chest as he surveyed the destruction. The clandestine tunnel was sealed, their means of retreat cut off. He turned his gaze to the open water, the vast expanse of the Pacific stretching out before them. He watched the Beaufort fly away to the south, seemingly either unaware of their survival or, more likely, out of armaments to deploy. The Akatsuki motored along the glassy surface of the bay, its engine churning the water with a low, steady hum. Hiroshi stood at the helm, eyes squinting against the glare of the early morning sun as it broke over the distant tree line. The scent of salt water and decay mingled on the breeze. Ahead, the wreck of the Tatsuhara came into view, a shadowy shape half submerged in the shallow waters. It had once been a proud vessel like theirs. The landing craft lay ruined, broken, its metal hull twisted and gnarled where it had been struck by a 500-pounder. The twin light tanks sat beneath the surface, still visible through the clear water, their dull metal catching the light like ghostly relics of a failed mission. Hiroshi's gaze swept the scene, taking in the debris that floated lazily around the wreck, shattered planks, crates, and torn remnants of cloth. His eyes narrowed as he saw movement. A large crocodile, its rough, mottled hide blending into the murky water, had latched on to something, someone. It thrashed violently, its jaws closing around the limp form of a man. One of the Tatsuharu's crew, or what was left of him, was barely recognizable beneath the blood-stained water. Hiroshi's chest tightened, but his face remained impassive. Now was not the time for sentiment. One of his men glanced at him, eyes wide with fear and anticipation, as if waiting for orders, perhaps even hope. Hiroshi's voice was low and calm, cutting through the rising tension. "We cannot stop for survivors," he said, his gaze hard as iron. "We are the last ones. It is up to us now. The mission is all that matters." Commander Hiroshi Tanaka knew their operation was more critical than ever. They must deliver the tanks and their cargo, whatever the cost. He glanced back at the caved-in tunnel system, now far behind them, his eyes searching the jungle before settling forward again, landing on the twin Type 95 Ha-Go light tanks on board his barge. At this point, everything relied on the crew of 2 tanks. He felt the weight of that responsibility entirely in his hands. He and his team would deliver the cargo to Milne Bay, but once there, they were on their own. His commanders would do their utmost to succeed or die trying. Hiroshi defiantly pushed the throttle all the way forward, driving the landing craft out into the Pacific Ocean. "Bushido tawa shinu, koto to mitsukatare," Commander Hiroshi Tanaka whispered fatalistically to himself. The way of the warrior is found in death. Eora Creek Spotter Station, Kokota Trail, Territory of Papua, 31 August, 1942. Sergeant Jack Anderson crouched low along the dense foliage of Eora Creek. The thick canopy overhead filtered the sunlight into fragmented beams, casting a surreal glow over the jungle. The cacophony of the rainforest, chirping insects, rustling leaves, and distant bird calls created an almost serene backdrop to the tense atmosphere. Jack had been tracking the Japanese retreat for days. The Japanese had landed at Gona and Buna, along the coast of northeast New Guinea, and then surprised him by changing direction. Currently, they were following the Kokota track over the seemingly impassable mountains of the Owen Stanley Range south, toward the Allied-occupied Port Moresby. Aircraft based at Port Moresby and Milne Bay fought to prevent the Japanese from basing aircraft at Buna, and attempted to stop Japanese reinforcement of the Buna area. As Japanese ground forces pressed toward Port Moresby, the Allied air forces struck supply points along the Kokota Trail. Japanese makeshift bridges were attacked by P-40 fighter planes equipped with 500-pound bombs. Their failure to capture Port Moresby had left them in disarray, and Jack was determined to ensure they didn't regroup. Beside him, a Papuan guide moved with silent grace, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings. He had grown to trust his companion's instincts. The man had an uncanny ability to navigate and sense danger in the jungle. Jack was part of the New Guinea Air Warning Wireless Company, known as the Spotters. This was a unique signals unit of the Australian Army formed in January 1942 in Port Moresby, territory of Papua. Its mission was to provide early warning of Japanese air attacks and real-time surveillance of shipping and ground-based troops. During the first month of operations, 16 signal stations were established, with positions set up along the Papuan coast as well as in the mountains near Port Moresby. They often operated behind Japanese lines and were at risk of being captured. Due to the nature of these operations, numerous stations were overrun, with the soldiers manning them killed. By the end of 1942, the company was maintaining 61 operational stations and had a strength of 180 men. Jack was proud to be a spotter. He had been a wireless operator in his civilian life before the outbreak of war, and had volunteered as soon as the job came up. Attached to the New Guinea force, the company was conceived by Major Donald Small, Chief Signals Officer of the 8th Military District. Major Small, having experienced the Japanese air raids on Rabaul, observed that the lack of an effective early warning system around New Britain had resulted in the defenders being caught by surprise when attacked. In the 9 days following the fall of Rabaul, hasty arrangements were made by Small to assemble an ad hoc group of volunteer infantrymen with only basic signals training. Using civilian wireless equipment, they deployed to the north coast with the assistance of 2 short Sunderland flying boats from the Royal Australian Air Force. In some cases, traveling through unmapped areas, men took up to 6 weeks just to reach their destinations. They had to carry all their supplies, arms, and radio equipment, often with the help of native Papuan volunteers. Teams of 2 or 3 spotters typically maintained the stations, each led by an acting non-commissioned officer, NCO, working in isolation from friendly forces in remote locations for extended periods of time. Spotting stations were usually only lightly armed, equipped with just one Owen gun with 600 rounds for the NCO in charge, and a rifle with only 50 rounds for each other man. The spotters initially had teleradio 3A sets and amateur equipment. However, many outstations later had these replaced by improved 3B and 3BZ sets to provide higher power communications. This occurred following a decision to standardize on the 3B following the formation of the NGAWW. In addition, some teams operating in more difficult jungle and mountain terrain, such as that closer to Port Moresby, were equipped with RAAF-supplied ATR-2 radios, which were lighter than the teleradio 3A sets provided to the more distant outstations. Jack had picked a clearing along the crest of the mountain, overlooking Eora Creek, to set up the spotters' camp. It was a good site. A clear view for miles, but plenty of dense forest to provide concealment from aircraft overhead if needed. Behind him, 2 of his men began setting up the radio. They were still on the early Australian-designed and manufactured Type 3A teleradio transmitter receiver, which had been developed prior to the war by Amalgamated Wireless Australasia, AWA. These provided long-range wireless communications across Australia and the surrounding islands of New Guinea, the Solomons, and Fiji, where the plantations, airstrips, mines, and settlements were widely separated. The Type 3 set consisted of 3 main cases containing the transmitter, receiver, and speaker. Other parts included the headphones, key, and microphone, along with 6 and 12-volt accumulators. Jack smiled as Agolev, a Papuan guide, began to set up the pedal generator, which was mounted on a small bicycle frame. He loved the man like a brother. The rest of the Papuans who had been recruited were collectively referred to as fuzzy-wuzzy angels, based on their thick, frizzy hair and their unwavering service as stretcher-bearers. From what Jack understood, not a single injured Australian soldier, still alive, had ever been left in the field by one of the Fuzzy Wuzzies, who risked their lives to ensure they weren't left behind. Agolev began to turn the generator's pedal, his muscular legs like pistons, as the 12-volt accumulators began to charge. Jack shook his head with awe. Agolev's pedal power was more powerful than any other man on Earth. Jenkins, one of his fellow spotters, climbed a nearby tree and began setting up the aerial, which would provide a radio transmission range of 250 miles. Within minutes, the 3A teleradio transmitter receiver was ready, and Jack prepared to give his first report of the Japanese retreat. He brought out a pair of good-quality binoculars. The creek itself was a ribbon of crystal-clear water cutting through the lush green. Rocks and roots jutted out, creating natural stepping stones and obstacles alike. The air was thick with humidity, the smell of earth and vegetation filling Jack's nostrils as he advanced cautiously. Jack raised his binoculars, scanning the tree line ahead. He took note of the retreating positions of the Japanese soldiers. The jungle was dense, a tangled mess of vines and towering trees. As he adjusted the focus, something caught his eye, a flash of red and gold that seemed out of place amidst the greens and browns. Jack concentrated on the anomaly. It seemed to move faster than he could track from this distance. He frowned, trying to find it again. Jack steadied his binoculars against the uneven trunk of a moss-covered tree, squinting as he scanned the landscape along the edge of Eora Creek. The dense jungle opened up in parts, revealing rugged cliffs and the occasional boulder-strewn path that lined the flowing creek. His gaze moved slowly, deliberately, until something caught his eye, a faint wisp of steam rising from a jagged opening in the rock face, half hidden by ferns and trailing vines. He adjusted the focus. Through the thick, humid air, the sight came into sharper relief. A small cave nestled at the base of the cliff, its mouth yawning just above the creek's edge. From within it, thin, ethereal tendrils of steam curled lazily into the sky, almost disappearing into the overhanging canopy. The water nearby shimmered with strange luminescence, its surface disturbed only by the occasional ripple as if something unseen stirred beneath it. Jack's pulse quickened. The thermal pool was unlike anything he had expected to see here. Hidden, almost secretive, a pocket of otherworldly calm amidst the chaotic jungle. The mouth of the cave looked dark and foreboding, yet the steam beckoned, suggesting warmth and some unnatural energy deep within. He watched as the mist drifted and swirled in the light breeze, disappearing into the shadows. Jack recalled hearing about why Papua had so many thermal springs during one of the briefings. The island, he'd learned, sat on the Pacific Ring of Fire, a place known for its intense tectonic activity. Thus, volcanic eruptions and earthquakes weren't uncommon here. Beneath deep jungles and rugged mountain ranges, the Earth's crust was riddled with fractures, allowing magma from deep within to push closer to the surface. That heat, it was explained, warmed the groundwater trapped below, creating hot springs that seemed to bubble up all over the place. He remembered hearing something about the island's volcanoes, too, some still active, others long dormant. These volcanic systems generated massive amounts of geothermal energy, which further heated the water as it seeped through cracks in the ground. That's why places like the one he was staring at now, with steam rising from hidden pools near the creek, weren't all that rare. It was the perfect combination of tectonic forces and volcanic heat, making the springs almost a natural byproduct of the land itself. That's when he spotted it again. He shook his head. "What the hell is that?" he asked. Jack knew that the Japanese soldiers weren't the only things that could kill you in Papua. Sometimes it seemed like everything was deadly here. In the swamp country, which surrounded the island, were large saltwater crocodiles. The incidence of malaria was almost 100%, while the jungle was typhus-ridden. Creeping roots reached out into stagnant pools infested with mosquitoes and numerous crawling insects, filling every foxhole with water. Thompson submachine guns jammed with the gritty mud and were unreliable in the humid atmosphere. And now there was something new, something he'd never seen before, the sort of thing which would fill anyone's worst nightmares. A figure, large and metallic, moved with an unnerving speed through the underbrush. It was like an oversized scorpion, but its proportions were wrong. The outer shell of the figure glistened with an otherworldly sheen, red and gold hues reflecting the filtered sunlight. The scorpion was a fearsome, mechanical-like creature, roughly the size of a large dog, with a sleek, armored exoskeleton forged from some sort of rich material, a golden-red metal that shimmered with an almost ethereal glow. Its body was segmented, each plate interlocking seamlessly, giving it a smooth yet impenetrable appearance, as if carved from a single block of gold. Its carapace was polished to a brilliant shine, reflecting light with a mesmerizing, fiery sheen, with intricate designs etched into the surface, reminiscent of ancient forgotten symbols. The creature's tail was long and jointed, curling menacingly above its back, ending in a sharp, glowing stinger that pulsed with a faint, dangerous red light, as if it was holding some sort of untold power within. Its 8 legs were thick and jointed like hydraulic pistons, capable of rapid and precise movement, making it deceptively agile despite its bulk. Each foot ended in razor-sharp talons that dug into the rock with ease, giving it a clearly predatory appearance. The pincers were large, powerful, and capable of crushing or slicing through even the toughest material. They snapped shut, the sound resonating like a clang of heavy iron. The creature's eyes were small but keen, glowing a deep molten amber, giving it a wraith-like calculating intelligence as it moved with purpose, scanning its surroundings for any threats or prey. The armor seemed to be a protective outer shell, almost organic in its appearance. The creature moved with an agility that defied its size, disappearing into the jungle as quickly as it had appeared. A huge metal-like insect, Jack wondered. What new weapon was this? It must be some sort of Japanese creation, yet it looked very much alive. Jack's pulse quickened. Lowering his binoculars, he turned to his guide, whose wide eyes confirmed that he had seen it too. Jack pulled out his radio, his voice steady despite the adrenaline surging through him. He had to report this strange sighting. His radio woman confirmed she was ready to receive his message. He said, "You're not going to believe what I've just seen. I don't even know what it was. Some sort of golden shadow scorpion." The radio woman said, "Spotter, please confirm your sighting." Jack opened his mouth to speak. "There's a golden—" Then he stopped. A Japanese 6.5mm round fired from an Arisaka Type 38 bolt-action rifle whipped past his face. He ducked down, but it was too late. The second and third shot penetrated his skull, killing him instantly. Frumell, Melbourne, Australia, September 1st, 1942. Vera Green had never been happier. She tried to genuinely think of another time as she walked gaily down the streets of Melbourne, the twilight sky softening into the darkness of night. She couldn't think of any. There were none. This, she decided, was the happiest time in her life. That was despite the war, if not, in moments of complete honesty with herself, entirely because of it, she reflected. The thought made her feel guilty. She had been a gifted musician before joining the team of cryptologists. A child prodigy on a piano, she had taught herself violin and the flute. Then she had left her family's cattle farm in Shepperton in rural Victoria to follow a dream in Melbourne. That was early in 1939. She had obtained a regular engagement playing in a bar. Yet performing hadn't made her happy. Like most dreams, the thought of it had been far better than reality. The nights were long, the men were more interested in what she looked like, and if she would go out with them, than what music she could play. And all in all, she had felt the bitter truth of an utterly pointless existence. Then World War II began, and her father had written to her, asking her to return to the farm. After all, her father had argued that even on the safety of their family farm, she could still be useful toward the war effort. Even so, she couldn't do it. Somehow she felt it would have been like running away. Vera was still trying to decide how best she could serve when a stranger walked into the bar and changed her life forever. She heard the door swing open and barely noticed the man as he walked in silently and sat down to watch her play. She kept playing without giving him a second thought, her fingers drifting lightly across the ivory keys of the German grand piano, the soft notes of Gloomy Sunday reverberating through the dimly lit bar. The melancholic melody suited her mood, and as the final notes lingered in the air, she glanced at the man who had walked in, a U.S. Navy officer, his uniform crisp and his eyes fixated on her with an intensity that made her shift uncomfortably. At another time in her life, she would have found him attractive and might have even welcomed his attention. But this was war, and she had no interest in falling for someone only to spend the rest of the conflict in fear that they would never come home. Vera had long since learned that war had a way of complicating and simplifying things. Starting something now, when everything was so uncertain, seemed reckless. She told herself he'd probably make a pass at her once she was done. Her mind raced through a series of respectful rejections. Before the war, she might have happily knocked back the misplaced aspirations of multiple young men each night. She knew she was good-looking. It wasn't vanity, just a fact. She didn't have a problem with politely but firmly telling them she wasn't interested. Yet, like many things, that had changed since the start of the war, and she had struggled with this more now than previously. Somehow, it seemed wrong to shatter a young man's hopes when he was fighting for your country. On any given day, he might be killed in action. Even so, what was she to do? She couldn't exactly say yes to them all. Her pale blue eyes glanced at the American. The officer's stare remained unbroken. His attention directed her way was so absorbed, it was quite unsettling. There was something about the way he watched her that felt different, though. Not predatory, just hyper-focused. As the last mournful notes of the song faded, Vera took a deep breath, readying herself for the inevitable conversation. The officer stood up. She met his gaze, holding it firm. He had nice eyes, soft and blue like a summer sky. The officer smiled at her. It was warm, well-practiced, and full of confidence, giving her the suspicion he had enjoyed more than his fair share of success with women. It may have even worked on her under different circumstances. Either way, it made her feel better. She could feel safe knowing that it wouldn't take him long to get over her rejection and move on to someone else, someone a little more willing. "Hello," she said. "Hello," he replied. Then, instead of clumsy flirtation, the officer asked quite directly, "Can you play something classical? Something more complex?" Vera blinked, surprised. She hadn't expected that. Nodding, she thought for a moment. Then her fingers returned to the keys. With practiced ease, she began Rachmaninoff's Piano Concerto No. 2, the complex, powerful chords filling the room. Her fingers moved effortlessly across the keyboard, every note perfect, every intricate passage executed with precision. It was nice to be playing something classical for a change. For a moment she was lost in the music. The tension between the officer and her began dissolving into the rich, layered sound of the grand piano. The officer stood back, his face softening. He was no longer searching for something. He was simply appreciating the music. As the piece came to a close, Vera felt the weight of the moment return. She glanced up, catching his gaze, wondering what it all meant. The officer clapped. "Beautiful. I'm very impressed." "Thank you," she replied dutifully. The man's smile faded, his lips pressing together. "We need to talk. Is there somewhere we can go that's a little more private?" She was disappointed. Vera had taken the strange notion that this American had been genuinely interested in her musical craft. It was so nice to see someone who appreciated her for her musical ability, and not just her good looks for once. Now it seemed to turn out that he was going to make a clumsy pass at her after all. She drew a breath, buying time as she thought of a way to softly reject him. Finding nothing, she said, "I'm sorry." "Please," he persisted. "It's very important." "I'm sorry, I can't," she said, gently but firmly. "With the war on and everything, I couldn't. It would be too hard on me." He paused, clearly startled, suddenly looking embarrassed. "Please forgive me, ma'am. I think you misunderstand me." As she suspected, a man like him couldn't imagine being rejected, and would simply withdraw his affections, pretending it was all a mistake. "Well," she thought, "two can happily play that game." A well-practiced, coy, almost coquettish smile formed on her parted lips. "Not a problem." Then, to further cement the view it was her fault, she said, "Please pardon my misunderstanding." She turned to walk away, but the officer persisted. "I really am very sorry to intrude on your time, but it is vitally important we speak." "Really?" she asked, her eyes locking with his. His gaze hardened with conviction. "Yes." "Why?" she asked curiously. His smile was full of hope. "How would you like to really help the war effort?" What followed shortly after that changed her entire life. The man's name was Norman Easley. He was an American from Eureka Springs, Arkansas. Like her, he was an accomplished musician. He had lost his brother at Pearl Harbor and signed up the next day, expecting to join the Navy as a sailor. Instead, once someone had learned he was a talented musician, he had been recruited into Navy intelligence. He specifically joined SIGINT, which was short for Signal Intelligence, a section that focused on cryptology and breaking radio codes. SIGINT operations were so covert that they were given their own special classification of ultra-secret. The word ultra was used as a code name for intelligence derived from interception and decoding of enemy military and naval messages. Norman explained to her that the U.S. Navy had wireless intercept stations all around the Pacific Rim, from Seattle to Australia. There, men known as the On-the-Roof Gang sat with headsets and radio receivers listening to Japanese radio traffic. They scanned the airwaves and wrote what they heard on message pads. The signals were in Morse code, but the dots and dashes of naval signals translated into 5-digit number groups, each representing a letter, word, or phrase in a code book. The apparently random numbers were relayed by secure cable to teleprinters in the basement of the old administration building. Then the difficult part began, cracking the code. On 20 September 1940, around 2 p.m., a mathematician and former railway annuity statistician by the name of Genevieve Grochin broke the codes used by Japanese diplomats by noting patterns, repetitions, and cycles used in intercepted encrypted transmissions. By late 1940, the U.S. Army and Navy could read Japanese diplomatic messages between Tokyo and embassies in London, Washington, Berlin, and Rome. American experts named the Japanese code Purple, and they called intelligence from these messages magic. In Melbourne, Norman Easley now led a unit that ran the South Pacific section of that net. A team of 80 women worked around the clock in small teams intercepting messages between Japanese command. They would decode and translate the messages, then alert Allied command as to the Japanese plans. The U.S. Navy had brought some of their own people, but it wasn't enough for the mammoth task, so the Australian government had to recruit their own. Mostly these were mathematics majors from Sydney and Melbourne universities. But for reasons no one had really been able to explain, musicians seemed to make the best code breakers. Instructors claimed it would most likely have something to do with their intrinsic ability to see patterns. That's one of the reasons mathematics and music tend to go together. The same parts of the brain that were needed to analyze and make sense of recurring patterns applied to both disciplines. Vera hadn't been so sure. But then, after she'd been introduced to the world of cryptology, she'd taken to code breaking like a duck to water. She had been a natural. More than that, she was brilliant, far better than any of the men. And she knew it. Vera pulled her coat tighter against the cool dusk air as she approached the Monterey apartments on Queen Street, South Melbourne. The road was dimly lit, the city hunkered down under the threat of air raids, with only an occasional flicker of light escaping from curtained windows. Her brown hair, usually free-flowing, was tucked neatly under a woolen hat, and her eyes, bright with life, scanned the near-empty street as she hurried along the pavement. The vivaciousness that marked her personality was muted, replaced by the seriousness of the task ahead. The Monterey apartments loomed before her, a stark white three-story building recently built and commandeered for the war effort. It was an unassuming structure, blending into the cityscape, but its importance was concealed within its brick walls. 2 U.S. Navy personnel stood at the entrance, their faces set in stern lines as they checked the identification of everyone who entered. Vera handed over her pass without a word. One of the sailors, the taller of the pair, scrutinized it before nodding her through, his eyes returning to the shadows of the street. Once inside, the atmosphere changed immediately. The air was thick with secrecy, and the silence was broken only by the distant hum of machinery and the occasional murmur of voices. Vera moved briskly through the halls, her heels clicking softly on the tiled floor. The interior of the building was a maze of hastily constructed walls, creating narrow corridors and cramped rooms where different intelligence agencies worked in secretive isolation. Every few steps, another guard would stop her, scrutinize her pass, and then wave her on. The layers of security seemed endless, but Vera understood the necessity of it all. Finally, she reached the stairwell leading to the basement. The air grew cooler as she descended, and the familiar smell of ink and machine oil reached her nose. The basement of the Monterey apartments was a far cry from the rural landscapes of her childhood. It was a windowless, neon-lit cellar, The Heartbeat of Frumell, Fleet Radio Unit, Melbourne. More than 80 women worked down here, their lives dedicated to the quiet war being fought over the airwaves. As Vera entered, she took in the sight of her fellow codebreakers, some hunched over wireless sets, headphones on, their faces etched with concentration. Others, having tuned into routine chatter, passed the time knitting or jotting notes in small, worn notebooks. The room was filled with the soft whirring and clattering of IBM machine printers, sorters, and collators, machines that seemed almost otherworldly in their complexity. She made her way to her station, a simple wooden desk with a wireless receiver and a set of headphones waiting for her. The desk was cluttered with papers, coded messages, charts, and notes from previous shifts. Vera took a deep breath, settling into her chair and slipping the headphones over her ears. The low hum of static greeted her. Vera adjusted the dials with practiced hands, tuning in to the frequencies she had been assigned. Around her, the oversized chart desks loomed, covered in maps and figures that plotted the movements of ships and submarines across the vast Pacific. The cots in the corner were already occupied, several cryptanalysts taking brief, fitful naps before returning to their marathon sessions. Vera's world narrowed to the sound in her ears, the rhythmic beeping of Morse code, the crackle of distant voices speaking in tongues she had learned to decipher almost by instinct. This was her battlefront, a place where every word, every signal, could change the course of the war. She listened intently, her fingers poised over the notepad, ready to record anything of importance. The routine had become second nature, but the weight of her responsibility was never far from her thoughts. As the hours stretched on, the monotony of everyday messages filled the air. But Vera remained vigilant. She knew that somewhere in the static, amidst the mundane chatter, a signal of critical importance could emerge. It was a particularly quiet night. By midnight, the messages had reduced to less than one transmission every few hours. Vera, her mind constantly active, brought out a series of unbroken codes and messages that had been deciphered, but their meanings didn't seem to make much sense. This suggested the Japanese had placed a code within a cipher. At 2 a.m., there was a knock at the basement door. Norman easily stood up from his desk and moved to unlock it. He was the senior officer in command at Frumell during this night watch. He was greeted by two men. One Vera immediately recognized as Doug Myers, another U.S. Navy officer, much farther up the chain of command than Easley, holding a senior position as a liaison between the U.S. Navy and the Australian government. With him was a man in his late 50s, with graying hair, thin-rimmed glasses, sharp features, and a calm but commanding presence. Vera smiled. It was John Curtis himself, Australia's 14th Prime Minister. She recognized him from his photograph in the newspapers, but couldn't for the life of her imagine why he should be visiting Frumell at 2 a.m. She recalled that her father had voted for the Labour politician, as her father felt that Curtis was the right man to lead the nation while it was under siege, balancing Australia's internal defense efforts with its crucial alliance with the United States and Great Britain. Vera suddenly couldn't wait to tell her father that she'd met the Prime Minister. Then she quickly dismissed the thought, realizing it would be impossible for her to do so without revealing her employment as a codebreaker, of which she had been sworn to absolute secrecy. The Prime Minister introduced himself and thanked the staff for their service. She considered this a nice gesture, but wondered why he had made the visit at this time of night. As if to answer her unasked question, The Prime Minister said, "I have only just finished a cable call with President Roosevelt and Prime Minister Churchill." The secret communication cables had been laid by the U.S. Navy and ran out of Frumel. The time differences would explain why the Prime Minister had been here at this strange hour. Curtis added, "I have been meaning to make time to tour Frumel, and I realize that the night shift is as good as any. Better in some respects, much quieter, less intrusions, and nobody will be asking why I'm visiting the Monterey apartments." The Prime Minister remained for a few minutes, exchanging basic pleasantries with the radio operators and code-breaking women who were at the heart of Frumel, before being led away with Doug Myers, who went on to explain the inner workings of Frumel to the Prime Minister. Vera listened briefly to their exchanges. It wasn't eavesdropping per se, more of an instinctual habit that came with her job. She had been trained to listen to radio transmissions, quickly weeding out routine messages from the valuable ones. The human brain, she had found, was capable of performing multiple tasks simultaneously. In fact, it took more effort for her to switch off and intentionally avoid listening. Myers said to the Prime Minister, "Like all navies, the Japanese have many different codes, using the simplest for less secret signals, such as weather reports, and saving the complex ones for the most highly sensitive messages, known as ultra." Myers paused, like a stage actor preparing for dramatical effect. "Our experts named the most secure and highest sensitivity Japanese code purple, and they called intelligence from these messages magic." "Is it magic that you're looking for here at Frumel?" the Prime Minister asked. "Among other things, yes. But we look for simple secrets, too. All of them can be collected and collated, then passed on to our various intelligence agencies until useful information may come together in fragments to form a larger picture, the way one might put together the abstract pieces of a jigsaw puzzle." "Interesting." For example, call signs identifying the sender of a message and its destination are in primitive cipher, even when the text itself is in high-grade cipher. The Japanese recently changed the code for call signs, but we cracked the new one in a few days. The Prime Minister gave a curt nod. "Very impressive." "We can also discover where the signal originated by triangulation. Given locations and the call signs, we can build up a pretty good picture of where most of the ships of the Japanese Navy are at any given time, even if we can't read the messages." The Prime Minister said, "So we know where they are and what direction they're taking, but not what their orders are?" Myers nodded. "Frequently, yes." The Prime Minister frowned. "So if they wanted to hide from us, all they would have to do is impose radio silence." "True," Myers said. "If they remain quiet, this whole operation becomes useless." "Is that what happened at Pearl Harbor?" the Prime Minister asked. "Yes," Myers confirmed, a bitterness in his voice. "The entire Japanese fleet went silent in the lead up to their attack on Pearl Harbor." "Weren't your people worried about that?" the Prime Minister asked. "It was noted, but nobody was particularly concerned." "Why not?" "For a start, we weren't at war." The Prime Minister said, "But Roosevelt knew things were rapidly escalating toward it." "Yes, but nobody expected them to have the audacity to attack Pearl Harbor." Myers pressed his lips together. Besides, it wasn't the first time some of the Japanese fleet maintained radio silence. "And what did it mean during those times?" Generally, the silence corresponded with times when an aircraft carrier had entered a harbor for maintenance, repairs, or refueling. The Prime Minister eyed him with a piercing gaze. "Some people must suspect naval intelligence dropped the ball." Nobody feels that burden as much as those who work for SIGINT, Myers said somberly. That's why the work being done here at Frumell, as well as at Frupak in Hawaii, is so very important. The information coming out of these code breakers are invaluable. It's the only way to ensure we're not blindsided as we were in Pearl Harbor. Agreed, the Prime Minister replied emphatically. Be assured, Australia is glad to do our part. Please let me know personally if your team needs anything. Thank you, sir. Myers then gestured the Prime Minister through another doorway into the primary listening station, where more than 20 radio operators listened on their radio sets. When the Prime Minister and Doug Myers finally left the Monterey apartments that housed Frumell, Vera said, I don't understand why the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor in the first place. Edith, one of the radio operators, sitting knitting in the quiet of the night, gave a slight shrug and said, Why did any of them do it? You mean, why did Germany pick a fight with the rest of the world? Vera clarified. Yes, it seems to me that even a child could see that it wasn't going to end well for them. I mean, surely Germany realizes that it can't defeat the entire world. Vera said, one of Hitler's key goals, or so the newspapers say, was Lebensraum. Lebensraum? Edith asked. What's that? Apparently it literally translates to the term living space in German. Hitler promised the German people more living space in Eastern Europe, which then fueled his aggressive expansionist foreign policy. This in turn sort of snowballed until Germany was at war with the rest of the Western world. It still seems crazy if you ask me, Edith said, her voice matter-of-fact, as she continued to knit a pair of woolen booties for her nephew. Oh, of that I have no doubt, Vera agreed. Benito Mussolini had a similar concept called spazio vitale, which also meant living space, and promoted Italy's expansionist concept. For that matter, if we're being entirely fair, the United States concept of manifest destiny, the idea that the citizens of America were divinely ordained to settle the entire continent of North America, fits into the same category. Edith cast off the yarn before starting a new cable stitch to join the two parts of the booty. It's all absolute madness. Agreed. Vera took a sip of her coffee. I still can't think for the life of me what the Japanese were thinking when they attacked Pearl Harbor. I can explain that, Norman easily said, looking up from his desk at her for the first time, his blue eyes radiating genuine interest. Really? Vera asked, her curiosity piqued. Easily said, It all had to do with oil. Vera thought about that for a moment. Go on. The U.S. established an oil embargo, which hurt Japan badly, crippling their ability to produce anything for themselves or trade with anyone else. The British and the Dutch refused to supply them, and right now they're trying to ship it from South America. They can't survive like this forever. They need their own source of oil. Vera met his gaze and found herself smiling despite the seriousness of the topic of conversation. She liked the way Easley took her seriously. Most men ignored such questions from a woman, but with Norman he looked at her with curiosity and interest, happy to explain his opinions and ask her about her own views on any topic as an equal. Vera had never met another man like him. Ever since he'd recruited her, she'd found her opinion of him only rise higher. Despite her determination not to form any sort of romantic attachment to any of the servicemen during the war, Vera found herself looking forward to the time she spent with Norman, finding ways for the two of them to spontaneously cross paths. But what did they achieve by attacking the USA? Vera asked. having considered Norman's original answer and still finding it lacking explanation. Now they've simply brought more enemies upon themselves. Easily said, Great Britain is a small island, but they achieved an empire by dominating the seas going right back to Queen Elizabeth's reign. The Japanese don't have to conquer America. They simply need to defeat the U.S. in a naval war so that they can control the Pacific, and no one can stop them trading. Doug Myers, having relinquished his tour duties with the Prime Minister, stepped into the Frumell basement, and upon overhearing the end of the argument, spread his hand in a gesture of bafflement. Free naval passage in the Pacific seems fine with me, but why the hell did they have to attack us anyway? Easily met his gaze, like someone who had had this argument many times before. We stole their money. We did no such thing, Myers argued emphatically. Easily pressed his lips together. Yes, we did. Myers shrugged. We merely froze their assets. They can't see the difference, Easily noted. Besides, we also cut off the flow of oil going their way with an embargo. So, now you're saying Pearl Harbor was our fault? Myers asked, his voice heated. No, I'm just saying I can understand why the Japanese decided to attack. It was a risky strategy and bound to fail, but all the same, I think it was one of the last choices given their various problems. It had been building up for decades, and with everything that was happening in Europe, the Japanese saw this as their best option. Myers arched an eyebrow. Attacking us? Sure. Easily turned the palms of his hands outward in a bear-with-me sort of gesture. It was a mistake, but I can grasp why they made it. Vera was enjoying the banter between the two U.S. Navy officers. A moment later, her eyes flicked across a recent unexplained message from an Australian spotter in Papua. It had piqued her interest originally because she recognized the spotter, Jack Anderson. Early in her training as a codebreaker, she had spent hundreds of hours listening to English radio transmissions and had gotten to know many of the spotters. She recalled Jack Anderson specifically for his crisp, succinct, and accurate radio transmissions. It was the only reason the message specifically stood out at first. Then, after having read it, something clicked in the back of her mind. Some sort of primitive, lizard-brain part of her intrinsically knew that something about the message was vital, even though she couldn't say why. Vera interrupted Easily and Myers's heated discussion. I found something I think is important. What? Easily asked, only too happy to end his argument with Myers. Vera said, It came from Japanese-occupied northern Papua and was encrypted using their code encryption, Purple. Doug Myers stood up. I had better leave you to the important stuff. I'm off to bed. Good night, sir, Easily said. Good night, sir, Vera echoed. Easily lit a cigarette and took a puff. He looked at Vera. What did the cipher say? Vera said, Watashi tachi wa Kurogaine no kage no sasori no kontororo o yushinata. Norman frowned, trying to make sense of the words. They lost something vitally important to the war effort? Yes, Vera nodded, handing him her handwritten notes and underlining the words Kurogaine no kage no sasori. He shook his head. What does it mean? In Japanese, it translates to Golden Shadow Scorpion. He frowned again. Is that something missing through translation? No, I don't think so. Then it's a second code? Norman persisted. Maybe something so important that they've decided to use the name of a target or planned battlefield in a code within the cipher Purple? She shook her head again. Unlikely, as they still don't know we've broken it. What's more, they have the hubris to believe purple is unbreakable." "Yes," Norman shrugged. "Even so, I don't understand what golden shadow scorpion could possibly mean." Vera suppressed a grin. "Maybe the Papuan jungle has bright yellow scorpions." He looked surprised, as though he had thought better of her ability as a cryptoanalyst. "It probably does. If what I hear is to be right, there are plenty of them, and they're all poisonous. But I can hardly see how having lost some bright yellow scorpions was so important the Japanese decided to send information about it to the Japanese High Command via their highest encryption level." "That's what I thought," Vera said, an intelligent glint in her eye. "That's why I put it away until another message came in." "Good girl." Norman looked at her fondly. "What did it say?" "It was from an Australian spotter at Eora Creek." "There's been a big battle with the retreating Japanese," Norman said. "From what I'm hearing, we're finally winning. What did the spotter say?" "It's strange. It's in English, and as you are aware, I wouldn't ordinarily even see it, as I work the Japanese channels. But it was particularly unique, and some of the other radio girls had made a note and passed it around, trying to see if anyone could make sense of it." His eyes met hers. "What was the spotter's message?" Vera gave an apologetic sigh and then said, "I've just spotted a golden shadow scorpion." Norman said, "You have to be kidding me." Vera spread her palms outward. "I'm not." "It has to be a joke." She shook her head. "I don't think so. The message cut out while Diane, our radio operator here in Frumel, tried to get some more clarity at the time." Norman asked, "Can this spotter be trusted to provide accurate information?" "Yes, definitely." "I mean, maybe after the Battle of Eora Creek, he might have been injured or mentally deranged. I've seen it happen to the best of men after a battle." "No, I know this spotter." Her voice was emphatic. "He's as solid as a rock." "Who was the spotter?" "His name's Jack Anderson, out at Eora Creek." "Are you certain? I thought you said his radio went silent mid-transmission before he established his call sign." "It did. He was rushed, I could tell." "How?" "I've been listening to him for weeks. He's very good. They call him Tawa Kolamai, which translates in one of the native Papuan languages to mean the calm one. Of all the spotters, he seems the most willing to take his time and transmit correctly. You must understand, the spotters are most at risk when they're transmitting. The Japanese are capable of picking up their exact location via radio goniometry, and this process gets more accurate the longer they are on the air, so they like to work quickly. Unfortunately, the reality of this is that most spotters make numerous mistakes in their transmissions." "But this fellow, Anderson, is usually calm?" "Yeah, incredibly so." Vera paused. "Whatever he saw out there spooked him." "Yet you're still sure it was him, and not another one of our spotters?" "No, it was him." "How can you be so sure?" "He was using a Type 3A teleradio," she said, as though that explained everything. When it became apparent that Norman didn't seem to follow, she said, "The rest of the New Guinea Air Warning Wireless Company are now on the 3B teleradio transmitter receivers. Anderson's been out for so long that he hasn't had a chance to be reprovisioned with the latest radio set." Norman easily studied her, his face taking on a determined expression. He said the words out loud, as though perhaps speaking them would imply something. "Golden shadow scorpion." Vera said, "Any idea what it could mean?" Norman shook his head. "Absolutely no idea." It's too much of a coincidence that the Japanese lose a golden shadow scorpion, only to have one of our spotters a few days later note they have found a golden shadow scorpion. Norman nodded. I agree. There's an important connection here, but I can't for the life of me find it. Are there any more messages from this spotter? Perhaps we bring him in and find out what he's seen. Unfortunately, he was killed. Golden shadow scorpion were his last words. Let's make sure he didn't die in vain. Norman turned to Valerie, who ran one of the internal communication teams, which coordinated information being shared throughout each of Frumel's 3 shifts. Make a note and send it to everyone to keep an eye out for anything with the words Golden Shadow Scorpion. Whatever this is, the Japanese must think it is vitally important to the war effort in the South Pacific. Vera beamed with pride, as her supervisor had taken her seriously, even though what she found made no sense. As if to reiterate the fact, Norman said, almost to himself, Golden Shadow Scorpion. What the hell could it mean? And why did the Japanese consider it so important that they used their highest cipher, purple, to conceal it? Vera smiled. That's why they call the intelligence we gather here magic. Chapter 1. Jackson Police Department, Wyoming. Present day. You're in a world of trouble, sir, the woman said, dropping a closed file down in front of him. Sam Reilly looked down at the manila envelope she dumped beside his handcuffed wrists. They were attached to the steel table, preventing him from opening the folder even if he had wanted to. He took his time. They had made him wait some hours without a word of explanation, so he felt he was entitled to it. His ocean blue eyes cast a curious look around the interrogation room, sweeping over the sterile white walls, the dull metal table bolted to the floor, and the single mirrored window that concealed the observers, before finally landing on the detective. She was a good-looking black woman in her mid-40s, with an intelligent face and a hard look in her eyes, which suggested this wasn't her first rodeo. He met her gaze with a mischievous glint in his eye. Trouble, ma'am? A world of it, she reiterated. A bemused grin formed across his insouciant expression. This, ma'am, is just a mistake, plain and simple. With a bit of time and perhaps some communication, we'll get it all cleaned up. But I assure you this isn't a world of trouble. I've seen a world of trouble, and this doesn't look anything like it. She didn't seem interested in his opinion. Instead, she moved on with her planned spiel and interrogation. My name is Detective Alex Cross. Sam studied her to see if she had more to say. When she didn't offer anything else, he asked, Your name's Alex Cross? Yes, she confirmed. He pressed his lips together. Is that a joke? A shadow of irritation crossed her face, as though she'd heard that many times throughout her illustrious career. She arched a delicately trimmed dark brown eyebrow. Do I look like I'm laughing? Sam tilted his head, not quite bemused. No, but the name? You're Detective Alex Cross? Yeah, what's so funny? Your parents were big fans of James Patterson. Who? Her eyes met his, and the slightest crease of a smile touched the edge of her lips. Yeah, I've heard that one before. Along Came a Spider, the first in James Patterson's Alex Cross series. Didn't come out until 1993. I'm flattered you should think I'm young enough. An incredulous grin formed on Sam's parted lips. Really? Still flattered, she replied. And no, I'm not young enough. There's only so many names to go around. What are the odds, hey? Actually, they're pretty high. There are several Alex Crosses who reside in the U.S. alone. I just happened to be the unlucky one who decided to pursue a career in forensics as a police detective. Does that clear things up for you, Mr. Reilly?" "Sure. And you can call me Sam. Soon enough, you will see that we're on the same team." "I doubt it." She then held his gaze, smiled, and said, "If you want to play it that way, you can call me Alex as you explain what happened." Sam smiled. He was getting somewhere. "Okay, Alex, do you want to let me know what I'm doing here?" Alex's gaze ran across him as though sizing him up, and working out how his mind ticked. "Let me make things clear. For the record, Mr. Reilly, you're our only suspect in the crash of a private Embraer Phenom 300E, which recently plunged during a flight over Wyoming that killed 7 people. She waited, looking at his response, as if expecting him to make a comment on that, either admitting or denying, or arguing some sort of point. He didn't. Alex went on in a monotonous, unemotional tone. "It will be treated as a form of aviation terrorism involving loss of life, which in Wyoming still carries the death penalty." Sam drew a slow breath. "You think I caused the crash?" "We don't think anything yet," she admitted. "What we know is that 7 people died after an Embraer Phenom 300E crashed either intentionally or due to a mechanical fault or an act of terrorism. What we know is that 1 person on board that jet had the time to send out a single message: find Sam Reilly." Sam said, "I bet you'd love to know why." Alex said, "We would." "It's a hell of a mystery." "So you can't offer us any sort of explanation?" "None." She leveled her crisp gaze at him, and he felt like he was in one of those 1980s cop shows where the detectives brought out every syllable during an interrogation to increase its theatrical benefit. "Really?" Sam tried to spread his cuffed hands outward in a gesture of supplication. "Hey, I'm just as confused as you are." Alex didn't seem impressed by that response. She made a sort of humph sound that suggested she'd offered him the easy way or the hard way, and he'd simply chosen the hard way. "Okay, Mr. Reilly, let's start at the beginning," the detective said, her face showing disapproval and disappointment. "Where were you on the day the jet carrying Darren Young crashed?" "I was on board a motor yacht called the Tahila on my way to Aqaba, Jordan." "That seems convenient." Sam arched an eyebrow. "Convenient, ma'am. Hard to verify where you were or were not when you're on a boat." "Not really." "Who can vouch for you?" "There's my entire crew." "Hardly unbiased." "Also, I was at the helm crossing the Suez Canal at the time of the Embraer Phenom 300E's crash. About 600 CCTV security cameras can vouch for my precise whereabouts." "Good answer," she reluctantly admitted. "Let me go talk to some people, verify a few things. Sit back and relax. I won't be long." Sam nodded. "Sure, I've got nowhere to be." He watched her leave. It wasn't like there was anywhere else for him to go. Sam sat in the cold metal chair, the cuffs around his wrists digging slightly into his skin. The room was dimly lit, a single bulb hanging from the ceiling, casting harsh shadows against the bare, pale walls. He let out a slow breath, taking in his surroundings with the detached curiosity of someone who had seen this scene play out countless times before, only in movies. The interview room was small, almost claustrophobic, with just enough space for the metal table in front of him and 2 chairs facing each other across it. The walls were a dull institutional gray, the kind that seemed designed to sap the life out of everything. Sam's eyes drifted to the corners where the ceiling met the walls, noting the tiny camera mounted above, its lens aimed directly at him. A silent observer, just like the mirror to his left. He turned his head slightly, gazing at the one-way mirror. He knew behind it detectives were likely watching his every move, analyzing, judging. He smirked to himself, thinking how eerily accurate this room was to the ones he'd seen in countless crime dramas. If he closed his eyes, he could almost picture the detectives on the other side of the glass, talking in hushed tones, trying to piece together the puzzle that was Sam Reilly. The table in front of him was bare except for that single folder, likely filled with whatever information the police had managed to scrape together. He wondered what they thought they had on him. The steel chair he was seated in squeaked slightly as he shifted his weight, the sound echoing in the otherwise silent room. Sam leaned back as far as the cuffs would allow, his gaze returning to the mirror. He stared at his own reflection for a moment, seeing the tired lines around his eyes, the 5 o'clock shadow darkening his jaw. This was all part of the game, he reminded himself. The room was designed to make people feel isolated and vulnerable, as though they were alone against the full weight of the law. But Sam was no ordinary man. He had faced far worse than this, in places far less forgiving. His eyes narrowed slightly as he considered the situation. He was alone for now, but that wouldn't last. Soon the door would open and the detectives would walk in playing their parts in this scripted drama. 10 minutes later, Alex returned. "All right, it checks out." Her words seemed terse, almost reluctant. "You were crossing the Suez Canal, the third canal to be exact, at the precise time the Embraer Phenom 300E crashed." Sam gestured toward his restrained hands. "So, can you unlock these so we can chat like civilized people?" "Not so fast. I'm still interested to know your relationship with Mr. Darren Young." "I don't have a relationship with him." "You expect me to believe Mr. Young knew he was seconds away from dying, and he just picked up his cell phone and decided to message a random stranger's name?" "No, but I don't have another explanation." Sam grinned. "Besides, how do we know it was me he was after? I mean, there are several Alex Crosses in the U.S. alone. How many Sam Reillys do you think there might be globally?" Alex smiled. It was a beautiful smile, but her gaze was less pleasing. It was full of condescension. "Good point. Except of all the Sam Reillys out there, only one of them happened to fly into Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Quite the coincidence, don't you think?" "Not really. Mrs. Young came and found me. She traveled halfway across the world to Jordan to find me. When she told me the story, I promised her that I would try my best to find out why her husband asked for me with his last dying text." Alex asked a few more questions, mostly mundane, routine questions, about what sort of work he does, why he was traveling to Jordan, anything she could think of which might link him up to Darren Young. Sam watched her face. From her expression, he could see she felt like she was grasping at straws. She knew there must be a connection, but damned if she could see it. Then, mid-interview, she got a call on her cell. She glanced at it, the way people generally do when they go to silence a call, but then, upon seeing the name of the caller, decided to take it. "Yes," was all she said. Sam watched her. "Really?" she said. "I only just started." Then a long pause. Sam watched her expression. She didn't squirm, but she didn't look happy either. If he had to guess, she was getting news she didn't want to hear. She ended the call. "All right, Mr. Reilly, it appears you have some powerful connections in this city. Either that or your lawyer does, I don't know." Sam smiled. "That's it?" She leaned forward inserted a key into the lock, and released him from his wrist locks. "You're free to go." He rubbed his wrist where the cuffs had been pressing on them for the past hour, then reached forward and picked up the manila folder and opened it. Inside was a single, handwritten note. "We got the wrong guy. Sam Reilly was in Jordan at the time of the crash." Sam grinned, as the detective knew all along that he was innocent. Sam said, "Wait." "Wait what?" Alex shrugged. "We're done with you." Sam said, "I'm not done with you. I came here to get answers." "Answers?" She tilted her head. "To what?" Sam said, "To why someone I've never met before, let alone heard of, would want to send his last message on Earth to his wife, telling her to find me." "Find Sam Reilly," the detective said, "all in capital letters." "Yes." It was her turn to grin. "Mr. Reilly, I would love to find out that, too." "So will you help me?" Sam asked. She looked at him. "You're a treasure hunter. I'm the one searching for answers. What can you offer me?" "Honestly, I have no idea." "Really?" "Yeah." She laughed. "Anyone ever told you that you make a terrible negotiator?" "Sorry." Sam gave a half-hearted shrug. "What do you want?" "I'd like to find out who was responsible for the downing of that private embryo phenom 300E. "Me too," Sam replied. "How about I agree to share any information I find that might shed some light on who's responsible?" Alex's slight scowl broke into a suppressed smile, and he realized she was really quite beautiful. "That will have to do. How can I help you?" "I've already spoken in depth with Darren Young's wife, Melissa." Sam paused, unsure how much to share. "She told me that Darren was an entomologist who had gone to Papua New Guinea to study some sort of rare bug. He called it the immortal Dracocylus. There was some sort of myth about the Japanese keeping them as good luck charms on their boats because they couldn't be drowned, although, as far as I'm aware, these were just legends." "We got all that out of his wife, too." "Did she tell you that he found one of these creatures and posted it to some sort of community forum for professional entomologists who knew such a thing exists, and was immediately contacted by someone offering him a job?" "Yeah, we heard that." "So that's where the story runs dry. The post has since been deleted, along with the identity of anyone who might have seen it or responded to it." Sam frowned. That was the last time Mrs. Young heard from her husband. 6 months later, he sent her that text to find me, just seconds before dying in the embryo phenom 300E crash. A wry grin formed on Alex's parted lips, as though she were trying to make sense of whether to believe anything he said. "So what? You decided the next natural step was to visit the scene of the crash?" Sam shrugged. Mrs. Young couldn't fill in anything with Darren's timeline since he went to PNG. Ergo, I thought I'd take a look at this end and see if I could start to see where he was before the crash. Maybe what he'd been doing, or why he might think that I could help solve why he was now dead. "He's dead because the jet he was in went down, hitting the Earth at some 700 miles per hour, killing him instantly." "Sure, that's physically why he's dead, but that plane didn't crash by accident. Someone was responsible for it. And for whatever reason, Darren seemed to think I might be able to discover why, so here I am." Sam looked at her. "You have access to passport records?" "Of course." "So you want to tell me where Darren Young went after he arrived in Papua New Guinea roughly 9 months ago?" Alex shook her head and grinned. "According to formal records, Darren Young never left PNG after he arrived, and there's definitely no known records of him re-entering the U.S. Any idea when he got to Jackson Hole? CCTV has him walking into the bank, making a large cash withdrawal on the day he boarded that fateful flight. Sam suppressed an incredulous grin. Okay, so then, where the hell did he come from? Alex shrugged. We don't have a single clue. Sam stood up to leave. Okay, I'll let you know what I find. She looked at him like he was some sort of crackpot who followed every sort of conspiracy, searching for treasures at the end of ancient myths and legends. Her expression told him she never expected to see him again. Oh, and Mr. Reilly, Alex said, leveling a severe gaze on him. I hope you're not planning on leaving the country any time soon. Leave the country? He asked. I'm barely ever in the country. It won't look good, she said. Looks like you're running away. You might not have been there when the plane crashed, but neither was bin Laden, and that didn't stop us finding him. You're still the only lead we have, and we're going to keep our eyes on you. Sam turned to face her. I'm not running away. You're not. Her eyes narrowed. Then what are you doing? I'm looking to find answers. Be sure to let us know if you find them. I will. Alex said, Oh, and for your information, my parents weren't big readers, but I read more than a few of James Patterson's detective stories as a teenager, and it might have influenced my future career path. Sam laughed. Yeah, me too. Sam strolled out of the interrogation room. Detective Cross wished him well, reminded him to contact her, and reiterated the fact she'd rather he didn't try and leave the country until this whole thing got cleaned up. It was better for everyone concerned. She then opened the door to the police waiting room. A man was waiting for him. The man was roughly 6 feet tall and looked to be in his early 70s. He bore the muscular physique of someone who spent most of his life performing physically arduous labor. He still had thick, wavy hair with equal portions of salt and pepper. He had piercing blue eyes, the color of the ocean, and a casual grin that was hard to ignore. The resemblance was striking. It was like looking into a mirror of future self. Sam looked at him fondly. Hello, Dad. Thanks for getting me out of the slammer. Chapter 2. Sam stepped out of the police station. The crisp Wyoming air nipped at his skin as he made his way down the stairs. A black Rolls-Royce Wraith was parked opposite a Chevrolet Silverado pickup that was embossed with the words Jackson Police in blue. He turned his gaze to his father. You got here quick. I assumed you'd flown. James Reilly gave a dismissive wave of his hand. I was already in South Dakota. It was an easy drive. What were you doing in South Dakota? His dad said, Never you mind. Right, Sam said. He was used to his father's coy answers. If he didn't openly acknowledge something, no amount of prying was going to elicit an answer. James unlocked the Wraith. He leaned in and retrieved a Smith & Wesson 500 Magnum. With a 440-grain bullet, the 500 Smith & Wesson generated more than 1,700 foot-pounds of energy at the muzzle, and that big bullet leaves the muzzle at 1,325 feet per second, making it one of the most powerful handguns in existence. Sam watched his father secure the weapon in a holster on his belt, right out the front of a police station. Really, Dad? Sam asked, a wry grin on his parted lips. You want to open carry that sort of weapon here? It's Wyoming. Open carry is legal without a permit for residence? You're not from Wyoming. James gave an indifferent shrug. Who's to know? A moment later, he grabbed a Sig Sauer P365 semi-automatic and hid it in his ankle holder. Sam said, "Concealed carry is definitely illegal for non-residents." James gave him another amused look and spoke in the sort of tone reserved by a grandfather to his grandchild, only in this case, Sam, the child, was 40 years old. He said, "If they don't ask about the open 500 Magnum I'm open carrying, it's very unlikely they're going to ask about the concealed Sig Sauer P365 semi." Sam nodded, opened the passenger door, and climbed in. He wasn't going to win this argument with his dad. James pressed the starter button, and the Wraith's massive turbocharged 6.6-liter V12 624-horsepower engine came to life. He shifted the Wraith into gear and pulled out of the station. He gently nudged the vehicle through a series of small roads, his right foot working hard to restrain itself, then turned north onto U.S. Highway 191. The image of the snow-crowned Blacktail Butte Mountain came into view, and he planted his foot hard on the accelerator. Sam eased back into the leather seat. He knew his father liked to drive fast and stop hard, with little interest in anything in between. It couldn't be safe, but he was used to it. Then again, his father had never had an accident. "I have to tell you, Sam," James turned to look at his son, a grin on his parted lips, "I laughed so loud when I heard that you had been detained under the Patriot Act for terrorism." "Yeah," Sam pressed his lips together, suppressing a half-formed grin. "Well, it was less funny for me." "I'm sure it was. But hey, think of your old man. It's made my week." Sam looked around. "So where are we going?" James said, "To Jackson Hole, where Tom is meeting us for lunch." "Sounds great. I'm famished." His dad's eyebrows lifted. "And then you're going to tell me what this is really all about." Chapter 3. James Reilly parked the Wraith along the main street. The modern Rolls-Royce looked utterly out of place again against the backdrop of Jackson Hole, the western cowboy-themed town, with its old buildings, weathered wooden facades, and saloon-style swing doors. The whole town represented a bygone era. Sam opened the door to get out and was greeted by Tom, who smiled cheerfully and said, "Here comes the convict." "I think the word you're looking for was jailbird," Sam replied. "Perhaps, but convict is better fit with your fascination with history." "You may be right there." Sam suppressed a retort. "Besides, it could have just as easily been you getting arrested." "Me?" Tom spread his arms. "Nobody messaged my name 3 seconds before the jet they were on plowed into the ground at nearly the speed of sound." "Come on, let's get some lunch. I'm famished." Sam, Tom, and James walked through the main township of Jackson Hole. The wooden sidewalks creaked beneath their feet. Sam couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu, as if he'd stepped back in time to the days of the Wild West. Each structure had its own story etched into the timber, a testament to the town's rugged past. Sam shook his head in amusement as he glanced at his dad. James, as usual, exuded an effortless confidence, but today it came with a twist. Clad in a pair of well-worn dark denim jeans and polished leather cowboy boots, he looked a seasoned cowboy, despite his background as a high-powered businessman. A Stetson cowboy hat sat perfectly on his head, its wide brim shading his sharp blue eyes from the afternoon sun. The hat was a classic silver belly, its light color contrasting with his rugged tan face, slightly weathered from years of adventure. A well-fitted leather belt with a silver buckle secured the jeans, while a plaid Western-style shirt in shades of muted blue and gray completed the look. "Of course," Sam thought. He stifled a grin along with the impulse to roll his eyes. James had the dubious honor of looking equally at ease while dressed as though he'd just ridden in from a day working cattle, as he would commanding a room full of Fortune 500 executives. The man could switch from rugged to refined at the drop of a hat, literally, and no one would ever question it. They headed down the main street. Sam stared up at the towering peaks of the Teton Range, their snow-capped summits piercing the clear blue sky. The mountains stood like wordless giants, their grandeur a stark contrast to the quaint charm of the township below. The Snake River wound its way through the valley, its crystal-clear waters shimmering in the afternoon sun. Sam could see fly fishermen casting their lines, the rhythmic motion making him feel like he'd stepped into the advert for a travel magazine. The trio passed by the Jackson Hole Playhouse, its marquee advertising a Western-themed dinner show. Sam could almost hear the echoes of cowboy boots and the clang of spurs from the past, blending seamlessly with the present-day tourists, snapping photos and browsing the shops. The aroma of freshly baked bread and brewing coffee wafted through the air from a nearby cafe, mingling with the scent of pine and earth. A tour bus was unloading sightseers. They exploded from their transport in all different directions. They paused at Town Square, where the famous antler arches stood proudly at each corner. Sam admired the intricate interweaving of the elk antlers, a unique tribute to the local wildlife. Children played beneath the arches, their laughter a joyful soundtrack to the picturesque scene. James pointed out a historical plaque recounting the town's origins and its transformation from a fur trading post to a bustling tourist destination. To the north, steam rose from the thermal pools, creating a mystical haze that contrasted with the crisp mountain air. He imagined weary travelers from the past soaking in the mineral-rich waters, rejuvenating after long, arduous journeys. It had been years since Sam had visited the region. He had forgotten how much he liked it. The rustic charm of the buildings, the majesty of the mountain peaks, the flow of the water, and the soothing allure of the hot springs all came together to create a place that felt timeless. The town itself was a living monument to the enduring spirit of the West, where the past and present coexisted in unexpected harmony. Sam watched Tom and his father as they strolled down the wooden boardwalk in Jackson Hole's historic district. Sam hadn't eaten since he'd gotten off the plane this morning, and now hunger gnawed at his stomach. The sun was high, casting sharp shadows along the cobbled streets as the smell of grilled meats and fresh bread wafted through the crisp mountain air. "What about that place?" Sam asked, pointing to the Silver Dollar Bar and Grill, nestled in the corner of a picturesque street. The historic sign swung gently in the breeze, its tarnished letters glinting in the sunlight, beckoning them inside. James nodded approvingly. "Something smells good." Sam looked at Tom. "Tom?" Tom glanced at the menu. "I'll eat anywhere, but this looks good." They stepped into the cool air, a welcome respite from the midday sun. Inside, the atmosphere was both rustic and refined, a blend of Old West charm and contemporary comfort. The low murmur of conversation mixed with the clink of glasses, while country music softly played in the background. The famous Serpentine Bar gleamed under the light, with silver coins embedded in its surface, 2,032 uncirculated Morgan silver dollars, inlaid into the wood, giving the place its name. As an appealing added attraction, many of the bar stools had Western saddles to sit on instead of seats. Sam took in the room, Polished wooden floors, walls adorned with paintings of local landscapes, and an antique mirror behind the bar reflecting the laid-back energy of the patrons. A few locals, recognizable by their cowboy hats, leaned casually against the bar, and tourists mingled at the tables. A sense of history clung to the place, as though it had seen countless stories unfold over the decades. The hostess greeted them with a smile and led them to a cozy corner booth with a view of the street outside. Sam slid into the booth first, his back to the window, while Tom and James took their seats across from him. The table was solid wood, aged but sturdy, like everything in the place. The waitress, a young woman with an easy smile and a worn leather apron, approached. "What can I get for you?" Tom glanced at Sam before answering. "We'll start with a couple of local beers. What's good?" "We've got the Jackson Hole Brewing Company's Pale Ale. Light, crisp, and perfect after a day like this," she suggested. Tom said, "That works for me." Sam nodded. "Sounds good." The waitress looked at James. "3?" Always the traditionalist, James shook his head, waved a hand. "I'll take a scotch. Neat." The waitress jotted down their orders and disappeared behind the bar. As they waited, the room's hum of activity lulled them into a comfortable silence. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the windows, casting golden highlights on the silver dollars embedded in the bar. James stretched the muscles in his neck and shoulders while scanning the menu. "What are you gentlemen thinking for lunch?" Sam said, "I'll go with the buffalo burger." "Good idea. Why not try something local?" Tom added. "Elk gyro for me." James barely glanced at the menu before deciding. "I'll have the ribeye, medium rare." Their drinks arrived first, the waitress setting the cold, amber-colored beers in front of Sam and Tom. The frothy heads glistened in the light, and both men took a satisfying sip. The ale was crisp, with a slight citrus tang, just as the waitress had promised. James took a slow sip of his scotch, savoring the rich, smoky notes of the single malt. Soon after, the food arrived. Sam's buffalo burger was perfectly grilled, the gamey flavor complemented by a layer of melted cheese and caramelized onions. Tom's elk gyro was a masterpiece, a soft pita stuffed with tender, spiced elk meat, topped with fresh tzatziki sauce. James's ribeye was thick and juicy, the steak's charred edges giving way to tender pink flesh inside. As they worked their way through too much food, Sam brought his dad up to speed about the private jet that crashed in Wyoming and how one of the passengers had sent a final message to his wife, informing her to find Sam Reilly. When Sam had finished, his dad asked, "Are you sure you've never crossed paths with this Darren Young fellow before?" "Never." "Not even professionally?" James suggested. "Maybe you worked with his brother or an associate. You have a bad habit of helping people who find themselves in impossibly difficult situations. Perhaps, thanks to knowledge of one of these earlier relationships, he thought you'd be the right man to obtain justice." "Why me?" Sam said. "I was the last person on Darren Young's mind as he was about to die in a maelstrom of burning wreckage, and I have no idea why. And I don't recall anyone related to him or connected to him in any way, shape, or form." "Son," his dad's lips formed a hard line, "you didn't know his wife somehow, did you?" Sam shook his head. "No, Dad." "Okay," James nodded. "Good luck with that. Something will come up, or it won't." James cut up a thick piece of charred steak, and before putting it in his mouth, asked, "Other than being arrested, what else is going on in your world?" Sam said, "Actually, there's something I've been meaning to ask you." "So ask it." James put his knife and fork down. "You've been with me for more than an hour. Ask away." "Do you remember Liliana Diaz?" Sam asked. He looked at his father's face, trying to gauge his reaction. There wasn't any. Then again, his dad could have been a professional poker player. He kept his cards so close to his chest. Even so, his father's face was expressionless when he said, "Doesn't ring a bell, should it?" "I called her Lily." "Still nothing?" "She was beautiful. I was madly in love, and was sure I was going to marry her." James said, "I thought you were with a new girl now, Amisha or something?" "Amira," Sam corrected him. "Right," James said. "I'm sorry I haven't gotten to meet her yet. So what about this other girl, Liliana?" "She was an old flame of mine." "Oh, sorry. I don't know how you expect me to keep up with all your lovers. Back in my day, we'd pick one, convince them to marry us, and be done." "Not everyone's lucky enough to meet someone like Mom," Sam replied politely, ending any further disagreement from his dad. "Agreed." Out of respect, James put his knife and fork down, finished chewing, and swallowed. He wiped his mouth, his blue eyes somber. "That's the truth. God rest her soul." After a moment, his dad put an arm around Sam's shoulder in an uncommon display of affection. Then, leaning in as though he were offering tremendous advice, said, "Forget about the past, Sam. Women hate to hear you pine for lost lovers. If it's already ended, what more is there to talk about? Time to move on." "Thanks for the pep talk, Dad." "You're welcome," James said, eating another bite of steak. Sam continued, "I met Lily when I was still a kid. It was during a business trip with you. You had worked with her father." James's blue eyes fixed on him with a steely gaze. "Your first love?" "That would be the one." A wry grin formed on his father's parted lips. An expression of incredulity plastered across his entire face. He started to laugh. "Son, do you mean to tell me you're still in love with someone from your childhood? I mean, love knows no barriers, including more than half your lifetime. But seriously, aren't you a little bit old to still be mourning the loss of your first love?" "I'm not still in love with her." "I'm glad to hear it," James said. "So what's this about?" Sam then filled his father in about the Relic Hunter, and his belief she was Liliana Diaz, the girl he'd fallen for on some remote tropical island as a child. His father was doing a business deal with her father. The deal soured, and Sam never saw the young woman again. His dad listened patiently to the entire story and then said, "I'm sorry, son, you've got the wrong person. There's no way Liliana Diaz could be after you. No way at all." Something about the way his dad spoke made it seem emphatic. Sam asked, "Why not?" "It's simply not possible." "Sure it is. Times change. She's all grown up. She's held a grudge a very long time." "It's not that. I know it's just not possible." "Why not?" Sam asked. "What happened to make you so certain?" James's lips hardened into a grim line. "For starters, if I had to guess, I'd say because she's already dead." Chapter 4. Havana, Cuba, 26 years ago. Lily Diaz felt like a queen on top of the powerful Andalusian mare. She slowed the horse to a stop at the crest, letting the beast catch its breath, and looked back at her family's estate. The mansion, a sprawling relic of Cuba's colonial past, loomed in the distance. It had once been the heart of a vast sugarcane plantation, its grand facade still marked by the opulence and the cruelty of the era. The building was a mix of faded grandeur and enduring strength. Its whitewashed walls were cracked and weathered by time, but its imposing presence remained intact. Tall columns supported a wide veranda that wrapped around the front, providing shade from the blistering Caribbean sun. Behind the mansion, a large pool shimmered invitingly, surrounded by lush tropical gardens. A lookout tower, a vestige from the days when overseers kept a watchful eye on the enslaved workers, rose above the treetops, offering a panoramic view of the surrounding fields. The mansion was an anomaly in communist Cuba. It was the sort of abomination that Fidel Castro had sought to eradicate when he came into power in 1959. Most people in Cuba would have been afraid to live the way the Diaz family lived. They were more like rich Americans, their lives mimicking those of Hollywood movie stars, celebrities, and mob, mafia, or gangsters. For years, Liliana had thought her family were different because of her father. Eladio Diaz was the most powerful man she'd ever met. Everyone took orders from him, except for perhaps Fidel Castro. Yet she had never actually met Castro, so that didn't count. She assumed her father was simply smarter than everyone else. The police didn't question him. The neighbors never asked questions, and everyone did whatever he asked. It wasn't until only very recently she'd realized he was a gangster. She had no idea what that meant, but she knew everyone was afraid of him and nobody crossed him. That was everybody except her. She was his greatest love, followed closely by her mama, and so far in life she had learned that she could do no wrong by his eyes. She patted Ophelia's mane affectionately. The horse gave a snort and began to shift restlessly. Lily smiled. "You've had enough of waiting, haven't you?" The horse replied with a short, low whinny, as though he knew what was coming. Lily gave a sardonic laugh and kicked her heels into the stirrups. "Come, Ophelia, let's see how fast you can go." Ophelia picked up her pace, racing toward their home. The rhythmic sound of hooves beating against the earth filled the air as Lily urged her horse into a graceful canter. The 13-year-old girl, with her dark, lustrous hair streaming behind her like a banner, rode the powerful Spanish mare with an ease that spoke of her familiarity with the animal. Lily was dressed in a light riding outfit, the sun casting a warm glow across her honey-brown skin. The horse moved fluidly, each stride elegant and measured, as they circled the wide open field adjacent to the Diaz family estate. Slowing the horse to a trot, Lily guided it back toward the stable, where a groom was already waiting. She dismounted with practiced grace, patting the animal's neck affectionately before handing the reins to the groom. As she walked toward the mansion, she noticed the men positioned around the property, their eyes hidden behind dark sunglasses, their hands resting casually on the firearms strapped to their sides. She knew her father's men were often armed, but it was unusual for them to be putting on such a display of weaponry. Something was wrong. Lily glanced at Felix, one of her father's personal bodyguards. "What's wrong?" Felix replied, "Go to your father, quickly now." She wanted to ask what had happened, but there was something in Felix's tone that suggested even that delay was too long. Lily pushed open the heavy wooden doors of the mansion and stepped inside, the cool air a welcome relief from the afternoon heat. The interior was a strange mix of old-world elegance and the cold, calculated efficiency of a cartel boss's fortress. The floors were polished mahogany, and the walls were adorned with paintings of long-dead ancestors, their stern gazes seeming to follow her as she moved. Crystal chandeliers hung from the high ceilings, casting shimmering patterns of light across the room. But beneath the beauty, there was tension in the air. She had an ominous feeling that something terrible was about to happen. Lily's father, Eladio Diaz, had retreated to his study, a cavernous room lined with books and dominated by an enormous mahogany desk. She stepped inside to find her father arming himself with some sort of machine gun. She had never seen him hold a handgun, let alone a fully automatic weapon, that could kill many in one burst. He was one of those people who wielded all the power with the click of his fingers, or a softly spoken word, behind which authority his men executed any order. The fact he was arming himself suggested things were desperate. He glanced at her. "Lily, I hope you were still out riding." "What's happened?" she asked, throwing her arms around him. "My cousin, Fernando, who runs our supply chain into the U.S., has been arrested." Lily had no idea how that could affect them so badly, but she kept her mouth shut. Her father would tell her all that she needed to know right now, and nothing more. He looked at her lost expression and said, "Fernando was the key. Without him I lose all power in Havana." "But you're the most powerful man in Cuba." "Not anymore. Without our entry into the U.S. market, everything falls apart." "What will happen? Can't we live on what we already have?" "It's not that. Money, as you know, is worthless in Cuba. It's the political power and the favors that are all important. I made a lot of people rich. Even Castro turned a blind eye. He happily put up with me because of the wealth I brought Cuba in undisclosed business fees. Without those, I'm a dead man. The government will shut me down if I live more than a few days. But truth is, now that the news is out, a rival gang will take my place." Right on cue, a series of gunshots rang out in the distance. The sharp cracks of gunfire shattered the quiet air outside, followed by the unmistakable thuds of bodies hitting the ground. Lily's heart raced, each shot sending a jolt through her. Her father's bodyguards were being picked off one by one, their fates sealed with the harsh sound of gunfire echoing through the heavy walls of the mansion. She heard shouting, then silence, a terrifying, final silence. Her father looked at her, his face drawn with grim determination. "You must go," he said, his voice calm but urgent. Without waiting for a reply, he strode across the room and pulled on the old bookshelf, revealing the secret passageway behind it. The entrance was dark, like a mouth ready to swallow her whole. "Quickly," her father said. "Hurry now, into the tunnel." She hesitated for a moment, her eyes wide with fear and confusion, but the sound of more gunfire closer now propelled her forward. Then she turned around to see her father was still outside. "Come on, Dad." "Go," he replied. "I won't leave without you," Lily protested, her voice breaking. His eyes softened for just a moment. "I will follow later. Run and don't ever look back." Tears stung Lily's eyes, but she nodded, knowing there was no time to argue. He gently ushered her inside the narrow passage. With a final look, her father closed the bookshelf door behind her, the soft click of the hidden lock sealing her inside, cutting off the last connection to her family. The sound was final, like the closing of a coffin. She screamed and tried to open it again from the inside. It was locked. There was nothing she could do. Her father had made sure that she would be safe. The passage was cramped, and the air was thick with the smell of earth and mold. She stumbled down the narrow tunnel, her hands brushing against the rough walls as she moved as quickly as she could. The sound of gunfire and shouts grew fainter with each step, but the terror that gripped her only intensified. Lily's breath came in short, ragged bursts as she fumbled through the dark tunnel, the walls pressing in on her. She reached out to steady herself, her fingers brushing against the cold, rough stone as she pushed forward. The passageway twisted and turned, the air damp and musty, but she forced herself to keep going, her father's words echoing in her mind. Finally, after what felt like hours but was likely only minutes, she saw a faint light ahead. She quickened her pace, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she reached the end of the tunnel. A rusty metal ladder led up to a trap door. She climbed it, her fingers trembling as she reached the top. The heavy door groaned as she pushed it open and emerged into the blinding sunlight. She was in the middle of the sugar cane fields. The cane swayed around her, tall and thick, hiding her as she stumbled through it. She moved as quickly as she could, the sharp leaves scraping her skin, but she barely noticed. Nearly a mile from the house, she stopped to catch her breath. The tall stalks moved gently in the breeze, their rustling the only sound in the otherwise silent landscape. Lily turned back to the mansion, now visible through a gap in the cane. Smoke was rising from the building, thick and black, and as she watched, flames began to consume the wooden structure. Her heart twisted as she saw flames beginning to lick the edges of the old house. Several men she didn't recognize, all carrying guns, seemed to watch as the fire spread quickly, devouring the walls and climbing into the afternoon sky. Lily stood frozen, watching the life she knew burn away. She wanted to scream, to run back, to save her father, but she couldn't. Her legs were rooted in place, and all she could do was watch as fire consumed everything. Lily felt tears sting her eyes, but she refused to let them fall. There was no time for that. She turned away from the mansion, from the life that had been ripped away from her in an instant, and began to walk. She didn't know where she was going, only that she had to keep moving. The fields stretched out before her, endless and unforgiving, but she walked with a determination that belied her age. She never looked back. But one day, she vowed, she would have her revenge on whoever was responsible. Chapter 5. Her whole family were killed, Sam said, his tone forlorn. James said, "It's what I heard at the time." Poor Lily. Poor Lily? His dad looked genuinely confused. What are you talking about? She was this wonderful girl. I was mad about her. And through events completely out of her control, she lost all the people she cared about, and her life changed direction forever. Can't you see that? Don't you feel some level or responsibility or empathy for her? James shrugged. Sure, I might have if that's where the story ended. And now? Sam asked. James sculled the last of his scotch. Now she's attacked my son. I feel no sympathy for her, only a burning desire to utilize everything in my power to end her. Tom swallowed hard, watching the argument play out. James was like a second father to him, always kind and protective. He'd heard about the man's temper and inability to accept failure, but he'd never seen him like this. It was a basic father impulse to protect your kid. Oldest instinct in the animal kingdom. Even so, seeing the man's vitriolic response was something unique to watch. In James's case, family was everything. If someone tried to harm one of the family, then there was nothing in the world that could stop him. Tom asked, But what does any of this have to do with you? James said, 26 years ago, I nearly made a deal with Eladio Diaz to transport a certain type of contraband. You were going to transport drugs for a gangster? Sam asked. Not drugs, although it had crossed my mind. It was a possibility. James made a big theatrical sigh. Look, we both know global shipping wasn't always the success it is today. In fact, it started out on a corrupt deal to ship uranium from Alaska to the then Soviet Union in a clandestine arrangement between my father and a nuclear scientist from the USSR. Sam said, "That's right. I remember finding out that old Grandpa Michael Reilly had started global shipping with the Clarion Call, a smuggler ship." "Right," James said. "So let's face it, global shipping has always had some pretty strong ties to smuggling." Sam said, "But shipping drugs? Surely that's a line too far." "Sure," James said, in a gesture that suggested he wasn't going to get into an argument with his son about the semantics of crime. "So, Eladio Diaz had some regular shipments of highly valuable resources to bring into the U.S. His previous partner's ship had recently sunk, and he needed to solve his logistics problem quickly. The way he spoke, I kind of got the feeling he had old relics or artifacts. You know, treasure from before Castro came to power and all personal wealth was banned." Sam said, "Rich people, wanting to get their riches off the island." "Right," James said. "One of the oldest tricks in the book." Tom said, "It's the last airship all over again." "What?" James asked. "The Magdalena," Sam clarified. "It was a sort of rescue ship sent to Berlin at the outbreak of World War II, designed to help rescue Jewish families. Only those Jewish families who were ultra-rich," Tom said. James shrugged. "Hey, I see no problem with that sentiment. If poor people have a problem with it, they should have become ultra-rich to begin with." "Yeah, that makes sense. They're probably just a little lazy," Tom said facetiously. "Must be," James replied, taking Tom's comment at face value. Tom said, "So you originally thought you were going to help bring Eladio Diaz's significant fortune out of the country?" "Yeah," James spread his arms. "Like I said, I have no problem with rich people doing what it takes to escape and protect their families. Hell, I have no problem with poor people doing it. It's just that if I am going to risk my neck to transport illegal wealth, it may as well be a lot of it." "So what went wrong?" Sam asked. "I mean, given you seemed happy enough for the work, despite its illicit status." James said, "What Eladio Diaz wanted to transport crossed a line." Sam asked, "How?" "Diaz wasn't planning on shipping drugs or cash or gold or any of those other highly lucrative resources. He was getting rich on Cuba's oldest resource, something his family had been doing for centuries." Tom frowned. "The Atlantic slave trade?" "Bingo," James said. "Apparently Diaz didn't get the memo that the world banned slavery in 1948. Tom said, "Wait. I'll admit my history is a little rusty at times, but didn't President Lincoln proclaim the emancipation of slaves in 1862? "That's right," James said, with an almost computer-like memory for historical dates, suggesting that's where Sam had inherited the knack. "And it wasn't until 1865 that the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution banned slavery." His face darkened. "But slavery persisted globally until much more recently. Any takers? Which country was the last to abolish it?" Tom pressed his lips together. "Would that accolade go to Saudi Arabia, Yemen, or Dubai, all of which abolished slavery in 1963? "Good guess." James looked at Tom with something akin to respect. "But I'm afraid the entire world didn't get the memo that slavery wasn't a very good idea until much later." "Mauritania became the last country on earth to officially abolish slavery in 1981, Sam said, the lines in his face etched deeper. "Sadly, the law is poorly enforced, and as of the most recent Global Slavery Index, nearly 600,000 people, or roughly 4% of the population of Mauritania, are currently modern slaves." His dad frowned. Yeah, the world can be a bad place at times. I didn't have the chance to stop modern slavery and human trafficking in West Africa, but I did in Cuba and at home, so I took my opportunity. Sam said, What did you do? James shrugged. I spoke with the FBI. Cut a deal. And although Diaz was pretty much untouchable on his island fortress, his cousin Fernando, who operated the entire U.S. end of the trade, wasn't. You set him up? Tom asked. I did. How did that go? It worked like a charm. Fernando's doing life in Oregon State Penitentiary. And what happened to Eladio Diaz? From what I heard, a rival drug gang moved in and took over his territory. James shrugged and made the sort of facial expression that suggested in the animal kingdom only the toughest survive. Without all that incoming money, Diaz lost all the control he had in the U.S. It was that power stateside which was keeping him alive and well in Cuba. Do you know anything else? Sam asked. Enough, James replied honestly. Tom said, How could you hear anything about what happened to Eladio Diaz in Cuba? James shrugged. I might have underplayed my connections to the FBI, CIA, and other power brokers in Washington, D.C. Sam said, Okay, Dad. So what happened to Eladio Diaz? James said, A man named Salvatore Romano, a.k.a. El Tiburon, killed him and toppled his empire. El Tiburon, Sam said. The shark? James said, Hey, they're mafia people. They don't have to pick particularly impressive titles. Generally, they choose the name of an animal, like shark or hyena, a wolf or a lion, something catchy. Right, Sam persisted. What happened to Liliana and the rest of her family? El Tiburon likes to settle things, so nothing comes back on him. Meaning? No loose ends. If you leave family members alive after you kill the father, they're going to be pissed. Eventually, that person grows up, and they come looking for you. Far better to wipe them all out once and for all. Sam said, And that's why you think Liliana's probably dead. James nodded. It's what I've heard. Why? You don't believe me? Sam shrugged. If that's true, it means I recently saw a ghost. Chapter 6. His father offered, but Sam insisted and paid the bill for their lunch. You got me out of prison, he said. The least I can do is pick up the tab. Son, that wasn't prison. That was an interview room at a country police station. Heaven forbid you spend time in real prison. Sam suppressed a smile. Dad, I think it's fair to say that if either of us are likely to one day spend some time in a real prison, it's probably you. You'd think that, wouldn't you? James smiled. I assure you I always get my money's worth. I've greased the right hands and numerous power brokers over the last few decades to get what I bought. No, I think if either of us are at risk of being incarcerated, it will be you. Sam chuckled. I don't even break the law. James shrugged. What's that got to do with anything? They stepped out of the Silver Dollar Bar and Grill. The midday sun bathed Jackson Hole in a bright golden light. Sam took in the view of the Teton Range backdrop. Truly spectacular part of the world. Stunning, Tom agreed. James said, Nice place. I can't see why Darren Young was in such a hurry to get away from it. Tom said, Maybe we're going about this all the wrong way. How so? Sam asked. Tom said, We've been concentrating on how quickly Darren tried to leave Jackson Hole based on the fact there's no record of him being here. Ergo, we made the assumption that he only just arrived. That's right, James said. Well, what if he'd been here a while? I mean, there's plenty of land, lots of space for him to work, or perhaps do some sort of research based on this insect he found. We were just talking of human trafficking. Slavery, James corrected. Either way, Tom said, what if someone needed the skills of an entomologist? They decided to snatch Dr. Darren Young, and they forced him to work for them. Perhaps this slave-owning individual lives in Jackson Hole. James laughed. Who ever heard of someone abducting an old poor white guy who collects bugs? We know adults are trafficked, of course, Sam observed. Coercion with the intent of retaining people for sexual exploitation, forced labor, or various other forms of slavery. Why not be exact and kidnap one specific guy to meet a particular need? His dad nodded at the unique vernacular. That makes sense. Tom said, but who do we know who may need the skills of an entomologist to understand some sort of giant insect? Sam's mind returned to the 3 golems that had been found, specifically the one he had on board the Tehila, which they had done extensive testing on, including an MRI. It revealed the orichalcum golem had circulating hemolymph, making it technically an insect. Consequently, to understand the golem, one would need an entomologist. Sam swore as his thought process reached a conclusion. The Relic Hunter abducted Darren Young. Chapter 7. Sam brought his cell, scrolled through his contacts, and pressed Elise as they walked down the main street. She answered after a few rings. Yes? The Relic Hunter kidnapped Darren Young, he said without preamble. No kidding. No kidding. We're almost certain of it. The golems are insects, and the Relic Hunter needed some way of understanding the creatures. She needs to know how to make them operate. There's something she's looking for as a means of reaching the necropolis of the gods. I'm really not sure what it is she wants to do, but I know that whatever it is, she needed the help of an entomologist. So, she abducted Darren Young. Sam said, It makes sense. No, it doesn't, Elise replied. Entomology isn't exactly a dime-a-dozen type profession, but there's still plenty of them. Why go all the way to Papua New Guinea to kidnap one? That's a good point. Sam's eyes squinted against the midway sun as he walked. PNG's one of those Wild West sort of places. Much easier to kidnap someone there and have it get put down as a mishap or simply a missing person lost in the wild. I don't buy it. Someone with the Relic Hunter's resources and abilities could just easily kidnap anyone in the U.S. or Europe, she countered. There had to be a specific reason to choose Darren Young. Maybe, but I don't see it yet. What was the name of the beetle Young was said to have discovered on the Papua New Guinea island? Immortal Dryococelus, Sam said. Some sort of stick insect, not a beetle. Right. I'll do some digging on the insect, along with some searching for any links to it and the Relic Hunter on the dark net, and I'll get back to you shortly. Thanks, Sam said. Have you reached Florida yet? Not yet, not even close. Really? Sam asked. Where are you? Bilbao Harbor. Sam frowned. Bilbao Harbor as in Spain? That's the one? Why did Matthew divert the Tehila to Spain? Veyron asked him to. The Tehila's running rough, and Veyron has organized to have her pulled out of the water in Bilbao so he can get some work done on the engines. Again? Sam asked. Didn't it just have a major overhaul? I'm sure I've never owned such an unreliable set of engines. Elise laughed. Veyron says it has to do with performance. Come again? He says it's like owning a Ferrari, driving it like a Jeep, and expecting it to keep going. Sam suppressed a grin. He says we're working the Tehila too hard? No, Just that if we keep pushing it at its current pace, it will need to go in for more frequent repairs and maintenance, just like a Formula One car." "I guess that makes sense," Sam grinned. "All right, let me know if you find anything." "Will do." "And tell Amira I'm thinking of her." "No problem." "Caliburn, too, or he'll get jealous." "And I won't?" Elise asked teasingly. "No, you won't. But if it makes you feel better, tell everyone I miss them." "Liar," she said, and ended the call. Tom looked at him with a bemused grin on his face. "The tequila's playing up again?" Sam said, "Yeah. Veyron says we're driving her like a Formula One car, so we're going to have to do constant maintenance like one." James said smugly, "That's why I don't own Formula One cars or powerful motor yachts." "No, just a private jet," Sam said. James shrugged. "How else do you expect me to get around the globe for business?" "All right. So, back to Darren Young." Sam kept walking, passing a sign directing them to the hot springs. Irrespective of whether or not the Relic Hunter brought him here, the question remains, how does he get from Papua New Guinea into the country, much less Jackson Hole? Tom mulled that thought over for a few seconds. He could have driven in from any of the neighboring states. Sam considered the idea. "There's Montana in the north, Idaho to the west, Utah and Colorado to the south, and South Dakota and Nebraska to the east." Tom said, "Lot of land." Sam said, "Plenty of open spaces, hundreds of police cars, toll roads, speed cameras, not to mention security cameras. And let's not forget about the fact that half the modern cars these days come with dash cams." Tom nodded. "What are you getting at? He can't have just driven into Jackson Hole himself." "Why not?" "Not in this century. He's a couple decades too late for that." James kept his hands tucked in the pockets of his jacket, his eyes scanning the surrounding streets as if lost in his own thoughts. Then, after a moment, he spoke quietly, the weight of his words pulling Sam's attention toward him. "Not legally, anyway." Sam paused mid-step, turning to James with a quizzical look. "What do you mean?" James stopped walking, too, glancing around before meeting his son's gaze. "There are ways to move around without anyone knowing, Sam. No record, no trace. But they aren't exactly above board." Sam took a deep breath, letting the thought sink in. He knew his father had seen more of the world and its shadows than he cared to admit. "Okay," he said slowly. "So how was it done in secret? If he didn't arrive legally, how did he pull it off?" His father studied him for a long moment, and Sam could see the gears turning behind his father's eyes. "Well, for starters," James replied, lowering his voice as they continued walking, "there are private airstrips nearby, some that don't always follow the same rules as commercial flights. Or he could have used someone else's credentials to fly in under a false name. Then there are numerous other methods. Smugglers, maybe even black ops types." Tom chimed in, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "Or the more old-school approach, hitching a ride on a private plane, landing in the middle of nowhere, and walking in. Jackson Hole surrounded by wilderness. It wouldn't be hard for someone determined enough." "Okay, you're right, it's possible," Sam admitted. "Even so, where did he go once he got here? How long had he been here? Where the hell did he hide?" James said, "You mean, where did the Relic Hunter keep him locked up?" Sam said, "Maybe." "If it were me, I'd keep him hidden in a log cabin in acres of privately owned woods." James seemed to be almost speaking from experience. "Actually, better yet, I would keep him locked down in a storm shelter beneath that remote cabin." Sam's eyes narrowed. "Maybe In one of those tornado shelters? Sure, why not? James said. It's not quite Tornado Alley, but they're prevalent enough in Wyoming for there to be many storm shelters around. Good place to keep someone. Sound travels poorly underground. People can scream all they like, and nobody's going to hear them. It kind of disturbs me that you've given this so much thought, Dad. Just thinking out loud, son. James spread his hands. No point trying to get into the Relic Hunter's head unless you're willing to go all the way there. Sure, Sam said, a little non-committal. James crossed the road right in front of traffic, finding a slither of a gap to slip through. Tom said, I don't think it really matters. Sam exchanged a glance with Tom. It doesn't? No. Tom waited for a gap in the traffic and then crossed the road. Because, irrespective of how Darren Young got into Jackson Hole, if the police haven't found out how he got in or where he's been staying, it simply means, however it happened, it was off-grid. Sam said, Ergo, we're never going to find out. Exactly. Which means we've been looking at this the wrong way. Sam paused, trying to think of what the right way could be to look at the whole thing. He didn't get far before his cell rang. He glanced at the screen. It was Elise. You're not going to believe what I found, she said without preamble. Chapter 8. Elise said, I did some digging on that beetle Darren Young discovered in Papua New Guinea. Stick insect, corrected her. No, the sort of phasmid Darren Young describes is armored almost like a beetle. Okay, Sam replied, trying to see where this was going. What else did you find? The immortal Dryococelus wasn't just a stick insect. The description Darren Young gave describes it as having a red-gold ethereal glow over an almost metallic armor. Sam said, It was made of orichalcum. It would appear so. Elise drew a breath. So the Relic Hunter wasn't after Young just because he was an entomologist studying an insect. He was studying an earlier version of the golems found in Sudan. It gets better. Sam's heart began to race. Go on. I ran a Boolean search using the parameters of the Relic Hunter's known alias in the dark web, along with Darren Young's long-term avatar on the entomology forum. She paused for effect, and Sam could imagine her winning smile at the other end of the cell phone. Would you believe the first search got a match? What? Sam asked. I thought the police said Darren Young deleted his account and wiped the forum clean. It takes a little more than a simple delete button to wipe away all traces of one's fingerprint on the internet. Elise's voice took on a didactic tone. Everything you do or say is recorded somewhere. It's all there, easy to find. All you must do is know where to look. Sam felt his heart jolt again. What did it say? How would you like to study a much larger relative of this insect? Elise said the first question had been. The communication then went on to say that money was not an issue. He would be well remunerated, could pick whatever equipment he needed, and was about to discover a whole new world of insects he'd never imagined. More than 1,000 in total, an insect army the world could never imagine. It then explained that Young had to delete every record he had of the immortal Dryococelus, and that she would send someone to come and pick him up. More than 1,000 orichalcum insects? The Relic Hunter wasn't just talking about the 2 golems in her possession. No, Sam agreed, his voice fatalistic. She was talking about the ancient army that legend says still guards the necropolis of the gods. The Relic Hunter is trying to resurrect the ancient Master Builder army? It looks like it. Sam's lips formed a grim line. And given how strong one golem is, I can only imagine how deadly more than 1,000 might be. Someone has to stop her before she reaches the necropolis of the gods. Sam said, "If I had to guess, someone has already tried." "Darren Young?" "Yes, and that's what got him killed." "I think you're right. Maybe Darren Young started his research with all the good intentions of one committed to science, only to discover what the Relic Hunter was planning to do with the knowledge he was providing. He then set out to escape." "That's why he reached out to me." "Yes. The Relic Hunter must have discussed the missing golem that you still had on board your ship." Elise agreed. Sam said, "Darren Young must have discovered our mutual quest to find all 3 golems in order to triangulate the location of the necropolis of the gods." "That makes sense. Thinking that the enemy of his enemy must be a friend, with his last dying breath, Young texted his wife, 'Find Sam Reilly.'" Sam drew a breath. It was all coming together, even if none of it got him any closer to finding the Relic Hunter. A moment later he paused. Then again, maybe it did. Sam said, "Elise, can you find me the nearest expert entomologist, preferably one that specializes in phasmids?" "What are you looking for?" Elise asked. "Why Jackson Hole? I want to find out what sort of habitat such creatures like. Maybe there was a very specific reason Darren Young had come to Jackson to do his research for the Relic Hunter. Was there something about the weather or the climate of Wyoming that was particularly good for phasmid development?" "That makes sense. Just give me a moment." In the background, Sam could hear Elise's fingers tapping at her keyboard. Then he heard her sigh with satisfaction. "The world's leading expert on phasmids is a man named Dr. Theo Langford." "Theo Langford. Great. Never heard of him." Elise said, "You'll never guess where he lives." "Where?" "Jackson Hole, Wyoming." "You're kidding me." "Afraid not." Sam said, "That can't be a coincidence." "Not a chance," Elise agreed. "Send me his address, will you?" Sam asked. "We urgently need to speak with Dr. Theo Langford, the foremost expert on phasmids." Chapter 9. The Rolls-Royce Wraith moved smoothly along the outskirts of the town. Sam sat in the front passenger seat with his dad at the wheel, and Tom in one of the luxurious back seats, seemingly impressed that the coupe provided ample room for someone his size. Sam watched through the windshield as the scenery grew increasingly picturesque. The Snake River meandered alongside them, its waters reflecting the vivid hues of the sky and surrounding foliage, with the grand silhouette of the Teton Range still providing one of the most spectacular and majestic backdrops he had ever seen. Up ahead he spotted a large wooden residence that stood proudly on the banks of the river. James glanced at the flashing marker on the car's GPS, telling him he'd reached his destination. His eyes cast up toward the house on the edge of the river, across to Sam. "You think that's it?" "Looks like it." James nodded and pulled into the long driveway. The structure was a restored old homestead, its rustic charm beautifully preserved while seamlessly integrating modern elements. The timber walls, stained a rich, warm hue, gleamed in the afternoon sun, while large windows offered expansive views of the stunning landscape. A wraparound porch with intricately carved railings encircled the residence, inviting guests to sit and soak in the serene surroundings. His father drove into the large circular driveway, coming to a stop under the covered section just before the front door, killing the engine. All 3 of them got out. Sam ran his gaze across the impressive landscape. The unique dwelling had been thoughtfully built around a large, natural granite hot spring, its steamy waters bubbling gently. The hot spring was enclosed by a glass atrium, allowing the warmth and mist to blend with the cool mountain air. The combination of rustic architecture and modern amenities made the place feel both timeless and contemporary. His dad said, "It looks like the entomologist has good taste." Sam nodded. "Indeed. I can see why Dr. Langford chose this place to do his research." Tom stretched his legs, his eyes scanning the local area for any sign of trouble. Sam approached the large wooden double front door, the sort of thing one might expect to find at the entrance of a medieval castle rather than an old homestead in Wyoming. A rich aroma of pine and earth filled his senses. The entomologist's garden, a vibrant mix of native plants and flowers, buzzed with life. Butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, and bees busily gathered nectar, creating a symphony of nature. His lips parted with a warm smile. It seemed like a fitting garden for an entomologist. Sam knocked, the sound echoing loudly in the vaulted ceilings, which reminded him of the atrium of a church. Despite the loud echo, there was no response from inside. Sam waited a minute and tried again. Still no response. Tom walked around the side of the house, but it was built in such a way to make it almost impossible to reach the backyard without scaling a 12-foot-high fence. James Reilly tried the door. The handle turned smoothly, and he grinned mischievously. "Would you look at that? Someone left it unlocked." "Dad," Sam exclaimed. "What?" James replied. "You want to find out what's going on? Let's go find out." Sam's eyes darted furtively between the semi-open door and the expansive driveway. It would be easy to see someone coming from the better part of a mile away. He exchanged a glance with Tom. "You want to wait here, and we'll go have a look inside?" Tom nodded. "Go for it." "Hello," Sam said loudly as he opened the door and stepped inside the massive atrium. "Dr. Langford." Still no response. James said, "Take it easy. No one's home." "A house like this?" Sam said, shaking his head. "It's going to have plenty of CCTV security cameras." His dad gave an insouciant grin, and Sam realized where he got that exact grin from. "So what? Can't a concerned Good Samaritan check up on his neighbor?" "You're hardly his neighbor," Sam smirked. "Or a Good Samaritan, for that matter." James shrugged. "Again, how would they know?" Sam's eyes swept the interior of the mansion. Judging by the architecture, it appeared Dr. Theo Langford had done surprisingly well for himself. The interior was just as impressive as the exterior. Exposed wooden beams ran across the ceiling, and polished hardwood floors gleamed under the soft lighting. The house was filled with an eclectic mix of antique furniture and modern conveniences, creating a cozy yet sophisticated atmosphere. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with volumes on entomology, biology, and local history. Specimens of insects, meticulously preserved and displayed in glass cases, adorned various surfaces, highlighting Dr. Langford's passion and expertise. Sam took a couple steps through the house to the atrium. Through the glass walls, the Tetons loomed large and imposing, their snow-capped peaks touching the sky with the Snake River in the foreground. The hot spring, framed by lush greenery and natural stone, was the centerpiece. The gentle bubbling of the water and the soft, diffuse light created a tranquil oasis. Sam thought he would enjoy living here himself. The place was a perfect blend of nature and comfort. James said, "Dr. Langford definitely has good taste." "Yeah, nice place," Sam agreed. "I wonder if he'd ever be interested in selling. I could happily have a vacation place here for ski season." James looked at Sam. What do you think? Should I ask him? Sam stepped around the corner into the study and stopped suddenly. I don't think that's going to be possible. James followed him. Why not? Sam frowned. Because I'm pretty sure Dr. Langford is dead. Chapter 10. Detective Alex Cross, no relation to James Patterson's hero, looked at the dead man in the study. He was slumped forward on a computer chair in front of a large desktop computer. There were 2 bullet holes in the back of the man's head, typical execution style. The monitor was undamaged, but the hard drive looked as though it had been unplugged and taken. She looked at the good-looking maritime archaeologist. She still couldn't quite figure him out. Why do dead bodies keep turning up around you, Mr. Reilly? James Reilly said, His mother and I kept asking that same question. Sam lifted a hand. Dad, not now. James spread his arms. What? It's true. Sam swallowed. It's not like I plan it that way. Tom shrugged. We keep asking him that too. Give it a break. Wise guys, Sam said. Spencer, one of the forensic scientists, said, I'm going to need a DNA sample from all 3 of you. I'll start with you, Mr. Reilly. James said, No way. You can speak to my lawyer. I actually mean you, Mr. Sam Reilly. The forensics guy glanced at James. I'll get to you. James made a bemused smile. I doubt it. My lawyer's pretty good. Sam opened his mouth as Spencer took a DNA sample from his saliva. Spencer sealed it in a specialized container and then proceeded to take a sample from Tom. Spencer turned to James. Sir, it would be easier if you let me take a DNA sample. Otherwise, we'll just have to hold you until a judge can offer a warrant to collect it. James bristled. I want to see you try and convince a judge to go against me. Sam said, Dad. What? James turned to Sam. Just let him take your DNA sample so we can be done. I don't want to spend the night here. We've got things to do. James shrugged, then reluctantly opened his mouth and let Spencer take a saliva sample. Sam turned his attention to Alex. Sorry, you were asking something. Alex sighed. What skin do you have in this game? Why is it everyone you're connected to seems to drop dead? Sam pressed his lips together. In my defense, I never met Dr. Darren Young. And Dr. Theo Langford? She persisted. Elise, one of my crew, Googled the world's leading experts on phasmids, and Langford's name came up. And he just happened to be based in Jackson Hole? Sam made a warm smile. Imagine my surprise. What did you want with a leading expert on phasmids? Sam took on a didactic tone. They're a type of insect, one of nature's most extraordinary examples of camouflage, perfectly mimicking the twigs and branches it clings to. With its long, slender body and legs, it blends seamlessly into its surroundings, making it almost impossible to spot unless it moves. Most are shades of brown or green, though some species sport small wings, often hidden but brightly colored, designed to startle predators when suddenly revealed. I know what a phasmid is. Alex suppressed a smile, unable to find herself angry with Sam for some reason, despite the fact that so far he had done nothing but irritate her efforts. Then, smiling, she said, I have a 6-year-old boy at home. He likes to collect bugs. Sorry. I was asking why you were looking for a specialist on phasmids, she clarified. Right, Sam said. Darren Young was an entomologist. Don't be coy with me, Sam, she warned him. You said you were specifically looking for a leading expert on phasmids. Why? Because I wanted to know more about the immortal Dryococelus. This was the type of phasmid Darren Young allegedly found in Papua New Guinea? Uh-huh, that's right. Alex arched a finely trimmed eyebrow. What is it? A type of mythical phasmid that holds a sort of legendary status in Papua New Guinea. Sam paused, appearing as though he were trying to decide how much to say. He met her gaze directly and smiled. She decided he had nice eyes, warm and blue like the ocean. Then he said, "There's a legend that the Japanese soldiers during World War II found them while they mined their secret tunnels. They tried to drown the creature so they could keep its shell, which appeared to be made of a red-gold metal known as orichalcum." Orichalcum, she said the word curiously. As in the mythical metal of Atlantis? That's the one. Sam looked at her, his expression unreadable, but she almost thought he was challenging her to argue that Atlantis wasn't real. When she made no comment, he said, "Only the Japanese soldiers who tried found the unique phasmid couldn't be drowned. Ergo, they called it immortal. From then, the creatures were kept as good luck charms by Japanese soldiers." Interesting. So we know Darren Young went to PNG 6 months before he died. He allegedly posted on some forum for entomologists that he'd found a special bug, this immortal Dryococelus. Then what? Elise, who is my resident computer expert, found that the Relic Hunter reached out to Darren Young after he posted about the immortal Dryococelus and offered him a job. Told him that money wasn't an issue. He could name his price and send her a list of equipment needed, and she had something for him to research. Who's the Relic Hunter? Alex withheld a laugh. Another one of your friends? Hardly. She tried to kill me in Jordan. A lot of people do that? You'd be surprised. Alex shook her head. I'm not so sure I would. When Sam didn't laugh, she said, I'm joking. Why does she want to kill you? It's a long story. She made a mental note to find out more about the Relic Hunter later. Does this Relic Hunter have a name? Liliana Diaz. She was born in Cuba. Her father was the boss of a criminal syndicate that traded in human slavery. My father was instrumental in the FBI catching her cousin, who was the head of the U.S. arm of the organization. As a result, Liliana's father lost his power, and in Cuba, in his sort of industry, that meant he lost his life too. Ergo, the Relic Hunter isn't a fan of your family. Right. How did Elise find this message? Alex asked. Our digital forensics team searched the forums and came up with nothing. They said whatever Darren Young had once posted had now been wiped clean. Sam shrugged. Apparently, nothing you do on the internet is entirely capable of being wiped clean. There's always a record. You just need to know where to look. Then why didn't my people find it? Again, Sam gave a small shrug of his shoulders. Elise is a very good computer whiz. Alex narrowed her eyes. Okay, so after that? That's where the trail ends, Sam admitted. I asked Elise to find me a leading expert on phasmids, hoping he or she could give me an idea about what this immortal Dryococelus really was, and why someone like the Relic Hunter would be so fascinated by it, interested enough to immediately offer someone who had found one a job unburdened by money. Okay, Alex said. Anything else you want to add? Something I might find relevant? Sam pressed his lips together, as though he were trying to decide how much to say. She could feel he was holding it out on her somehow, but years of interviewing people as a detective had taught her to read people, and somehow she didn't feel whatever he was holding back on was done to protect himself from something illegal he had done. But if not, then what was he trying to protect? What aren't you telling me? She pressed. About a year ago, an old friend of mine, Xavier Griffiths, a professor of archaeology, found a 7-foot-tall golem in the Black Pyramids of Meroe in Sudan. Alex had multiple questions already, but she kept quiet and listened. The best way to elicit a response and get information was to keep your mouth shut and let people talk. Most secrets weren't buried deep. The bigger the secret, the more space they seemed to take up in one's mind, and the greater their innate pressure to reveal them. All you had to do was listen and let them free themselves. "Go on," she said. "The golem was made of orichalcum, just like the immortal Dryococelus, the same precious metal mined by the ancient people of Atlantis." At first, she thought he was intentionally trying to obfuscate what was really happening and how he was involved in this entire thing. But as he talked, she could see Sam was really just trying to work out how to tell her the facts without making them appear like pure fiction. She pressed her lips together. Perhaps it really was just fiction. She didn't believe he was lying, but there was definitely another possibility. Sam Reilly was simply delusional. "Okay," she said, more so he would keep talking rather than the fact that she believed a word he'd said. "The Relic Hunter killed Xavier Griffiths in order to capture the golem." "Why?" "It was one of 3 golems built as personal bodyguards to the leaders of an ancient race called Master Builders. Each golem has a celestial map embedded on its back. When triangulated, these 3 locations intersect to reveal the final burial site of their ancient masters." "This is all about some sort of archaeological gravesite?" "Yeah, it's called the Necropolis of the Gods. I had 2 of these golems. One was donated to the Sudan National Museum, where I believe the Relic Hunter then stole it. Meaning she has 2 and I have 1. Whoever gets the 3rd one will be able to find the Necropolis of the Gods." Her lips parted in a wry smile. "This sounds like a bad movie plot between the creators of Indiana Jones and Star Wars." Sam said, "It gets worse." "Oh, obviously." She was close to pulling the interview and leaving Sam Reilly to his own delusions. Clearly, his success as a maritime archaeologist had finally affected his grasp on reality. She drew a breath and then, patiently, said, "How does it get worse?" "I think the Necropolis of the Gods was guarded by a much larger army of golems, and the Relic Hunter is trying to awaken that army." "Okay, so now the creators are teaming up with the script writers for Evil Dead, the 1987 version, not the remake." Sam looked at her. He seemed to either not realize or not mind that she was making light of his story. "You want to know what any of this has to do with the immortal Dryococelus?" "Yes, well, I was starting to wonder." "The golem that I have on board my ship, it was extensively examined and radiologically tested by the University of Miami Hospital, Miami, where they have a large MRI machine used for zoo animals." "Okay," Alex said, now certain Sam was clearly delusional. "What did they find?" Sam said, "The golem was filled with hemolymph." Alex's brows knitted together. "Come again?" "Hemolymph," Sam reiterated. "It's a fluid analogous to the blood in vertebrates that circulates in the interior of the arthropod body, remaining in direct contact with the animal's tissues. It is composed of a fluid plasma in which hemolymph cells called hemocytes are suspended. It is also used in insects as a means of hydraulic fluid, creating a striking mechanical advantage identical to those used in pneumatics." Alex stopped him. "What are you saying, Sam?" "The golem is an insect. It has the strength, relative to its size, of an insect. It just happens to have a shell of orichalcum identical to the immortal Dryococelus." "The golem is related to the Papua New Guinea phasmid?" "Not just related. It was created by the same master builders who developed it. If I had to guess, I'd say the phasmids were their earlier experiments, and then they later progressed to larger creatures, before finally settling on the 7-foot-tall golem. That's why the Relic Hunter recruited Darren Young. She needed his expertise to learn what made the golem function. That's quite a story, Alex said. What part of it do you find hard to accept? Honestly? She pressed her lips together. All of it. Sam said, contact Dr. Chantal Rigozzi at the University of Miami Hospital. Let her know I sent you, and that you wanted to see the MRI results for the golem. Have a read over the science, and then give me a call if you want any further clarity. Alex drew a breath. You're serious? Yes. All right. Alex met his eyes. I'm going to look into this, and I'll get my people to find out everything they can about Liliana Diaz, a.k.a. this Relic Hunter. Good luck, Sam said, motioning toward the door, as if questioning if he was all right to leave. Alex said, In the meantime, don't kill anyone. I haven't killed anyone yet, Sam countered. All the same, she replied. It would look much better if dead bodies would stop mysteriously appearing wherever you are. I'll try my best. Don't try, she said emphatically. No more dead bodies. Sam spread his hands. I said I'd try. I'm serious. I believe you and I are on the same side, but many won't, and I'll have trouble convincing my boss if more dead bodies turn up. Okay, noted. I'll try my best. Alex stood up and watched Sam, Tom, and James leave. They were the oddest trio she'd met for some time. Sam came across as honest and altruistic to the point of fault. One of those people who still believed his word was his bond, written in stone, his integrity made of iron. He was incredibly intelligent and determined to set right the world's wrongs. He reminded her of the old knights-errant, the sort of hero of the Round Table and the Arthurian legends. She'd had much less dealings with Tom Bauer, but enough to know that he was a silent, tacit connection between the two friends. She had no doubt Tom would do anything in his power to protect Sam. Sam's father, James, was an even greater anomaly. Ordinarily, she would have said she didn't trust or like the guy. It was easy to see where Sam got his piercing intelligence and unwavering determination from. But where Sam was honest and altruistic, she couldn't help feeling as though James was willing to do anything to achieve his goals, following his own unspoken code that held little respect for the rules of law. He was rich and didn't try to conceal the fact he genuinely felt this made his life more valuable than those around him. To Alex, his greatest redeeming feature was the fact that he seemed so intensely protective of his son, that even she felt it was important to let him know that she wasn't Sam's enemy. Alex watched the Rolls-Royce Wraith head down the driveway, turn north back toward town, and disappear into the darkness. She glanced around the mansion one more time. What am I missing? She said out loud. Spencer, her forensic scientist, said, I haven't found a thread of DNA tying any of them to Dr. Langford. I'm not surprised. He arched his eyebrow. You think they're not involved in this thing? No, they're definitely involved, she said. I'm just not sure how. Alex looked around the house. The mansion was beautiful, the sort of thing celebrities and Hollywood stars rented for the week. A wry grin formed on her lips. Spencer looked at her knowingly. They had worked together for more than a decade, and he could read her easily. What? It's nothing. Yet. Really, I've seen that look before on you. There's something on your mind. You have something. What is it? Alex shook her head in wonder. It's just, how the hell does an entomologist afford a place like this? Chapter 11. It was dark by the time they left the late Dr. Langford's house. A blue Bell 407 police helicopter was parked on the lawn in front of the house, its pilot on her cell phone. The helicopter's engine had been shut down, and only its running lights were still active. The Rolls-Royce Wraith glided down the narrow road as the last traces of twilight slipped beneath the horizon. The sun had just set, and a deep darkness settled over the landscape. Sam sat in the passenger seat, feeling the cool leather beneath him as James navigated the long, winding road that followed the Snake River. Tom was in the back. The snow-capped peaks ahead reflected the faint glow of the moon, but there was little light to illuminate their path. Behind them, a pair of headlights flickered to life. James's hands gripped the wheel tighter. His gaze glanced at the rearview mirror. "Someone's following us," he muttered, a voice calm but serious. Sam turned slightly, peering over his shoulder. A pair of headlights glowed. Something about their movement caught his attention. "That's not a car," Sam said. His eyes narrowed as the headlights split into two. "What do you see?" James asked. Sam's eyes narrowed. "Motorcycles." The hum of the Wraith's engine was soon drowned out by the growing roar of motorcycles. The riders sped closer, and a sudden burst of gunfire shattered the night. The first bullet ricocheted off the rear window, spiderwebbing the glass. Several more shots fired into the rear windshield. Small cracks formed like snowflakes, but the bullet-resistant glass held. "Get down!" Sam shouted, instinctively ducking forward. Tom leaned forward, grabbing James's magnum from its holster. "You don't mind if I borrow this for a minute, sir?" "Go for it," James said, planting his foot on the accelerator, and the Wraith picked up speed. Casually, he said to Sam, "There's a keypad next to the glove box. I keep a few things in there just for such emergencies." "I remember," Sam said, as he typed the code 666 into the keypad, and the glove box opened electronically. He withdrew a second Smith & Wesson Model 500 Magnum, a 5-shot double single-action large-caliber revolver. He opened his side window and prepared to shoot when the angle suited him better. Sam picked up his cell phone, glanced at the card the detective had given him, and dialed the number. "Detective Cross speaking," came the woman's voice. "Alex," Sam said. "It's happening again." "What is?" she asked. The Wraith turned a corner, and a small line of sight opened up in Sam's vision toward the motorcyclists. He fired a single shot. His dad swerved, and the shot went wide. Sam said, "I think some more dead bodies are about to turn up." "Sam Reilly, don't you dare get yourself killed, or worse yet, kill anyone else for that matter. You may play the action hero on somebody else's turf, but not mine. And you promised no more dead bodies." Sam ducked down again as a new barrage of gunfire erupted from behind them. He swallowed hard. "Alex, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to keep that promise." "Yes, you can." "What do you suggest I do? They're shooting at us." Alex said, "I'm getting on a police helicopter now. I've got your cell's GPS signal, and I'll be there as soon as I can. Just don't kill anyone in the meantime." Sam shrugged. "All right, I'll try not to." He ended the call. Tom fired a couple quick shots, then asked, "What did she say?" "She said to hang tight and not kill anyone. She's on her way. There's a police helicopter taking off from the late Dr. Langford's estate." A light arose on the horizon. It was moving fast. A low-level helicopter raced toward them from the north. The distant thrum of rotors cut through the stillness, a low rhythmic pulse that set Sam's nerves on edge. He glanced up through the splintered windshield, catching sight of a dark silhouette emerging from the horizon just above the tree line. The aircraft skimmed the tops of the pine trees with predatory precision, a sleek military gunship, painted in matte black its rotors barely visible as they chopped through the air. The harsh angles of its fuselage screamed menace. This was no ordinary helicopter. "Here comes the cavalry," James said. "No, it isn't," Sam said. "It isn't?" Tom asked. "No, Alex's police helicopter is coming from Langford's house, which is to the south." Tom looked up at the powerful military helicopter approaching. "Then who the hell is this?" Sam said, "I have no idea." It was a Bell AH-1Z Viper, its twin rotors slicing through the sky with lethal grace. The nose, sharp and angled, held a 20-millimeter rotary cannon, while stub wings supported mounted rocket pods and missile racks. But it was the swiveling gun mounted under its belly that caught Sam's eye, a belt-fed M197 Gatling gun, capable of unleashing hell. The Wraith's engine roared as James pressed the pedal to the floor, sending the car surging forward down the narrow mountain road. The helicopter, moving faster than any vehicle had a right to, closed the distance quickly, bearing down on them like an apex predator. The Relic Hunter had sent a damned military machine after them. Suddenly, the gunship tilted forward as the M197 gun began to rotate. The unmistakable hum of its barrels spinning up filled the air. Flashes of light filled the darkness. There was no time to react, no time to think. "Incoming," James said, throwing the Wraith into a hard left, just as the sky behind them exploded in a hail of gunfire. Chapter 12. The Wraith jolted off the main road, riding hard and fast along a dirt forest trail. Sam held onto the edge of the dashboard, waiting for the rapid-fire onslaught of the 20-millimeter rounds, turning the peaceful mountain air into a war zone. With the side window open, Sam tried to shoot back with the Magnum handgun. He never thought he'd live to see the day when he felt the weapon was woefully inadequate for the situation. James gripped the leather-clad steering wheel of the Wraith, knuckles white, as he pushed the powerful car to its limits. The tires kicked up clouds of dust and gravel as the sleek, dark vehicle tore through the narrow dirt trail, weaving between towering pines that blurred past in a wall of green. The dense forest closed in around them, branches whipping against the roof and the windows like claws trying to tear at them. Above, the relentless hum of the gunship's rotors reverberated through the woods, growing louder as it swooped in closer, its shadow passing over the trail like a bird of prey hunting its quarry. James clenched his jaw, eyes sharp as he navigated the treacherous path with practiced precision. Every twist, every dip in the trail seemed like it could throw them into the trees, but he kept the Wraith steady, gliding the car with controlled aggression. The suspension groaned under the strain of the uneven terrain, but the car powered forward, its engine roaring defiantly against the relentless pursuit overhead. Behind them, the riders continued to close the gap. "They're circling around for another run at us," Tom shouted from the passenger seat, craning his neck to glimpse the gunship through the canopy of pine needles. Sam said, "I don't get it. Why aren't we dead?" "I've been asking that same question for years," Tom said cheerfully, as though this was just another day in the office. "I'm serious," Sam said. "That gunship should have shredded us to pieces on its first flyover." "They're not shooting live rounds," James said, almost unperturbed. Sam asked, "What?" James shrugged, still driving hard. "Son, if that gunship wanted us dead, we'd be dead already, and no amount of bullet-resistant glass was going to protect us." Sam pressed his lips together, remembering the repeated flashes from the Viper's belt-fed M197 Gatling gun. "So what's it doing?" "If I had to guess, that's one of ours." James squinted his eyes, trying to picture their nearest Air Force bases. "Probably out on a training mission using dummy ammo flying out of Hill Air Force Base in Utah, or possibly Mountain Home Air Force Base in Idaho." Sam said, "No way." "There's also F.E. Warren Air Force Base in Cheney," Tom suggested, "although it would be reaching the limit of their fuel capacity." Sam said, "All the same, why is one of our own gunships shooting at us?" James said, "Isn't it obvious?" "No," Sam replied, taking another shot at the lethal helicopter. "Why?" James drew a breath. "If I had to guess, I'd say the Relic Hunter has contacts in the U.S. Air Force." Chapter 13. The Wraith fishtailed slightly as James made a sharp turn. Sam felt the sudden jolt to the side, his seat belt straining to keep him inside the open window, as the Rolls-Royce narrowly missed a massive pine tree. The forest was a blur. He glanced at his dad, whose hands were steady at play on the wheel, his instincts taking over as the car slid through the dirt, wheels skidding for traction before finding their grip and surging forward again. James grinned. "Hold on, this might get a little bumpy." The man looked like a kid on a roller coaster ride, just happy to go for a ride. Tom grinned as he glanced at James, then back at Sam. "Well, Sam, I guess we know where you got your cheerful and sunny disposition." "Indeed," Sam said, reloading the 5 individual .5 caliber Magnum rounds into the revolver. Up ahead, the dirt road split, and James took the forestry trail on the right, taking his foot off the accelerator for a split second as the car coasted around another bend, narrowly avoiding the cliff. The engine roared as James floored the accelerator and continued the trail's climb up the mountain, the car surging ahead once more, dirt and pine needles spraying out from behind the tires like a plume of smoke. Sam said, "If they're not shooting live ammo at us, what are they trying to do?" James grinned. "Isn't it obvious?" "Still, no." "If I had to guess, again," James said, "I'd say they're trying to get us off the main highway away from Jackson Hole." Tom leaned out the side of the car, enough to take another shot at one of the riders behind them. "So that those riders can kill us away from prying eyes?" Sam nodded. "Of course. The gunship's trying to get us off the road." "That would be my guess," James reiterated. "So why not simply shoot live rounds and finish the game in seconds?" Sam persisted. "I mean, what are they doing? Playing with us like a cat with a mouse?" "I think they might have actually been on a training exercise and aren't loaded with live ammunition. Besides, if it's a single rogue pilot and crew, they probably don't want to leave evidence they attacked a civilian vehicle." "Makes sense," Sam said, trying to aim the Magnum at the gunship's gearbox. He squeezed off another 2 rounds. The shots either missed completely or were ineffective on the aircraft's armor-plated gearbox. His dad glanced at him. "Forget the Magnum. Things have gone well and beyond that now." Sam was already aiming again, ready to fire, when the angle worked better during the next corner. "Really?" "Yeah. There's a PlayStation controller and a VR headset." James' lips formed a grim line. "I think this may warrant it." Sam looked at the devices. "What do I do with them?" His dad shrugged. "What? You've never played a VR video game?" "Once or twice," Sam frowned. "I can't say I have much experience with it." "It's pretty straightforward. Press that red button at the back of the glove box, and you should be good to go." "Really?" "Sure. Go ahead. Press that red button." James's tone was matter-of-fact and also a little reverent. "I think that's more what we need right now." Sam looked at the game controller. James said, "A is shoot. The guide stick guides the direction. That's about it." Sam put the VR headset on. "Whoa," he said, as he was transported into the virtual reality world. "There you go, son," he heard his dad's voice cheerfully add. "I forgot how much fun we always have when we hang out together." Chapter 14. A quiet hum filled the cabin as the secret weapon deployed. It rose from the trunk of the Wraith, a small turret-like structure no bigger than a backpack unfolding, its sleek design reminiscent of the Navy's Phalanx CIWS. The miniaturized R2-D2-shaped turret came to life, rotating its barrel toward the incoming threat. It was armed with a single Dillon Aero M134D minigun. The M134 minigun was a beast of American engineering, small but deceptively powerful. It fired 7.62 by 51 millimeter NATO rounds from 6 rotating barrels, unleashing a deadly storm of lead at an almost incomprehensible rate, anywhere from 2,000 to 6,000 rounds per minute. Designed for close-quarter devastation, it was equipped with a Gatling-style barrel assembly, driven not by the recoil of each shot, but by an external power source, usually an electric motor that spun the barrels with mechanical precision. It was called the minigun for one reason only, because it was smaller than its bigger brother, the 20mm M61 Vulcan, another rotary barrel design from General Electric. But despite its modest name, there was nothing mini about what this weapon could do. Unlike larger autocannons that fired heavy shells, the M134 used rifle ammunition, making it a versatile, man-portable weapon of choice for those needing to saturate a battlefield with suppressive fire in the blink of an eye. Sam didn't need further instructions. Through his VR headset, he had the directional view of the crosshairs of the Dillon Aero M134D minigun. He made quick, simple adjustments of the R2-D2, adjusting the minigun. The VR headset was unreal. Sam felt like he'd formed a symbiosis with the heavy weapon. He quickly adjusted the angle upward. The world outside vanished, replaced by the sharp, detailed view of the Bell AH-1Z Viper hovering menacingly above. Through the turret's camera, he could see the sleek, angular lines of the gunship, its twin rotors slicing through the air with mechanical precision. The Viper's gunmetal gray fuselage seemed to pulse with power, bristling with armaments. Sam's gaze locked onto the minigun mounted on its side, rotating with a deadly purpose. Dummy rounds or not, Sam had had enough. He pressed the letter A on the PlayStation controller. Sam's hands gripped the controls, eyes locked onto the VR headset display as the M134 minigun spun to life, barrels whirring with a ferocious hum. Through the digital scope, he zeroed in on the Viper overhead, its sleek frame ominous against the sky. The weapon responded instantly to his commands, sending a relentless stream of 7.62 millimeter rounds toward the helicopter. In the display, Sam watched as the rounds connected, striking the undercarriage with a burst of sparks. Each hit lit up the sensitive area near the gearbox. The pilot, stunned by the suddenly ferocious attack, banked hard, tilting sharply away from the line of fire. Sam followed its rapid retreat in the VR display, the gunship disappearing over the treetops in a steep dive, vanishing into the valley below. Sam figured whatever the Relic Hunter had told the pilot, it didn't include the possibility of his U.S. Air Force gunship getting shot at by an R2-D2 mounted M134 minigun. The turret whirred, locking onto the nearest bike. A rapid burst of sound filled the air as the minigun unleashed rounds, each one a blur as they tore through the space between the Wraith and the attackers. The ground in front of the first rider began kicking up. The first bike wobbled, the rider swerving violently and pulled away. His weapon clattered to the ground, and within seconds he lost control, skidding off the road and crashing into the rocky embankment. "Nice shot, Sam!" Tom shouted from the back seat, ducking as another bullet ricocheted off the roof. Sam aimed at the second rider. He shot just in front of him. The rider swerved and slowed and seemed to disappear into the embankment. Sam watched for a minute and then removed his VR headset. He exchanged a quick glance with his dad. "Nice kit. Also, I can now see why you're so relaxed with the whole open carry thing. If they don't ask about your permanent residency in Wyoming, or about the weapons you're not open carrying, they're definitely not going to ask about the one-of-a-kind military-grade hardware in the trunk of your car." His dad laughed, easing his foot off the gas. "See, Sam, now you're learning." James kept his eyes on the road, the wraith handling the turns like a panther in the night, but the road began to climb steeply. Snow appeared on the sides, a dusting at first, then thickening as they climbed higher into the mountains. The temperature dropped, and patches of ice glistened on the road ahead. Sam glanced at the GPS and maps on his phone. "There's a road up ahead that will take you back to the main highway that runs beside Snake River." "Okay, let me know when you see it," Sam said. "Will do." A moment later, a series of shots raked the back of the wraith. Tom turned around sharply. "The riders are back." "Oh, Sam," James admonished. "Are you telling me even with an intuitive M134 minigun, you can't hit two motorcycle riders?" Sam shrugged. "Sorry. Detective Cross was adamant I wasn't to hurt anyone before she gets here." "Sam, put those VR headsets back on and finish the damn job." James looked at him, his ocean blue eyes seemingly cool in the darkness. "Besides, she never told me anything about not killing anyone." Sam said, "Just keep going. There's an open space up ahead. The police helicopter will be able to land there, and I'm happy to let Alex deal with it." "Really?" James asked. "What can she do that you can't?" "Hopefully she can arrest one of these riders and exonerate me from any more of this trouble about Darren Young's aircraft crash." "Hey, that's a great idea," James said, his tone suddenly bright and excited. "What?" Sam asked, looking worried. "Now you want the police to get involved?" James grinned. "Who said anything about the police getting involved?" Sam opened his mouth to ask what the hell his dad meant, but no words came out. Instead, in a split second, as they came around a tight corner, James pressed his foot hard on the brake. The wraith's tires lost their grip on the icy road, and the car skidded violently across the ice. Sam braced himself as the entire vehicle slid sideways. For a moment, it felt like they were spinning out of control. He glanced at his dad, who wore a sardonic grin, as he confidently worked the controls of the wraith in such a way to impress even a seasoned rally car driver. One of the motorcycles swerved to avoid them, barely making it past the wraith, but the other rider wasn't as lucky. He lost control, his tires skidding across the ice. Sam saw it all unfold in an instant. The rider's desperate attempt to regain balance, his front wheel clipping the wraith's hood with a loud crunch before flying over the handlebars along the ice. Sam's gaze snapped around as he followed the skidding rider and landed in a shallow thermal pool beside the trail. Steam billowed from the pool as the rider hit the water with a loud splash, his motorcycle sinking into the riverbank mud. Sam grabbed the Magnum and opened the door. Beside him, his father was already out of the car, running full speed toward the rider. Chapter 15. Sam grabbed the Magnum and stepped out of the car. His dad was sprinting toward the thermal pool with a grim, determined expression. Sam followed, his Smith & Wesson handgun out, targeting where the rider slid into the thermal pool. Behind him, Tom was out of the car, searching for signs of the second rider, the one that appeared to make it through James's crazy stunt without getting hit, and kept riding off into the distance. Steam rose in thick, swirling tendrils from the surface of the thermal pool, the warm water meeting the frigid air with a soft hiss. Snowflakes fell from the night sky, disappearing in a sizzle as they touched the water, their brief existence vanishing in wisps of mist. The rider surfaced almost immediately, his full leather gear drenched, the Kevlar helmet still in place, visor shut. He was short and not able to stand up in the water. With his waterlogged heavy riding gear, he was having trouble staying afloat. Sam slowed his pace, his eyes focused on the rider, his handgun trained on his attacker. Sam saw the man struggle in the water, pawing frantically at his helmet, trying to open the visor that was now filled with water. His fingers were struggling to unclasp the latch that kept the visor firmly shut. The rider's movements became desperate, his hands shaking, as he finally managed to crack the visor open. James kept running, diving into the warm water and swimming out to the man. The rider took a single gasping breath, just enough time to inhale a lungful of air, before James was on him. James punched him hard in the nose. Sam heard the crunch of bone and cartilage. The rider reeled from the impact, his head jerking back in pain and confusion. Blood immediately began to run from the man's broken nose. The rider reached up, instinctively trying to protect himself, but James didn't give him time. With a swift, brutal motion, he shoved the man's head back under the water, slamming the visor shut and latching it firmly. "Dad, stop!" Sam shouted, his weapon still trained on the rider, the scene unfolding faster than he could process. His dad was taller than the rider and able to plant both feet on the ground, giving him the mechanical advantage the rider lost by floating. James yanked the motorcyclist out of the water, positioning himself behind the rider, one arm locked around his neck, the other gripping the base of the helmet. The man flailed, his terror-filled eyes visible through the foggy, water-filled visor, his breath trapped inside the helmet. The surface of the thermal pool formed a perfect seal around the base of the helmet, keeping the water inside. It was like one of the science experiments on surface tension, where someone used an overturned cup in a bath, and the water didn't come out until the bottom of the cup came out of the water, breaking the surface tension. Only right now, the rider's Kevlar helmet was keeping the water in. The rider's eyes bulged in panic, his chest heaving as he fought against the suffocating confinement. James held him steady, the rider's body rigid with fear, his strength waning under the suffocating grip of the helmet. Sam's pulse raced, the sight of the man's face, contorted with agony, burning into his mind. He knew what James was doing. He was drowning him, not by plunging him underwater, but by trapping the very water inside the helmet, turning it into a deadly claustrophobic prison. "Don't kill him!" Sam bellowed. "We need him alive if we're going to get anything." James didn't flinch. His grip tightened, his knuckles white as he held the rider in place, the man's muffled gasps barely audible through the waterlogged helmet. Sam shouted, "Dad, if you kill him, I'm never going to be exonerated from Darren Young's death." James grunted, pulling the rider higher out of the water, and pulled the helmet's visor open. Water emptied. The man coughed and drew a couple deep breaths. He looked barely conscious, and Sam was worried his father had taken too long. James said, "Who sent you?" The man looked at him. "I'll tell you." "Good," James said, keeping a firm grasp of the man's neck. He held all the control and could drag him under the water again any time he chose. The man took another few short, quick breaths. James said, "Well, you want to tell me who sent you?" The man opened his mouth. A split second later, a bullet ripped through the open visor, bouncing around the enclosed Kevlar helmet, turning his brain to mush, killing him instantly. Chapter 16. Alex Cross glanced out the police helicopter's window. She watched the crash unfold. The rider clipped the Wraith's hood, and went sliding into the nearby thermal pool. "Circle back," Alex said to the pilot. "I need you to put me on the ground." The Bell 407 police helicopter banked sharply. "There's nowhere to land," the pilot said. "There's a field about 2 miles up ahead. You want me to put you down there?" "No, it's too far away." "Well, I can't put you down here." "How close can you get me?" "About 15 feet off it." Alex glanced out the window. A large pile of snow had naturally built up on the side of the trail, where a natural wedge had formed between 2 trees. "See that pile of snow there?" Alex asked. "Yeah, I see it," the pilot responded. "Get me as close as you can." "Oh, no," the pilot said. "You're not seriously thinking of jumping?" "Just see what you can do." The pilot nodded, bringing the helicopter into a tight, hovering circle above the trail. Alex felt the machine shudder in the turbulence, the icy wind whipping through the open side door. Her grip tightened on the handle above her head as the helicopter dipped lower. The snowbank grew larger, just 10 feet below her now. 10 feet, she said. "I jumped 10 feet into snow." "I wouldn't go down there on your own," Spencer said. "That's 3 against 1. Let's land and do this properly." Alex said, "It's all right. I trust these guys." "With your life?" Spencer said. "Is that wise? All we seem to keep seeing is dead bodies piling up around Sam Reilly." "We're about to soon find out," she said. "All right." Spencer brought out his Remington 700 police sniper rifle. "Any problems, I'm going to take Sam Reilly out." Alex said, "Got it." The pilot said, "I'm going to bring it as close as I can without touching those trees." The helicopter descended another few feet, the rotors kicking up a blinding flurry of snow. Alex gritted her teeth, unhooked her harness, and glanced at the pilot. His expression was unreadable beneath his visor, but she caught the briefest nod. 10 feet. She gritted her teeth and jumped. The world dropped away from her in a rush, the cold air biting at her exposed skin. She braced herself, knees bent, just as her boots hit the snowbank. The impact jarred her, and she sank nearly to her waist in the powdery snow. She grunted as she fought to find her balance, grabbing onto one of the fallen trees to pull herself up. The helicopter hovered for a few more seconds, the pilot giving her a thumbs up before circling around where Spencer could line up his sniper rifle. Alex took a deep breath, her heart still pounding from the jump. She brushed the snow from her jacket, looking around. The trail ahead was barely visible, winding through the thick, snow-laden trees. She ran toward the thermal pool. Taking in the scene ahead, she could see James Reilly nearly drowning the rider and his son, Sam Reilly, with a handgun pointed at the motorcyclists. Alex was about to shout, "Don't shoot." Then her world erupted in a single, loud shot. Her eyes snapped toward the rider, and she realized he had been shot dead, executed. She turned to Sam Reilly, who looked like he'd taken the shot. "Put the gun down, Sam," Alex said. "It's over." She watched Sam Reilly slowly lower his weapon, dropping it in the snow in front of him, before lifting his hands over his head. He looked at her and spoke calmly. "I didn't shoot him." Alex moved in and quickly handcuffed him, with his hands behind his back. "Sam Reilly, you're under arrest." Chapter 17. Alex looked around. She'd suddenly found herself in trouble that was well above her head. She'd gambled on the assumption that Sam Reilly was one of the good guys. Now she was in a position of 3 against 1. Her eyes glanced at Sam's father, who was swimming toward the edge of the thermal pool, and Tom Bauer, Sam's giant of a friend, who held out a Smith & Wesson 500 Magnum, identical to the one Sam was carrying, only Tom was now aiming it into the distance. Tom said, "That shot must have come from the other rider." Alex's eyes snapped toward the fork in the road up ahead. There was no sign of the rider, but it was possible he'd taken the shot. "I've got my sights on the big guy, Alex," came Spencer's voice over the radio. Alex said, "Keep it there, but see if you can see any signs of the second rider." "Okay, I'll let you know," Spencer said. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm okay." In the distance, she could hear police sirens wailing. The cavalry was on its way. She just had to sit tight. "It's okay, I'm unarmed." James spread his arms in supplication. Her eyes landed on the holster on his hip. The gun was missing. "Where's your gun?" James's eyes gently gestured toward Tom. "He has it. While my son was refusing to shoot anyone based on your good instructions, Tom had to go trying to shoot their tires and stop them trying to kill us." "All right," Alex said. "No sudden movements. Stand up over there with your hands on your head." James looked unimpressed, but appeared smart enough not to challenge her. Just to reinforce that position, she said, "There's an officer with a Remington 700 sniper rifle trained on your big friend over there. Any sudden movements, and he has orders to take him down. No questions. We're all just going to wait for my backup." James said, "Okay." To Sam, she said, "I thought I told you not to kill anyone." Sam exhaled slowly, his warm breath crystallizing against icy air. "I thought I told you I didn't shoot the rider." "Yeah, well, the truth will come out once my backup arrives." "Indeed." Sam smiled at her, and she wondered how many women had fallen for that smile over the years. "Will you offer me an apology when it does?" "If it turns out you're telling the truth, I'll offer you an apology." Sam gave a bemused smile. "Accept it." "Even if you're telling the truth, I still need to know why dead bodies keep piling up around you." James shook his head in an apologetic and paternal way. "I can't tell you why. We tried our best with our boy, but for some reason, trouble seems to follow Sam. It's not me he takes after. I, for one, can go years without anyone trying to kill me." "Mr. Reilly," Alex said, her gaze penetrating and intense, "best you keep out of this." "Okay, Dad, that's enough." "It's all right, son. I'll bail you out again, 2 times in a day. That's got to be some sort of family record." Alex frowned. "I'm serious. I'm going to have to take Sam into the station." "What for?" Sam asked. "It can't be a coincidence. 2 people are dead, and now you just killed someone else." "No, I didn't," Sam said. "I keep telling you I didn't take that shot." "He looks pretty dead to me." "I didn't do it." Her eyes turned to James. James shook his head. "Don't look at me. I wanted to drown him." Alex said, "When I turned up, you were drowning the rider in his own helmet." James turned his palms outward. "Sure, that much I did do." "But," Alex said. Sam gestured toward his would-be assassin. "Does that look like a drowning injury to you?" Alex glanced at the helmet, her eyes landing on the mush inside the Kevlar helmet. Someone had shot him through the open visor, and the bullet had ricocheted nicely inside, rearranging the man's brain. A moment later, the cavalry arrived, and Tom and James both found themselves in handcuffs. Alex knelt in the snow, her breath rising in small clouds of condensation. The cold bit at her fingertips through the nitrile gloves she put on to protect the evidence. She scanned the white, undisturbed surface of the ground until her eyes landed on the weapon, the Smith & Wesson 500 that Sam was aiming at the now-dead rider. The heavy revolver lay half buried in the snow, its metallic body catching the pale winter light. Reaching down, Alex felt the chill of the steel seep through her gloves as she lifted it from the snow, brushing off the ice crystals that clung to its barrel. Her fingers moved with practiced ease as she checked the weapon, her hands steady despite the cold. She thumbed the release and swung the cylinder open, her dark eyes narrowing as she studied the chambers. Not a single shot had been fired. She exhaled slowly, the sight confirming what she suspected. Whatever had happened here, Sam hadn't pulled the trigger. The revolver, heavy and silent in her grip, remained a looming question mark, one more piece of the puzzle that didn't quite fit. Alex met Sam's eyes. "If you didn't kill him, you want to tell me who you think did?" "I have no idea," Sam admitted. "My guess, it was the other rider, who wasn't all too keen on this one telling my dad who sent him." Tom's weapon was taken for forensic testing, but it too had a full 5 rounds in the chamber. "Okay, it's unlikely any of you did this, but I can't rule out a second weapon. We'll have to wait until the morning once forensics have cleared all this snow." She glanced at all 3 of them and said, "Unless one of you have another way of proving your innocence." James said, "Well, I have a dash cam mounted on the front of the Wraith. It might show you exactly what happened." Chapter 18. Alex watched the video footage from the dash cam. It started early, where she got to take in the senior Reilly's incredible driving skills. She quickly tired of him gloating about his prowess in that department, and fast-forwarded until it reached the recording of the crash. She paused it, and then let it play in slow motion. The Wraith turned sharply and slid a full 180 degrees before turning back around again to face the thermal pool. At the same time, the first rider narrowly missed the Wraith's hood, racing away over the hill and disappearing out of the sight of the dash cam, while the second rider was less fortunate. He clipped the edge of the Wraith's hood and then slid into the thermal pool. A moment later, James Reilly was out of the vehicle, running at the sort of speeds that would have impressed her of a man half his age, before diving into the water. She watched the near-drowning rider fumble with the clasp for his visor before finally opening it. The water gushed out, and a fraction of a second later, James Reilly punched the man directly in the nose. Blood seemed to pour out of the man's nostrils before James shut the visor, reclasping it, and then shoved the rider's head under the water. Then brought his head above water, only to keep the visor down and the man drowning in plain sight. His eyes opened in abject terror. He was drowning the poor bastard sitting upright. Alex frowned, her eyes glancing at the 70-year-old CEO. When it was finished, the dash cam revealed that neither Sam, James, or Tom had killed the rider. Other than the direction of the fatal shot, it didn't reveal who had made it. She shook her head. None of them had killed anyone. Even so, she couldn't help but ask herself, who are these people? Chapter 19. "It's time for a new plan," Sam said without preamble. "What was wrong with the old one?" Elise asked over the cell phone. "The entomologist didn't work out for you?" "No, not really." "What was wrong with Dr. Theo Langford?" "He's dead." "I can see how that might make it harder to get information out of him. Why did you kill him?" Sam frowned. "Why does everyone keep asking me that?" "You didn't kill him?" "No. He was dead when we got there. 2 bullets to the back of the head, classic execution style. Although one day someone's going to have to tell me how someone shoots someone dead in a non-execution style." "All right, what's the new plan?" "Find me another entomologist," Sam said. "Preferably one who's not dead." "In Jackson Hole?" Elise asked. "No. We'd only get them killed. Find me a specialist from somewhere completely different. Someone I can contact without anyone knowing about it. Someone I can use for reference without getting anyone killed. All right, let me see what I can do. Thanks, Sam asked. Where are you now, anyway? The Tequila's about to pull into the port of Bilbao, Spain. Nice. Hope you get some time to enjoy it there. That depends. On what? On whether this entomologist gets killed and you want me to find another one. Hopefully not. 2 minutes later, Elise said, I've got her. Who? Sam asked. The perfect entomologist for you. Sam's tone turned serious. Are you sure the Relic Hunter isn't going to go after her? Yeah, I think she's perfectly suited not to be followed. Great, Sam said. Where do I find her? Her name's Lisa Clements, and she's currently living at the San Diego harbor, but you will have to hurry. Sam frowned. Why? Elise said, because she's about to solo sail around the world. Chapter 20. Port of Bilbao, Spain. Amira sat on the edge of the harbor, looking back. Next to her, Caliburn nuzzled her affectionately. Sunlight glinted off the surface of the Nervion River, and the industrial skyline was softened by a haze of warmth, making the cranes and shipyards shimmer in the distance. Towering above them, the Cantabrian Mountains created a striking backdrop, their verdant slopes rolling down to meet the coastline. The port itself was a blend of old and new, with historic warehouses standing alongside modern shipyards. Cargo ships, fishing boats, and luxury yachts all shared the same waters, creating a lively mix of movement and sound. The scent of salt water mixed with diesel fuel lingered in the air, the familiar hum of machinery drowning out the distant call of seagulls. Amira took a breath, absorbing the sights and sounds around her. She glanced back toward the marina, where the sun glared brightly against the windows of the port offices. Amira was happy to be off the Tequila and on dry land for a change. The warmth touched her skin, and a light breeze carried the scent of salt water and wildflowers up from the harbor below. She wore a flowing summer dress, a soft shade of sky blue, the fabric fluttering gently around her legs as she shifted to find a comfortable spot. The dress was simple but elegant, hugging her slender frame and contrasting with her golden brown skin. She couldn't remember the last time she wore a dress. Caliburn rested contentedly in her lap, his head nestled against her stomach. His golden fur, slightly damp from the morning's dew, shined in the sun. Amira ran her fingers absent-mindedly through his soft coat, enjoying his company. He closed his eyes, basking in the moment. Caliburn shifted slightly, letting out a satisfied sigh, his tail gently thumping against her leg in rhythm to the distant sounds of the port. Below them, the Tequila was being pulled from the water, its massive hull rising slowly, glistening in the afternoon light. From this vantage point, the yacht looked even more impressive, its sleek lines and dark gunmetal gray surface a stark contrast to the blue-green sea from which it had just emerged. Amira watched with a faint smile on her lips, her usual intensity softened by the moment. The hillside was quiet, save for the occasional chirp of birds and the distant hum of the harbor below. Amira felt a rare sense of peace, something she had forgotten how to appreciate. She tilted her head back, letting the sun kiss her face, her wild dark curls catching the light and framing her striking features. Bayran had said it would take up to a week to repair and service the engines. Amira glanced at the golden retriever. "What do you say, Caliburn? Should we check out the sights?" Caliburn gave a single affirmative bark. Amira found a row of white taxis. She opened the door of an older Skoda Octavia and asked in Spanish, Is my dog allowed? The driver nodded. Yes, back seat. Muchas gracias. Thanks very much. Amira got in, followed by Caliburn. Born in southern France, Amira had spent time in the Pyrenees Mountains, bordering Spain. Subsequently, she was far from fluent in Spanish, yet could speak enough to carry on a basic discussion. The driver asked, Where to? Amira said, Where would you suggest I take my dog for a pleasant walk? The driver smiled. How much time have you got? All day. Excelente. Then I would advise that you and your dog must visit Gostelugache. Chapter 21. Gostelugache, Spain. Amira walked along the winding path leading out to Gostelugache. The ancient stone causeway, with its 241 uneven steps, wound its way up the steep crag toward the chapel at the summit, where the sea and sky met in a glorious dance of blues and grays. Perched high atop a rocky island off the coast of the Basque country, the chapel of San Juan de Gostulagache had stood for centuries as a sentinel against time, its walls steeped in the legends of battles, storms, and pilgrims who sought solace here. Amira gazed out toward Gostelugache, the small rugged island rising dramatically from the sea, connected to the mainland by a narrow stone bridge that seemed to defy the relentless waves crashing against it. The steep winding staircase snaked up the side of the rock, leading to the solitary chapel perched at its summit, a weathered beacon standing against the sky's shifting shades of gray. The cliffs around it were jagged and raw, shaped by centuries of wind and water, while the ocean below churned with an untamed energy, its deep blue waters reflecting the island's wild beauty. From this vantage, Gostelugache felt like a sacred place, where legends whispered on the wind with the weight of history. The sky was overcast, a thin mist clinging to the ocean surface, while waves crashed against the cliffs below. The wind carried the salty tang of the Atlantic, brushing Amira's face as she moved steadily forward. Caliburn trotted ahead, his golden fur rippling like liquid sunshine, his nose constantly twitching as he took in a myriad of new scents. Amira smiled faintly as she watched him. The landscape around them was rugged and untamed. The cliffs that rose out of the sea were dark and jagged, worn by centuries of waves. To her right, the coastline stretched endlessly, with deep green hills rolling down to meet the blue-gray waters. Reaching the chapel, Amira paused to catch her breath, casting a glance over her shoulder at the path they'd conquered. The view was breathtaking. Below, the sea churned against the rocks, its rhythm steady and eternal, like the pulse of the earth itself. She found a smooth stone near the edge of the cliff and sat down, giving Caliburn time to play and experience all the new smells. "Off you go, Caliburn," she said. "Enjoy." With a woof of acknowledgment, he bounded off immediately, his obvious joy infectious. Nearby, another golden retriever, almost identical in size and build, caught his attention. Amira chuckled as she watched the two dogs approach each other cautiously at first, their tails wagging with tentative curiosity. Within seconds, they were chasing one another in wide circles. Their movements almost seemed synchronized, kicking up sand and grass as they barked and frolicked. Amira leaned back against the stone and let the ocean's steady hum lull her into a rare moment of calm. She chatted briefly to the other dog's owner, a local Spanish man in his mid-50s, but her basic Spanish limited their ability to communicate. It was mostly reduced to gestures that the two dogs seemed to be having a great time together, before the gentleman politely unlocked his e-reader and sat down under a tree to read. Amira sat back and watched Caliburn. He was playing with the other dog like a puppy, though she knew he wasn't quite young anymore. Every now and then, Caliburn would pause, his head tilted, his tail wagging slower as if waiting for the other dog to make the next move. The other retriever, a female with a lighter coat, would nudge him, and he'd leap back into action with renewed energy, his playful body language almost coy. "Really, Caliburn?" Amira muttered under her breath, amused by the sight. He had this way of charming anyone, human or otherwise. She often joked that he could win over even the coldest of hearts with just a tilt of his head and those warm golden brown eyes. And now, watching him with this other dog, it was as though he had found a kindred spirit, someone who matched his boundless energy and easy-going nature. The wind tugged at her hair, pulling a few dark curls loose from the messy bun she had tied earlier. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting herself drift with the sound of the ocean and the distant, playful barks of the two dogs. It had been too long since she had allowed herself this kind of peace, too long since she'd felt so far removed from the dangers and uncertainties that usually clouded her thoughts. Here at the edge of the world, it was just her, the ocean, and Caliburn, living a moment of simple joy. When she opened her eyes again, Caliburn and his new friend had come to a rest, lying side by side in the grass, panting happily. Amira smiled to herself, feeling a small warmth blossom in her chest. It was rare these days to feel content, truly content. But watching Caliburn play, listening to the waves crashing against the ancient stones of Gastelugache, she allowed herself to believe, if only for a short while, that perhaps peace wasn't so elusive after all. That made her think of Sam. He'd told her on the phone yesterday to be sure to visit Gastelugache while waiting for Veyran to finish the overhaul. The female dog got up to leave. Caliburn barked playfully. The other dog responded in kind as she left. Amira laughed. She had gotten so used to the dog being almost serious, like a human adult. It surprised her to see her friend playing like a puppy. If she didn't know better, she'd say it was almost as though Caliburn was flirting. Her eyes landed on the golden retriever's joy-filled eyes. Then again, maybe Caliburn was flirting. Amira grinned. "Why, Caliburn, I do believe you may be in love." Chapter 22. San Diego Bay, USA. Sam stared at the name etched into the wood on the side of the boat. Lepidoptera. "Butterfly," Sam said, translating its Latin name into English. "A good name for a yacht, especially one owned by an entomologist." "It's actually a class of winged insects, which include butterflies and moths. Although for some reason people never seem to be as excited about the moths," a woman climbing out onto the deck corrected him. She looked fit and lithe in bare feet, with loose-fitting jeans and an ecru French linen top. Her intelligent blue eyes casually took them both in at a glance. "You must be Sam Reilly." "Yes, ma'am," Sam said. Then, gesturing toward Tom, said, "This is Tom Bauer." "Nice to meet you both," she said affably. "You want to come inside and talk? The kettle has just boiled." "Sure," Sam said. "Thanks again for seeing us, Mrs. Clements." "Just Ms. Clements," she replied, "and you can call me Lisa." "Thank you, Lisa." Sam stepped up from the finger of the jetty and lightly onto the wooden deck of the 1963 Kettenberg 50 sloop. It was in immaculate condition. The smooth teak planks gleamed in the late afternoon sun, recently varnished and polished to perfection. Lisa had taken pride in maintaining it. Wooden boats, Sam knew, were a labor of love, with their wooden hulls and decks requiring constant work. Every line was neatly coiled, and the brass fixtures gleamed as though freshly buffed. Even the rigging, taut and well secured, suggested that the sloop was more than just a relic from another era. It was a cherished, living part of the sea. Tom followed closely behind, running a hand along the mahogany rail. "This yacht's beautiful," he said, admiration evident in his voice. "Thanks," she said, with equal love in her voice. "I've spent the last 2 years refitting her for extensive solo sailing." Sam took a good look at the yacht. "You've done a good job of it." "Thank you." The sloop's graceful lines spoke of a time when craftsmanship mattered, when boats were built as much for beauty as for speed. The long, sweeping overhang of the stern gave it a classic, elegant silhouette, while the tall mast, polished and free of blemish, stood proud against the clear sky. Resting beside the cabin was a stand-up paddleboard, still wet from a recent paddle. A gentle breeze tugged at the large American flag flying from the stern, its edges rippling with the wind as if it, too, reveled in the sloop's timeless grace. Above the stern, the boat's name, Lepidoptera, was etched in flowing script, the paint so fresh it seemed to shimmer in the fading sun. "You know what you're doing," Sam said, upon better inspection. "And you're about to embark on a solo navigation of the globe?" "Yeah, it's been a dream of mine. I finally have the time to make it happen." A golden retriever barked happily, wagging its tail and racing up from the cabin below to greet them. Lisa said, "Meet Angus. Beware of his tail. He's likely to whip you constantly." "Hello, Angus." The outer edge of Sam's lips turning up into a warm smile as he affectionately patted the dog's mane. "I have a dog very much like you. His name is Caliburn, and he's pretty smart. I'll bet you're pretty smart, too." Angus nuzzled into the pat, suggesting he didn't care one iota about doggy smarts, but he was stoked to have the attention of a stranger. Sam followed Lisa down into the cozy cabin of the 1963 sloop, ducking slightly as he moved below deck. Neil Diamond was playing on the ship's speakers, and she gently turned the volume down as Sweet Caroline began to play. The interior was a seamless blend of polished teak and rich mahogany, worn with time but lovingly maintained. The warm wood glowed softly in the dim light that filtered in from the portholes, giving the space an inviting, almost nostalgic feel. Sam and Tom took a seat on a long upholstered couch that ran the length of the cabin. Its cushions were covered in thick navy blue fabric, stitched with white piping for durability. Sam lifted a Kindle that was resting on one of the cushions and placed it on the table. The Armor of Light, a recent Ken Follett novel, was on the digital cover. Sam decided she had pretty good taste in books. The crochet blanket draped over the couch was a delicate masterpiece, its soft cream yarn woven into surprisingly intricate designs. Sam studied the detailed patterns, tiny dragonflies, butterflies, and beetles stitched seamlessly into the fabric. The insects were crafted with precision, their wings spread wide, their bodies adorned with subtle textures, giving them a lifelike quality despite their simplicity. The geometric shapes surrounding them flowed organically, like the natural curves of vines or branches. It reminded him of something his grandmother might have made. He asked, "Who does the crochet?" "That's an old project of mine." Her brow furrowed in thought. "I think I did that one to pass the time as I sailed across the Atlantic about 3 years ago." Sam said, "It's extraordinary." "Thank you. I do a bit of quilting, too, but the fit-out of the Lepidoptera has taken its toll on my free time, so I'm having a little break." Lisa smiled. "I'm surprised you know the difference between crocheting and knitting. My grandmother taught me both as a child." She eyed him incredulously. "You're kidding." "I'm not. I did some quilting with her, too." Now Lisa laughed, unsure of what to make of that. A single unframed photo was blue-tacked to the teak wall of the hull beside the galley. Sam studied the photograph, his gaze lingering on the two teenagers, a girl older with her arm draped protectively over a younger boy's shoulders. They stood with two adult golden retrievers at their feet, the dog's eyes loyally gleaming, while a golden retriever puppy tumbled playfully between them. In the backdrop was the rugged landscape of Big Bend National Park. The Chisos Mountains towered, while jagged cliffs rose against the vast open sky. Lisa caught Sam's looking at the photograph and said, "My children, when they were much younger." "Good-looking kids," Sam replied dutifully. "They are, but then I may be biased. They're all grown up now. Both live in Texas." Her eyes clouded briefly in memory. "Of the 3 golden retrievers, only Angus, the puppy, is still with us." "I'm so sorry." "Don't be. They had good lives. This photo was taken years ago." Lisa moved from the galley to the couch, carrying a steaming pot of strong, rich coffee. Its aroma filled the air as she hung it from a hook attached to the ceiling. This formed an impromptu gimbal for the pot, so it hung directly above the dining table. She handed each a cup, then took a seat opposite Sam and Tom. As Tom helped himself to coffee, Sam watched Lisa, struggling to judge her age. She could have been anywhere between 50 and the early 60s, he guessed, although she carried herself with far more youthful energy. Then again, she might be older still, given that she'd retired from her successful career as a respected entomologist and was now preparing to set sail around the world. She had dark brown hair, streaked with silver, which fell in soft waves just past her shoulders, framing a face that radiated warmth and quiet wisdom. Her high cheekbones and the natural glow of her skin spoke of someone who had spent a lifetime outdoors, at ease with the natural world around her. There was something kind about her countenance that made Sam take an instant liking to her. Angus, her golden retriever, padded in behind Lisa, his tail wagging lazily as he settled at their feet. The dog gave a low, contented sigh before curling up on the deck, his golden fur blending into the warm hues of the wood. To Sam's right, he noticed the large insect container on the starboard side, mounted on a gimbal to keep it steady with the boat's movements. The container stretched nearly 6 feet, its glass sides offering a clear view of the creatures inside. A few oversized stick insects clung to the sparse branches, their bodies camouflaged against the artificial foliage, while a horned lizard rested on a small rock. Sam took a sip of the coffee. Tom seemed huge in the tighter quarters, yet there was restful silence between the 3 of them. With a bemused smile, Sam finally observed, "I don't think I've ever seen stick insects and a lizard as pets on a sailing ship before." "How many entomologists have you met who are sailors?" she countered. "Good point," Sam agreed. He stood up and stared inside the insect container. There was a really long stick insect inside. "Whoa, that's a big fella." "That's a Phryganistria chinensis," Lisa said. "This one's just a baby. They were only discovered in 2014 near Luzhou in Guangxi, China." Sam said, "Ergo the name, chinensis." "That's right." Lisa's lips parted to reveal a smile full of nice teeth. "It's the world's longest stick insect, which also makes it the world's longest insect." "How big do they grow?" Tom asked. "A wild collected female kept at the Insect Museum of West China in Chengdu was the record holder, 24.6 inches in total length. But it was recently surpassed by one of its captive-bred young that reached 25 inches. Kids always tend to be bigger than their parents," Tom noted. Lisa gave a soft, unguarded laugh. Smiling, Sam asked, "What's the story with your horned lizard?" "Do I need to have a story?" she replied. "No, but it's a unique sort of animal to keep as a pet." "Not really. Lots of people have them. They are low maintenance and lead a solitary life, meaning that they only interact with others during mating. Far happier than a dog or a cat to be out at sea for months on end. Besides, Lizzie and I are best buddies. She's cute and sociable." Tom snickered. "Lizzie?" Lisa tilted her head. "What else would you name a female lizard?" "Got me there," Tom said. "Besides all that, Lizzie really likes me." Sam arched an eyebrow. "Are you kidding?" "I'm not. She was bred in captivity, so she's used to people. She knows me and enjoys sitting on me. She has surprisingly good memory and knows I bring her the food." "Really?" "Yeah. I'd bring her out to show you, but you'd end up getting covered in blood." Sam's eyes narrowed. "Why? Does she bite?" "No." "Then where's the blood coming from?" "Auto-hemorrhaging." "Come again?" Lisa smiled, glancing up from the tank. "It's real, believe it or not. It's a type of reflex bleeding, if you want the scientific term, where an animal deliberately ejects blood from their bodies as a form of defense." "That's crazy." "Yeah, but it's more common in nature than you might think." Sam laughed. "Until this moment, I didn't think it happened at all, so yes, it would definitely happen more commonly than I'd think." "Horned lizards are masters of survival, and this is one of their more dramatic defense mechanisms." Sam raised an eyebrow. "How do they do it?" "Well, when they feel really threatened and their other defenses don't work, like camouflage, puffing themselves up to look bigger, or running in these weird, unpredictable bursts, they go for the big move. They squirt blood from the corners of their eyes. They do this by restricting the blood flow leaving the head, thereby increasing blood pressure and rupturing tiny vessels around the eyelids. The blood not only confuses predators, but also tastes foul to canine and feline predators. The blood shoots up to 5 feet, and it's aimed right at the predator." Sam's eyes widened slightly. "That's crazy. Why blood, though?" "It's not just any blood. It's laced with compounds that make it taste awful, especially to dogs or cats. Predators like that are instantly put off by the taste, so the lizard has a better chance to escape. A last-ditch effort, but effective." She shrugged. "Birds, though, they're totally immune. They don't seem to care." Sam's face made a slight grimace, his lips squished together like a bad taste. "That's a little disturbing." "That's the insect and animal kingdom." Lisa gave a playful shrug. "You think that's bad? You're really not going to like autothesis." Sam swallowed, grateful he wasn't an insect. "Dare I ask what autothesis is?" "It comes from the Greek roots autos, meaning self, and thesia, meaning sacrifice." Sam said, "Oh, that's not going to be good." "Told you wouldn't like it," Lisa replied. Tom drank of his coffee, an amused smile on his parted lips, kind of like a kid learning about the food chain and the circle of life for the first time. Sam said, "So, how does it happen?" "Suicidal altruism is the process where the animal destroys itself via an internal rupturing or explosion of an organ, which ruptures the skin." "That's horrifying," Sam said. "Who would have thought its actual process was even more disturbing than it sounds?" "Go on." "There are different mechanisms for individual species, but most of them cause a contraction of muscles around a large gland that leads to the breaking of the gland wall. Some termites, such as Globotermus, aka soldier termites, release a sticky secretion by rupturing a gland near the skin of their neck, producing a tar effect in defense against ants." Sam put his coffee down. Images of previous icky animal encounters were flashing through his mind and making him queasy. He wasn't sure if he was going to be sick or not. The soldiers of the neotropical termite family Ceratomidae have a defense strategy which involves front gland autothesis, with the body rupturing between the head and the abdomen. They only use autothesis when in the nest to block tunnels up, preventing attackers entering. Lisa's lips curled into a wry smile. The products of autothesis in ants are sticky and corrosive substances released by the ants' contraction of their gasters, leading to a burst at an intersegmental fold, as well as the mandibular glands. Obviously, Sam swallowed, pursuing the subject gamely, trying to keep up. The worker ant will often wrap itself around an enemy, placing its dorsal gaster onto the opponent's head before expelling sticky corrosive material from its mouth and gaster, permanently sticking to the opponent while killing itself and his adversary, as well as any other enemies that become stuck to the products. You're right, Sam said, the bad taste in his mouth getting worse. That is more horrifying. Talking about ants, Lisa said, moving to a large ant farm that ran the length of the entire hull, removing the lid of part of the enclosure. It's time to feed my horned lizard. Want to watch? Sure, Tom said. Both men pushed to their feet. Sam said, after hearing about their various defense mechanisms, I'm ready to accept that being eaten by a lizard's probably not so bad. Lisa was notably silent in response to that. Either she didn't see it that way, or somehow the eating habits of a horned lizard were truly the stuff of nightmares. Still sitting on the couch, Sam watched Lisa perform the task of keeping the lizard well fed. Inside the glass enclosure, harvester ants moved in frenetic patterns, their tiny bodies crawling over mounds of sand and tunnels they'd meticulously constructed. A small, clear plastic container nestled inside the ant farm was covered in a chaotic mass of ants, drawn to the sticky honey that filled the bottom of the container. He leaned forward, curious. That little box looks popular, Sam commented, watching the swarm of ants. Lisa glanced up with a warm smile, then returned her focus to the farm. It's the easiest way to gather them in large numbers, she explained, reaching for a pair of forceps to grab the container with. I leave the honey out, and within 15 minutes or so, the ants flock to it. Makes collecting them for the horned lizard a lot simpler. With expert precision, Lisa slid the side hatch of the ant farm open and carefully lifted the small box out. The harvester ants inside were busily harvesting the honey, oblivious to the shift. She tipped the container slightly, watching as a few stragglers clung to the rim before plopping inside. That's clever. Tom stared at the container. Don't the ants get wise and stop eating the honey? They haven't yet, Lisa smirked. It's the only way to get enough ants regularly. Lizzie eats about 60 ants a day. They're the perfect balance for her diet. She doesn't eat anything else? Sometimes mealworms, grasshoppers, or crickets for a treat, but the majority of her diet comes from harvester ants. She tapped the edge of the container with her forceps, shaking loose any lingering ants. Once satisfied, she sealed the plastic container with a snap and carried it over to the horned lizard's enclosure, setting it down next to the glass tank. Sam leaned back in his seat, sipping his coffee as he watched. Gruesomely effective. Lisa smiled, tilting the container over the lizard's enclosure. The ants spilled out in a controlled stream, and the horned lizard immediately darted toward them, its tongue flicking out with rapid precision, snatching the ants up one by one with its flicking tongue. The harvester ants tried to scurry out of the way, but it was the most one-sided match of hide-and-go-seek Sam had ever witnessed, with the horned lizard devouring all 60 of the creatures within minutes. Efficient little hunter, Sam remarked, leaning back in his seat. She's got to be, Lisa said, watching the lizard with a soft smile. In the wild, it's a matter of survival. Tom suppressed a smile. I don't think she's got to worry about survival on this boat. Lisa gave a small shrug. Old habits die hard, even for lizards. I guess so, Sam agreed. Now tell me, Sam, you and Tom didn't come all this way to talk to me about my horned lizard. Her smile was subtle, laced with quiet amusement. So what can I help you with? Sam drew a breath. Well, Lisa, that depends. Oh, she said. On what? Sam grinned. What do you know about the immortal Dryocosylus? Chapter 23. Sam watched Lisa's reaction with interest. Lisa's face paled as her hazel eyes widened, disbelief flickering across them like a sudden storm. Her mouth parted slightly, as if searching for words that wouldn't come, while her hands froze mid-gesture, suspended in the air. The soft waves of her silver-streaked hair shifted as she instinctively took a step back, her usual calm shattered by the intensity of the moment. A wry grin formed on Sam's parted lips. What is it? She met his eye. The immortal Dryocosylus is nothing more than a legend. Sam said, You would be surprised how many legends I've seen come to life. If it does exist, I would love to see it. But you don't think it does? No. Yet, judging by your reaction, you've clearly heard of it. Lisa tilted her head, a faint, playful smile tugging at her lips. They're mainly stories, nothing substantial. In fact, they were little more than those poorly kept secrets one might discover from the rumor mill of expert entomologists. Sam's eyes narrowed. What were the stories? It doesn't matter, Sam persisted. Why not? Because what they say is the sort of fantasies adults tell their children before bed. Things like the golden city of El Dorado, the shield of Hercules, and King Midas. What would you say if I told you that El Dorado wasn't a city? It was a type of creature that eats minerals, deriving energy and nutrients from soil. Sam suppressed a grin. But the El Dorado were unable to digest gold, which then built up over time, forming pearls in the back of their throat, before being regurgitated and discarded by the local Mayan people who saw them as gods. Lisa huffed out a laugh. Then I'd say you're a bigger fool than I took you for. It's true, Sam insisted. Why didn't you ever publish the data, if you indeed found proof of El Dorado? It's better for the El Dorado this way. They were safe when they were treated as gods and looked after by local Mayan people, but modern man is far too greedy. They would force the El Dorado to live in gold-rich areas so that they produce more and more golden pearls. They don't like that? She asked. No, Sam replied. Their bodies can't handle it. Eventually it kills them. He's not lying. Tom's voice was earnest. We found the El Dorado, and we set them free, releasing them from human interventions. Tom, Sam, and Lisa all stared at each other and said nothing. Lisa struggled with the desire to dismiss them both as liars. After a moment's reflection, she decided to simply accept them as delusional treasure hunters, prone to exaggeration and embellishment. What about the shield of Hercules? She asked. Never heard of it, Tom said. Sam said, The Greek myth? Yeah. Lisa watched him, as though trying to judge his response. Her blue eyes fixed on Sam's face, both piercing and perceptive. Are you going to try and tell me that story's true? About Hercules' shield? Sam shrugged. No, that's just a legend. What about King Midas? He became a slave to a microscopic colony of gold-collecting bacteria named Midas. Her brows rose in mock surprise. Really? Yes, but they were sentient and good. Sam shrugged. Had a weird fascination with geometry and music. She burst out laughing. All right, she said. Stop. Just stop. Okay. You want to hear the stories I've heard about the immortal Dryococelus? Sam's eyes lit up. Yes, please. Lisa said, All right, but don't say I didn't warn you. They're likely to be nothing more than stories that entomologists tell each other. This is the stuff of often repeated legends. Far more fiction than fact. More Indiana Jones than the countless hours in a library or sieving through dirt of a real archaeologist. Do you get what I mean? Sam nodded. Duly noted. What about you, Tom? She asked. Me? Tom replied. Yeah, do you understand that what I'm about to relate is most likely nothing more than the made-up tales from bored and imaginative entomologists? Tom paused for a few seconds. Whatever story you communicate, I can guarantee that between Sam and I, we've seen something that tops it for crazy. Good, just so we're on the same page. Sam's lips pursed. So let's hear it. What did you hear about the immortal Dryococelus? Lisa said, You've heard the basic origins of the legend? He nodded. Something about Japanese soldiers who were mining tunnels in the various islands of modern-day Papua New Guinea during World War II, Sam said. The story goes they thought it was made of gold and tried to drown it for the precious metal. When the strange stick insect couldn't be killed, they decided it was immortal, or at least unable to be drowned. Consequently, the Japanese sailors decided to find their own ones as good luck charms. That's right. One of the Japanese officers gave it its name, believing it was a close relative of the Dryococelus australis, found on Ball's Pyramid near Lord Howe Island, off the east coast of Australia. Sam's eyes widened and his heart hammered in his chest. What did you say? It was named after the giant stick insect once found on Lord Howe Island. Lisa paused, startled by Sam's reaction. Why? What's so important about that? Sam thought of the Code to Extinction and the Antipodes. He said, There's an ancient race of highly intelligent humans, nicknamed the Master Builders, whose origins predate the Egyptian pyramids. Have you heard of them? No. Lisa shot him a polite smile. I'm an entomologist. Bugs are my thing. I'm less of a history or archaeology type, although I appreciate that some people are good for them. It's just not my thing so much. That's okay. The thing is, the Master Builders developed this ancient network of giant tunnels out of lava tubes to link up the distinctive antipodes on the globe. One of them was above Ball's Pyramid, the very location where the rarest known insect was once found, the Dryococelus australis. Sam's voice had heightened with excitement. That is a coincidence, she suggested. No, it's more than that. The Master Builders originated in Atlantis. A wry grin formed on her lips. The ancient city built under the sea? That's the one. Still thrilled, Sam slanted a knowing look her way. Want to take a wild guess what sort of rare metal was mined in Atlantis? Orichalcum. Exactly. The alloy doesn't occur naturally anywhere else on Earth. Except the immortal Dryococelus grows a shell made of it. Yes, Sam grinned. It can't be coincidence that the ancient Atlanteans were in the same location where this phasmid's closest relative once existed. No, she agreed. If that creature does exist, there must have been a link between the two. The Master Builders must have biologically engineered the immortal Dryococelus based on the Dryococelus australis. A hint of amusement flickered on Lisa's eyes as she smiled. That is, if the rumors can be believed. Sam asked, What's the Dryocosylus australis like? Lisa said, The Dryocosylus australis, commonly known as the Lord Howe Island stick insect or tree lobster, is one of the most unique phasmids in existence. Go on. It is the only member of the monotypic genus Dryocosylus. Sam frowned. Sorry, in English? Basically, they're a one-of-a-kind, possibly two-of-a-kind creature, if you include the most likely fictional, immortal Dryocosylus. Right. They measure up to 8 inches in length and weigh about 1 ounce, with males 25% smaller than females. They are oblong in shape and have sturdy legs. Males have thicker thighs than females. Unlike most phasmida, this insect has no wings. Lisa seemed like she was on a roll, talking about a subject that she knew well and was so enthralled with that it was hard for her enthusiasm not to catch on. The behavior of this stick insect is highly unusual for an insect species, in that the males and females form a bond in some pairs. The females lay eggs while hanging from branches. Hatching can happen up to 9 months later. The nymphs are first bright green and active during the day, but as they mature, they turn black and become nocturnal. Reproduction can happen without the presence of males. Males are redundant? Mostly, she laughed. It's a process called parthenogenesis, and this quality has allowed the species to survive when they are low in numbers. Wait, they don't need men at all? They can breed through sex and asexually. Is that a common thing in insects? Sam asked. No, although it's more common in the animal kingdom than you would think. Really? Yeah, for example, the asexual all-female whiptail species, Aspidocylus neomexicanus, exist entirely through parthenogenesis. Currently, there are about 80 known species of reptiles that are capable of this, including the Komodo dragon. Sam asked, Are they one or the other? Do you mean, are they sexual or asexual, or potentially both? Yeah. There are 2 types, facultative and obligate. He raised an eyebrow. What's the difference? Well, she said, facultative parthenogenesis is when an organism normally reproduces sexually, but can switch to asexual reproduction when there's no mate around. It's like a backup plan. For example, Komodo dragons and certain species of sharks are known for it. They can reproduce asexually if necessary, but it's not their primary or ideal method. Sam nodded, trying to keep up. Okay, so they prefer the usual way but can reproduce on their own in a pinch. Exactly. Lisa leaned forward, clearly enjoying herself. Now, obligate parthenogenesis is different. These organisms only reproduce asexually. They don't need a male at all. Certain species of lizards, like the New Mexico whiptail, are obligate parthenogens. Every individual is female, and they reproduce by cloning themselves. How does it even work? Basically, the female's embryo develops directly from an egg without need for fertilization, leading to an entire line of species devoid of men. She grinned. It appears that life can go on without men, but never without women. I see, Sam said, a suppressed grin on his lips. Why did most animals, and insects for that matter, evolve the way they have, instead of, naturally killing off the male sex? Like everything in nature, evolution isn't perfect. It's all about keeping the line alive. But this comes at a cost. She took a breath, trying to think how deep to go into the explanation. Obligate parthenogenesis might seem efficient, but it limits genetic diversity. Facultative species, on the other hand, get the benefits of both worlds: genetic variety from sexual reproduction when it's possible, but the ability to keep the species going even without a mate. Sam leaned back in his chair, processing the information. So, it's survival strategy versus genetic diversity. Exactly, Lisa said, her voice filled with the kind of passion she reserved for nature. Facultative parthenogenesis offers flexibility, while obligate parthenogenesis is more about efficiency. And it was this type of facultative parthenogenesis, best of both worlds thing, that allowed the Dryocosylus australis to survive on a remote island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean? Uh-huh, you are correct. If they were such good survivors, why did they die out on Lord Howe Island? Curious, Sam tilted his head. What came along to change that? Lisa said, the SS Macambo. Sorry? The stick insects were once very common on Lord Howe Island, where they were used as bait in fishing. In 1918, the supply ship SS Macambo ran aground, allowing black rats to become established. By 1920, no stick insects were ever sighted on the island. 2 years? That's all it took. An insect that had lived in harmony on the island for hundreds of thousands of years was entirely wiped out. Until they were found on Ball's Pyramid, of all places. Yes, in 1964, a team of climbers visiting the rocky sea stack of Ball's Pyramid located a dead Lord Howe Island stick insect. During subsequent years, climbers found a few more fresh carcasses, but expeditions to find live specimens were unsuccessful until a group of climbers came across some in 2001. Amazing story. Sam brought the conversation back to the immortal Dryocosylus. I've heard this recurrent theme of the Japanese in World War II finding these golden creatures. Is there any evidence that the Japanese did find something like the description of them? Lisa said, You mean in a journal or an image of one? Yeah. Yes, some of the Japanese sailors have left drawings of these creatures, so there's evidence that such creatures existed. But whether or not it had a shell of gold or orichalcum is highly debatable. It may simply be a close relative to the Dryocosylus australis. Sam said, So what's the other part to this legend that you say keeps coming up? She tilted her head, still mulling over whether or not to tell Sam and Tom the story. Then, as if deciding it wasn't nearly as sensational compared to their own outlandish tall tales, she began to tell the story. It was long after World War II. A British speculator named Alastair Montague put together a group of investors to sponsor a search for the elusive phasmid. An entrepreneur went after the immortal Dryocosylus? Sam asked. Why? Why did the Spanish conquistadors come in droves to the Americas? Gold, silver, riches in general, Sam shrugged. Same thing as the Australian gold rush, or the Californian gold rush. Montezuma's treasure, El Dorado, Alexander's treasure, she continued. Treasure of the Nuestra Senora de Atocha, Sam said. Having sunk in 1622 off the coast of Florida, was laden with silver, gold, and precious jewels. Treasure hunter Mel Fisher spent decades searching for the wreck, funded by private investors. In 1985, Fisher's team finally discovered the wreck and recovered an estimated $450 million worth of treasure, including gold bars, silver coins, and emeralds, making it one of the most successful treasure hunts in history. Lisa grinned. And a British speculator named Alastair Montague spent a fortune of other people's money to set up a team of entomologists to locate the immortal Dryocosylus. Sam said, They were going after the creature's orichalcum? They didn't know about the orichalcum. Little was known about Atlantis. The Japanese officers believed it was a unique alloy, but judging by its weight, was predominantly made of gold. She pressed her lips together with a knowing smile. And speculators have been willing to risk everything for gold. So, what do these stories say Montague's team found? Absolutely nothing. His group spent 4 years searching the remote jungles of Papua New Guinea, only to return entirely empty-handed. Millions of dollars of investors' money were lost with nothing to show for it. Lisa spread her hands. Alastair Montague closed down the company and disappeared from the limelight ever since. Look, Lisa, now you're telling me a story that is far too fantastic to be true. Sam laughed playfully. Are you telling us that a speculator managed to invest millions of dollars of other people's money to hunt for a mythical creature made of gold, only to come home empty-handed? Cut it out if you want to know what happened, Lisa said in a mock growl. Sam leaned forward with interest. Are you saying there is more to this, up until now, utterly riveting narrative? No. She paused, looking at him with a mischievous glint in her eye. You want to hear the end of the story? The legends that are told, sometimes by ghosts, in the most private entomology circles? Go. Sam lifted his hands in an apologetic gesture. I'm sorry. Please continue. The belief bandied around within the inner circles of entomologists, which it may surprise you is quite a small collection of experts, is that Montague's mission to find an immortal Dryocosylus was successful. Sam's eyebrow arched with incredulity. But no one's ever published a paper on or shown the creature at a museum? No, Montague moved to the U.S. somewhere in the mountain west, Montana, Idaho, or something. Wyoming? Sam asked. That could have been it. Lisa pursed her lips, then nodded. Yes, I think that was the most prevalent scuttlebutt. Sam felt his heart race. What did he do there? Well, if we're to believe the rumor mill, Montague continued to recruit entomologists who could help run the program. What program? Sam asked. Lisa answered his question with another one of her own. What would you do if you found a creature that grew a golden or orichalcum shell? Sam mulled that over. If I was a Japanese miner, I guess I'd try and drown it to keep the gold. Right, let's rephrase that. What would you do if you found a golden goose? Sam's eyes narrowed. As in the one that lays the golden egg? Yeah. A mischievous grin formed on his lips. You want to know if I'd kill the goose for the gold, or wait in the hope that it would keep laying more golden eggs? Now you're catching on. Sam grinned. Montague was trying to breed them, to reap the rewards of infinite gold. That's right. And like its close relative, the Lord Howe Island Dryocosylus australis, the immortal version reproduced through facultative parthenogenesis, a.k.a. the best of both worlds, meaning they only needed one living immortal Dryocosylus, and they could make as many as they wanted. Sam asked, What happened to Montague? Well, that's just it, Lisa shrugged. Nobody's ever heard from him since. Chapter 24. Sam's mind went back to Darren Young's original post, the one that launched everything with the Relic Hunter. I found an immortal Dryocosylus. Sam said, Let's assume that Montague did indeed locate that fabled and priceless creature. Is it likely he would have found one in Papua New Guinea? Lisa thought about that for a few seconds. If it does exist, it would most likely be found in PNG. Why? There's the drawings by the Japanese officers during World War II, for one thing. Sam arched an eyebrow. And another? Lisa said, PNG is the second largest island after Greenland. It's warm and tropical, which makes for a perfect environment for insects. Likewise, its remoteness makes it more likely that such a unique creature could remain secret. Wait, PNG's the second largest island? Sam asked. What about Australia? Australia's a continent and an island. Right, so doesn't that make it a bigger island than PNG? Lisa chuckled. I don't make the naming rules, just telling you what the current geography facts are. Okay, but what you're basically saying is, if you are looking for a secret insect that's evaded scientific discovery, PNG is a good place to start? Lisa nodded. PNG is an entomologist's dream location. Sam said, I don't suppose you want to help us find this elusive creature. If it even exists? I'm starting to think there's some truth to its existence, Sam asked. What do you say? Do you want to come on another treasure hunt? Insect hunt? Lisa looked tempted, then shook her head. Sorry, I'd love to, but I have plans. Really? Yes, she said. All uncertainty had disappeared. What's more interesting than following a lead on the potential discovery of a real immortal Dryococelus? I'm about to solo sail around the world. The 7 seas will wait. They may do, but I won't. I've delayed my sailing adventure for a long time. Who knows how long any of us have? Are you sure? Yes, and besides, there's only 5 oceans, and depending on which classification you use, there are more than 50 seas. She laughed facetiously. I would have thought a maritime expert such as yourself would have known that. Sam gave a bemused smile. You mean, as a maritime archaeologist, you'd think I'd know that the term sailing the 7 seas originated in ancient Greece, where sailors referred to the 7 seas of the Mediterranean, Aegean Sea, Ionian Sea, Adriatic Sea, Mediterranean Sea, Black Sea, Marmara Sea, and the Red Sea. Touché, Lisa laughed. All right, you're a smart guy, I'll give you that. Tom snickered. The way this conversation is going, I think you should give him something. Just one question, Sam said, finishing his coffee and placing the mug on the table. Why the rush? Come to PNG with us. You can start your journey from there, and maybe even find a unique treasure. No, but thanks for the offer. Sam nodded. No problem. Thanks for your help. Out of curiosity, where are you next sailing to that's so important? I'm on my way to the Galapagos Islands. Nice, Sam smiled. He'd spent some time visiting the islands years ago and had fond memories there. Any particular reason? Yes, I want to check out Xylocopa darwini during its nesting season. Lisa glanced at Sam's confused expression and said, That's the Galapagos carpenter bee. True to its name, the carpenter bee excavates its nest in dead wood or soft plant material. However, because the Galapagos Islands have limited trees, the availability of suitable nesting sites is more restricted, which impacts the bee's population and distribution. I want to reach the islands in time for its building season, which is during the warmer, wetter months of the year, when there is an abundance of flowering plants and resources available. Sounds interesting. It is. That's why I can't join your treasure hunt just right now. Lisa gave an apologetic smile. She had a really nice smile, full of warmth and emotion. Now, if you happen to really find an immortal Dryococelus, well, then I would definitely love to see it. All right, it's a deal, Sam agreed. I'll give you a call if we have some luck. She shook her head. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Sam frowned. Why not? I'm leaving for Galapagos tomorrow. I'll be out at sea catching the trade winds known by Pacific sailors as the Coconut Milk Run. I'll be unreachable for the next 3 months. Sam gave her a hopeful look. What if I could get a message through to you? Ah, you mean if I could, would I come? Yes, would you, if we find the unique insect? Absolutely. Okay, I'll do it then. But you won't be able to reach me. You don't have a sat phone? No. Let me buy you one. Thanks, but I enjoy being alone. I'd like to keep sailing in the middle of the ocean as the one place on Earth where I'm truly uncontactable." Sam and Tom got up to leave, Tom having finished the pot of coffee. Lisa followed, with Angus trailing behind, his tail wagging. Sam and Tom thanked Lisa for her time. Tom wished her good weather and smooth sailing, while Sam, in the traditional farewell of a mariner, wished her fair winds and a following sea. As Sam and Tom walked away from the harbor, Tom exchanged a glance with Sam. "What do you think about this one-of-a-kind, never-seen-before bug? Does it really exist? Is it what got Darren Young killed, along with Dr. Theo Langford?" "You know what?" Sam smirked. "I think there's only one way to find out." "How?" Tom replied. A frown of curiosity plastered across his face. Sam grinned. "Isn't it obvious?" "Not really." Sam grinned again. "We're going to have to go to Papua New Guinea to find an immortal Dryococelus." Chapter 25. South Dakota. James Reilly eased the Rolls-Royce Wraith to a stop in front of the small log house nestled in the hills of rural South Dakota. The engine purred for a moment longer before he cut it, leaving only the sound of the breeze rustling through the tall grasses. The house was simple, almost charming in its ruggedness, with weathered logs and a stone chimney that reached into the blue sky. A gravel driveway led up to the front, and beyond it, the rolling hills stretched endlessly, dotted with the occasional cluster of trees and wildflowers. It was quiet, serenely so. He stepped out of the car, closing the door with a soft thud, and took a long, deep breath. The air was crisp and clean, far removed from the city's hustle. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he scanned the peaceful surroundings. He could live in a place like this, he thought. No pressure, no noise, just the soft hum of nature and the freedom that came with it. For a few moments he stood there appreciating the view, collecting his thoughts. A hawk soared lazily overhead, and in the distance he could make out the faint outline of a mountain ridge. The tranquility of the place settled over him, and for a moment it was easy to imagine calling it home. But there was work to be done. James walked past the log cabin out into the forest behind it. A labyrinth of deer trails weaved throughout the forest in no apparent direction. He walked a couple of 100 feet, his shoes crunching lightly on the leaf litter. He quickly found what he was looking for, a small circular opening in the ground. It wasn't quite buried, but it may as well have been. The heavy metal door blended into the landscape as though it had always been there. Solid, rusted around the edges, and bolted shut, it stood out against the natural beauty around it. James crouched down, pulled a key from his pocket, and unlocked it with a quiet click. The door creaked as he lifted it open, revealing a narrow ladder descending into the darkness below. James hesitated for just a moment, feeling the weight of the silence around him. Then, without a second thought, he began his descent. The temperature dropped as he climbed down, the faint scent of damp earth rising to meet him. His boots hit the concrete floor with a dull thud. The storm shelter was small, lit by a single bulb that cast long shadows against the walls. In the middle of the room was a man, tied to a chair. His head hung low, but as James stepped closer, he saw the man's eyes flicker open, wide with fear and desperation. James stood there for a moment, taking in the sight. The peace and beauty of the land above felt worlds away from the grim reality down here. He exhaled, steadying himself. This was not a place to live, but it was a place to get answers. And that was exactly what he intended to do. James put on a pair of leather gloves. Without saying a word, he stepped in and punched the guy in the gut. The man grunted in pain. "Stop! Please, stop!" James didn't stop. Some might say it was bad form to beat up someone tied to a chair and unable to fight back. They were probably right, but James didn't care. He wasn't here to follow the Queensberry rules, to be polite, or to prove his manhood. He was here for answers. But first, James used his prisoner's body to release all his pent-up anger, as he might have done with a boxing bag in his youth. Taking out all his anger. This was not the way to interrogate someone. He knew that. This was pure indulgence of rage. He let himself go, not intending to keep up his brutal assault for more than 30 or 40 seconds. Any more than that, and there was a good chance he'd inadvertently kill the man. That wouldn't serve his purpose at all. Finally, he stopped. The stranger had blood on his face. His lips were swollen, his face was quickly swelling, but he was fully conscious. A confused, half-crazed wonder crept onto the prisoner's face. "Why?" he asked in a plaintive gasp. James said, "You lied to me?" "No, I didn't, I swear." "I'm not sure if I'm keen to take the word of a once successful drug cartel boss," James said. "I don't think the word of Carlos El Dragon Batista is worth very much." The man recoiled as though he'd been physically struck again. "I haven't gone by that name for many years." "I know," James replied. "You were one of the smart ones. You got lucky. When I helped the FBI take down Fernando Diaz, decapitating the organization's American arm, it severed all the power of Cuban cartel boss Eladio Diaz. This left you with a giant void to fill, and you took the opening." "Who are you?" the man asked. "Your illegal business rose like a phoenix in the wake of the ashes. Then, unlike most, once you'd made your money, you transitioned into legitimate business, packed up, and left the underworld long behind." "Yes, I have changed," Batista pleaded. "I am a good man now. I've asked God for forgiveness and made my peace." James ignored him. "After Fernando Diaz went away for life, you went to Cuba and killed his cousin Eladio Diaz, the boss of the Cuban cartel, along with his entire family. You assured me that the daughter Liliana was dead. You said you put a bullet between her eyes." An incredulous gaze entered the stranger's eyes. "What do you want from me?" James said, "Liliana's alive." "No." "Yes. She must have escaped the fire somehow." "I swear I didn't know. I killed them all. I remember Eladio Diaz's strange look of triumph before I killed him. Now it makes sense. As though at least his daughter had gotten away. I figured she had hidden. That's why I burned the house down. It's still nothing more than a raised mansion even today." "Well, she didn't burn with the mansion." "How can you be so certain?" "She's around. She has a new business. She didn't go into the old family one. Instead, she's a relic hunter and trades in extremely rare artifacts. Meant to be very good at it. Exceptional even. But all that is about to change. Soon, when I find her, I'm going to finish what you started." A curious smile swept across his face. "You hate her?" James nodded. "Yes." "All this time I thought I was here for revenge for what I had done to the Diaz family." He started to laugh. "But instead, we are on the same team." "We're not on the same team, but you're right. I do need you to help me get her." "How?" I'm going to use you as bait." "No!" "Yes. Someone's got to entice her out of her hiding place." Batista stared at him with a sardonic smile. "What did she do to you?" James's lips formed a grim line. "She made the worst mistake of all." Batista asked, "What?" James grunted. "She tried to kill my son." Chapter 26. Topkapi Palace Museum, Istanbul, Turkey, 10 years ago. The trick was to never reveal something had been stolen. Security guards only got in trouble if things were missing. So long as nobody became aware that something had been taken, most guards could be bought. Far better than developing elaborate means of overcoming complex security systems. When bribery didn't work, their family members could be kidnapped, and they could be extorted. Although she had gone into a very different business model than her father, she had learned to realize that some of his ruthless, brutally pragmatic abilities had been carried on within her DNA. Liliana Diaz had found that many private collectors, mostly millionaires and billionaires, cared more about owning an ancient artifact, being able to hold a precious relic in their hand, than acknowledging such ownership. Consequently, after years of stealing items of smaller value, along with all the risks involved, Lily had learned that the way to true wealth was to go after the one-of-a-kinds, ultra-valuable ancient artifacts or paintings by the great artists of the Renaissance and whatnot, while replacing them with exact replicas. Instead of becoming a better thief, she'd focused on becoming an expert craftsperson. She knew people from her father's organization who had been exceptional at forging everything from banknotes to passports. The problem was the time and effort it took to make a replica worthwhile. Consequently, if one was to go to the trouble of creating a forgery, it was better to do so with something extremely valuable. Since then, she had successfully stolen a series of high-end relics from around the globe. A Rembrandt from a private collector's house, a religious artifact from an Italian cathedral, along with a golden mask from an Inca museum in Peru. Tonight's theft would be the crowning jewel in her collection of private achievements. Bankrolled by a British billionaire, she was going to steal the sword of Sultan Mehmed II, the very weapon used to conquer Constantinople in 1453, marking the end of the Byzantine Empire and the rise of the Ottoman. Its replica had cost nearly $500,000 to make, including genuine emerald and rubies, which encrusted the sword's Wootz steel hilt. The authentic weapon would fetch more than 10 times that figure on the black market, but its historical significance made it priceless. Not that she cared. Her investor had paid her $10 million to secure the legitimate sword. It was easy money. The security had been well bribed. Each one was paid $20,000 US, with a bonus of $30,000 if the entire thing was successful. This motivated each of the guards to ensure the rest of the security team were on the same page. All in total, $50,000 for a single night's work per man, with little to no risk, and the museum, no worse off, was hard to pass up. Lily stepped through the entrance, using her own security card. It matched the image of her face, which was of a pale white woman in her early 60s, with a blonde wig, giving the impression of someone of Eastern European descent. Her mask was made by a professional. She had spent more than 2 hours having it molded to her face and positioned by a makeup artist who had once worked for Hollywood. She wore a security uniform. It was identical to those who were on shift, guarding the Topkapi Palace Museum tonight. At 5 foot 2 inches, she was small, lithe, and confident. walking with the determined stride of someone who belonged. She wore raised shoes. Specifically, they were sleek black boots chosen for the night. The glossy leather hugged her legs, tapering up just below her knees, with a slight curve at the top that added an elegant finish. They were 6-inch platform soles that transformed her petite frame from 5 feet 2 inches to an unrecognizable 5 feet 8 inches. The weight of them felt solid, grounding her in a way that made her steps deliberate, yet the hidden wedge inside ensured that her stride remained fluid and natural. She moved quickly. Following a previously agreed-upon route, she navigated the museum in such a way that to anyone who might one day review the security tapes, it would appear that she had miraculously evaded being spotted by any of the night's security guards. She had memorized every detail of this place, every turn, every camera, every guard rotation. It had taken weeks of planning, but tonight everything was perfect. Ahead she saw her target, the gallery housing the imperial treasures. She reached the door to the treasure room. Her digital security pass unlocked the door, letting her into the room. One day, if theft was ever identified, someone would go back and ask who this mysterious employee was. By that time, she hoped to be long gone, thousands of miles outside Turkey's jurisdiction. Even so, to the investigators, it would reveal an actual employee of the Topkapi Palace Museum. The electronic door clicked, and she gently pulled it open with a barely audible creak. Lily slipped inside, her breath catching for just a second at the sight before her. The room was small, but filled with treasures of untold value. Gold, jewels, ancient relics from the Ottoman Empire. Her eyes went directly to the glass case in the center. Inside it lay the sword of Sultan Mehmed II. The curved blade gleamed under the soft museum lighting. Its hilt, like its counterfeit, was encrusted with rubies and emeralds. The sword was a symbol of power, a relic of a man who had changed the course of history. And tonight it would be hers. She crossed the room with slow, deliberate steps. Lily knelt in front of the case, her fingers gliding along the edges until she found the latch. It was a simple mechanism, hidden beneath the case's ornate base. She grinned, the rush of adrenaline surging through her. Too easy. A soft click echoed within the room as the glass case lifted. She reached in, wrapping her hands around the sword's handle. It was heavier than expected, but she adjusted quickly, holding it with reverence as she lifted it out of the case. For a long moment she just stared at it, the history of the blade humming in her hands. She could almost feel the weight of its past, the battles fought, the empires it had helped conquer. But she didn't have time to dwell on it. She carefully removed the replica from a sheath strapped to her back underneath her security uniform. Then she carefully placed the forged weapon on the ornate base. Lily smiled and spoke softly. "Yes, it looks identical." She carefully wrapped the genuine sword in a cloth she had brought, tucking it into the modified sheath attached to her back. Lily quickly retraced her steps and left the Topkapi Palace Museum. The quiet of the night wrapped around her. The moonlight filtered through a high window, casting long shadows on the stone floor. Outside, the Bosphorus shimmered in the distance, a silent witness to her theft. Lily instinctively blended into the darkness once more. The city of Istanbul sprawled before her, ancient and eternal. Yet tonight it bowed to her. With the sword of Sultan Mehmed II safely in her possession, she disappeared into the streets, leaving nothing behind but a mystery and the distant echo of her heartbeat, steady and calm. That night, she was safely inside the room she'd privately rented. She turned on her laptop and began scrolling through the news sites, checking for signs that the theft of the sword of Sultan Mehmed II from the Topkapi Palace Museum had been discovered. It hadn't. Or, if it had, they weren't acknowledging it on the news sites yet. She was just about to shut down her laptop when an article about James Reilly came up. He was to receive a Presidential Medal of Freedom. Her heart spiked, suddenly hammering in her chest. Her thoughts returned to the child she had once fallen in love with, Sam Reilly. Like her, he would be well into his 20s now. She clicked the news article. It showed the outgoing President of the United States of America giving the medal to James Reilly for his assistance to the FBI in capturing Fernando Diaz, the head of a criminal organization based in New York. She replayed the video 3 times. Lily had known her cousin had been betrayed, but had never known who by. Now she did. His name was James Reilly. She had loved his son. She had found that love could be a powerful fuel. Yet once soured, it can burn like hell. Lily closed her laptop and swore to herself that one day she would take from James Reilly all that he held dear. Chapter 27. Rabaul, Papua New Guinea. The Bombardier Dash 8 banked to the right. Sam peered out the small oval window, watching as the island of New Britain came into view. The water below shimmered in gradients of turquoise and sapphire, the deeper sections near the shoreline almost black in comparison to the vivid blues closer to the coast. Rabaul's rugged coastline stretched out beneath him, a dramatic blend of volcanic cliffs and sweeping bays. Farther inland, the dense greenery of the tropical rainforest unfolded like an endless emerald blanket. Streaks of darker green marked the taller trees, ancient pillars that stood proud and unyielding. The shades of green were almost overwhelming, olive and lime, mixed with deep forest hues, all vibrant under the piercing sunlight that seemed to saturate the landscape. As the plane descended lower, the runway of Tokua Airport appeared, a thin gray line carved into the rich green surroundings. Beyond the tarmac, the jungle resumed, the trees swaying gently in the wind. To the left, the brooding shape of Taverver volcano threatened. Its slopes were covered in thick ash and scars from past eruptions, a reminder of the region's volatile nature. The Bombardier Dash 8 landed gently, rolling to a stop toward the entrance of the main airport hangar. Sam and Tom got out. The tropical warmth hit him like a heavy, humid blanket. The air was thick and dense, clinging to his skin and making it hard to catch his breath for a moment. It was the kind of heat that felt alive, pulsing from the sun-baked pavement beneath his boots and rising in waves through the still air. A faint breeze carried the scent of the ocean, but it did little to cool the relentless heat that surrounded him. The sun, bright and unforgiving, hung high in the sky, casting sharp, unfiltered rays that made the air shimmer in the distance. Sweat beaded on his forehead almost instantly, and he wiped it away with the back of his hand, already feeling the heat seep into his bones. Behind him, Tom stepped onto the tarmac and let out a low whistle. "Welcome to the tropics," he muttered, pulling at his collar as if it might make a difference. "A bit of a difference from Jackson Hole," Sam agreed, taking in the landscape beyond the runway, the lush green jungle that edged the airport. He could feel the energy of the place, raw, untamed, and alive. As the humidity settled over them both, it promised long days under the sun and the unpredictable nature of the islands ahead. Sam said, "I can't imagine what the Relic Hunter offered Darren Young to take him away from this sort of tropical paradise for the frigid weather of Wyoming. Perhaps the fact that the environment there was less inclined to kill him, Tom suggested, taking note of the vast array of deadly animals that called Papua New Guinea home. Not much good that did for him, Sam replied, walking toward the small shelter, which doubled as a baggage. A single baggage cart parked under the cover. Its driver pulled up the handbrake and then walked off to chat to some friends, leaving the luggage for anyone who wanted to collect it. There were no checks for passengers. Sam and Tom had flown from Port Moresby, so there was no quarantine or customs to clear. If they wanted, they could grab their luggage and simply walk out of the airport. Sam picked up his duffel bag. Come on, let's go find out if anyone remembers seeing Darren Young. They approached the main security lounge inside the single terminal. As expected, there wasn't much there. A woefully underpowered, lone air-conditioning unit droned on in the background, and a single security officer sat watching a film on a DVD. Tom glared at Sam as if to say, "Where in the world have you taken me?" Sam greeted the security officer and asked for some help. The man pressed pause on the DVD and seemed only too eager to help Sam with his problem. "What can I do for you, sir?" "A friend of ours came here to study a rare sort of stick insect about 9 months ago." Sam handed the security officer a photograph of Darren Young. "I don't suppose you have any record of his arrival and where he visited while he was here?" The security officer, a Papua New Guinea man of about 50, arched an eyebrow. The movement suggested his clear yet unspoken thought. Does this look like the sort of place big on keeping records? He made a cutting motion with his hand in an attempt to end the conversation. "No, I am sorry." "He was an American, here to study a rare and specific insect," Sam said, as though maybe that might jog his memory. The security officer shook his head. "Apologies. I regret that if he hasn't been seen or heard from for 9 months, there is a very good possibility that your friend is dead." Sam said, "He is dead." The officer frowned at him, trying to determine what Sam's point was. "I am very sorry to hear that. Everything in PNG will kill you if you aren't careful." "It's not that. Darren Young died in a plane crash in Jackson Hole, Wyoming." The security officer's confusion was evident. "In the United States?" "Yeah, that's the one." "If this is the case, what are you doing here?" His tone was curious and full of genuine interest instead of argumentative. He was last seen leaving the airport at Rabaul. 9 months ago?" "Yes." "And?" Sam explained. There was no record of him leaving PNG. "So?" The security officer looked around, as if to suggest it would be difficult to find a record of anyone leaving PNG. "You said he's dead, right? Died on some plane crash somewhere else. What does it matter what he was doing here?" "Look, he was a bug hunter studying a rare stick insect." "Right, so then where did he go?" "We don't know. A few days after he arrived, he posted on an entomologist forum a picture of a very rare insect, and he was never seen since." "Until he died in a plane crash?" "Yes, 6 months later. We're trying to find out where he'd been for those last 6 months." "So, you are here. What do you plan to do?" Mr. Young was here to find an immortal Dryococelus. He allegedly found one. I guess all we have to do is try and find one, and we'll be able to trace where he went." "This makes sense," the officer replied. "Where are they normally found? Maybe you should go to wherever they're most populated." Sam said, "Well, until Darren Young's discovery, nobody had ever found one." "Ah!" The security officer's brow rose. I believe that is likely to make finding another one difficult. Yeah, we might talk to one of the tourist operators and see if there's any obvious places where an entomologist might visit. This is a good idea. You may wish to look through the Japanese barge tunnels. Sam had heard of the World War II Japanese barge tunnels. They were unlikely to be fruitful. Yet it was the only lead they currently had. Besides, if the Japanese sailors did indeed find the first immortal Dryococelus, it made sense to search for them in the ruins of such underground passageways. Sam exchanged a glance with Tom. What do you think? Seems like a good place to start, Tom replied. I agree, Sam said. Besides, if nothing else, maybe someone there might remember having seen Darren Young. Chapter 28. Japanese Barge Tunnels, Rabaul. In a land once famed for its fearsome headhunters, in modern Papua New Guinea they easily managed to rent a 10-year-old Jeep Wrangler from the Avis Rental Company at the airport. It was a short drive to the tunnels, which doubled as a small tourist precinct on the island. The sun was still burning in the sky when Sam and Tom arrived. During World War II, the Japanese built a system of underground paths and rail tracks that were designed to hide barracks, munitions, hospitals, weaponry, and stores from Allied air attacks. They had arrived at the Rabaul Japanese barge tunnels, which were caves filled with barges. Boats were dragged down a long track and then winched down a cliff into the water. Sam knew that there were still 5 barges in existence, but only 3 were visible in the tunnel. Like all war relics, they were gradually being eroded. Their shoes crunching on the gravel path that led to the entrance, the chirrups, trills, and cackles of a million insects and birds filled the hot, moist air. Perspiration formed over their bodies, wetting their skin and clothes as though in a steam room. The mouth of the tunnel, carved into the volcanic rock, loomed ahead, half covered by the creeping tendrils of tropical plants that had taken root over the decades. A small sign in front announced the historical significance of the site, but it was the local guide, a short and wiry man named Mason Patu, who approached them with a welcoming smile. "Ah, you must be Mr. Reilly," Patu said, his voice friendly and lilting with the cadence of the islands. At a guess, Sam figured he couldn't be any younger than 70. "Hello, Mr. Patu," Sam greeted him. "I spoke to you on the phone." "That's right." Sam gestured toward Tom. "This is my good friend Tom. Pleased to meet you both." Sam showed him a picture of Darren Young. "I don't suppose you remember meeting our friend here?" Patu studied the photograph, his forehead furrowing in the center. He shook his head. "When was your friend here?" 9 months ago. Patu shook his head. "It was before my time. I only came to Rabaul 6 months ago." Sam sighed. "No problem. I don't suppose you know who worked here before you." "No, I'm afraid my replacement left before I arrived." Patu then glanced at the entrance to the main tunnel. "Are you ready to step into history?" "Yes, of course," Sam agreed. "We're looking forward to it," Tom echoed. Patu gestured toward the dark entrance. "These tunnels were built during World War II by the Japanese forces stationed here. They needed a way to protect their barges and small vessels from Allied air raids, so they carved out these passageways, right into the volcanic rock." Sam stared at the void that disappeared into the darkness ahead. "How much tunnel is there?" "Somewhere in the vicinity of 500 miles, Patu replied. Tom gulped. "The Japanese built them all at the start of the Pacific Theater." Technically, the Japanese directed their construction, but it was the prisoners of war who built the majority of the tunnels of the Gazelle Peninsula. Most of the underground tunnels were dug during the period 1943 to early 1945. Many of the tunnels were dug by Indian, Korean, Indonesian, and Chinese labor captured in Malaysia, China, and Singapore and transported to Rabaul. The majority of them were to die of disease, starvation, atrocities, and overwork. The Japanese also used local tolai labor from surrounding villages, as well as their own troops, who saw to the engineering and would at times work in the tunnels. "What about the Allied POWs?" Sam asked. Patu nodded. Allied POWs were also employed. Some 600 British POWs who surrendered at Singapore were transported to Rabaul and forced to work for the Japanese before being shipped to Balhail in the Solomons to construct an airfield. At war's end in Rabaul, only 18 were found alive from those transferred. None at Balhail. Sam felt the somber reality of the war. It was so many years ago, but standing in front of the Rabaul tunnels, it was not hard to feel somehow close to it. The thought of so many POWs dying during forced labor felt bitterly painful, even after all these years. Tom said, "Historically, anything in this scale of achievement tends to require slave labor of some sort." Patu nodded, gesturing with an open hand that they should head inside and get out of this heat. Sam and Tom followed his direction. There were remnants of a small paddle wheel to lift and divert water inside the structure. The system had blast doors and electricity, powered by an on-site generator. Insulators could still be seen anchored to the cement walls. However, the wires were long gone, although pieces could still be seen protruding from the insulators. Patu said, "Some of the chambers of this system are 10 feet high, with other smaller chambers going off at right angles from the main passageway. Steps with handrails lead to exits along the valley floor. The immense tonnage of dugout rock showed up as excavation sites, the lighter color pumice showing up clearly against the jungle background. This the Allies were able to spot from the air, although the Japanese generally managed to hide such tailings by covering the piles with palm fronds." Inside, the temperature dropped noticeably, the damp, cool air of the tunnels providing relief from the tropical heat outside. The passageway was narrow, and the walls rough and uneven, yet worn smooth by time and the countless visitors who had come before them. Small lights set into the walls illuminated the path ahead, casting long shadows into the deeper recesses. "Many of these tunnels stretch for miles," Patu continued, leading them deeper. "The Japanese hid their barges and all their supplies in here. This entire network was a part of a larger defense strategy to protect their fleet from bombing raids. They believed the volcanic rock would offer natural camouflage from Allied planes." "You seem to be very well informed for someone who got here just 6 months ago," Sam said. It was a statement, not a question. Patu grinned. "I grew up in Rabaul in the 1950s. Sam tried to imagine post-war Rabaul. He smiled. "That must have been interesting." "It was." Patu's eyes clouded with memory, his mind far away in the past. A moment later his expression softened, his smile warm and reminiscent. "It was a little boy's delight. There were many tunnels within an easy walk from the Rabaul Hotel. The hotel also has its own underground bunker below the restaurant, now a pistol range. The New Guinea Club, now turned into a museum, had a deep underground store, known locally as Yamamoto's Bunker. There is a map of Simpson Harbor on the ceiling of the bunker. You should make an effort to see it. There's a fascinating tunnel system at the top of Tunnel Hill and the road to the Volcano Observatory, where the Kempi-Tai, a.k.a. Japanese military police, had their headquarters. It sounds good. It wasn't good. It was the very best, Patu laughed. I remember fishing and swimming, and trying not to get eaten by crocodiles. Was that much of a problem? Sam asked. Not for me, it wasn't. Then, with a proud tone in his voice, I'm still alive, aren't I? How many of your friends growing up can say the same thing? Sam asked seriously. Sadly, I am one of the older ones from my group of friends, Patu replied fatalistically. Anyway, I wouldn't be too worried about the crocodiles. They're well fed. Just don't get too close when they're submerged, waiting to attack, and you'll be all right. Every now and again we have trouble with one in the harbor, but then a hunting party is put together and we'll get it before it can get us. Okay, Sam said, trying to work out how one can tell if there's a crocodile laying underwater, hiding, preparing to attack. Patu said, It's the box jellyfish you need to be worried about. They produce a very potent venom. The stings from them are extremely painful and can be fatal to humans. Right, Sam said, taking mental note. As they walked farther inside, Sam could hear the faint drip of water echoing off the stone walls, a reminder of the constant humidity outside. Patu paused by an open chamber where a rusting barge still sat in the cool darkness, preserved in its final resting place. The Japanese didn't use timbering to shore up the tunnel ceilings? Sam asked, tentatively staring at the roof that appeared to be partially crumbling. They generally did. Patu gave a suppressed smile, as though he'd seen this look on the faces of 1,000 other tourists over the time he'd been working here. I think if there was timber here, it has rotten away, at least at the entrance. Very reassuring, Sam said. Patu shrugged. What are the chances it will collapse today? Sam exchanged a glance with Tom. What are the chances indeed? Patu said, I recently found a tunnel at the top end of Mango Avenue, up against the Caldera wall. Washed out in 2010. It had oil lamps and rotting wooden logs still in place, struggling to hold up the tunnel roof. Many of the larger tunnels, or those that were deemed necessary, were shored up by timbers. Most of these have now rotted away, although evidence can still be seen of the support beams. The design of the tunnels was usually the same, with curved or arched ceilings on all small earthen passageways. That surprised Sam. Not all the Japanese tunnels have been found? No, even to this day. Visitors and explorers are regularly finding new tunnels or evidence of others long since forgotten. They kept walking deeper into the unprotected tunnel. Patu stopped at the entrance to a small supply depot. The larger caverns were used to house supplies. The cement tunnels were built with rounded ceilings, or with arched or flat ceilings, complete with buttresses. Sam glanced at the modern lighting that ran the length of the tunnel, like the exit lights on a modern airliner. Did they use electricity for lighting? Most were lit by coconut oil lamps, Patu confirmed. The more elaborate ones, such as command complexes, had electricity. The oil lamps were set into the walls of the tunnels in little recesses, just large enough to hold them. Normally lighting was poor, as was ventilation, causing the system to be musty and damp. What about escape routes? Sam asked. still eyeing the dilapidated condition of the ceiling's timbering. The tunnels had at least 2 exit doors separate from the main entrance in case of accidental cave-ins from Allied bombings. There were sometimes many passageways leading to underground chambers of various sizes for storage of ammunition, stores, sleeping quarters, and also workshops. Nothing could be done outside the system due to the frequent air raids. Most of them had exits close to anti-aircraft positions or above-ground installations. They came across another Japanese barge. Some of the barges, like this one, were never used again after the war, Patu said, his voice echoing slightly in the cavernous space. When the war ended, the Japanese abandoned Rabaul, leaving behind everything from these barges to entire weapons caches. The tunnels were later explored, but many of the artifacts have been left as they were found. Sam glanced at the weathered wood of the vessel. Hard to believe they're still in such good shape after all this time. Patu nodded. The volcanic rock and climate helped preserve them. This area was heavily fortified. You're standing in one of the most important strategic bases of the Pacific Theater. The Japanese had airstrips, command centers, and tunnel networks like this all across the island. How many tunnels held barges? Sam asked. We don't know for sure. But can you give a rough estimate? Patu tilted his head as though trying to come up with a decent answer. Sam said, Or just a guess? There are several in this vicinity. Patu thought about it for a few more seconds, and then said, Some of the larger tunnels were used to hide barges brought up on rails from the water as much as half a mile away. Up to 5 Japanese Daihatsu barges can still be seen inside a partly cemented tunnel on the road from Kokopo to Rabaul at the back of Vulcan. Other larger tunnels are at Blue Lagoon. These are huge tunnels, big enough to drive a truck into, and were used as storage systems. They moved through another underground passageway, its walls lined with alcoves that once stored munitions. The tunnel twisted and branched off into dark, unlit corridors, giving the place the eerie feel of a labyrinth. How did they carve the tunnels out of the soft pumice? Sam asked. It's hard to imagine the Japanese simply traveled with thousands upon thousands of pickaxes. That's a good question, Patu agreed. The Japanese had many small forges and made a lot of their own tools. They were masters at getting the job done. In the early days, most of the picks and shovels were brought in by ships from Japan and Singapore. The POWs used these. Pick and mattock marks can still be seen on the tunnel walls. Sam ran his hands across the walls of the tunnel, where he could still feel the pick and mattock marks in the pumice. What happened to all the tailings? Were they simply carried out by hand? Mostly, Patu said. The removal of tailings from smaller tunnels was by using woven bamboo or coconut frond baskets. Also used was a 2-wheel wheelbarrow. In larger systems, small trolley carts on rails and even sleds pulled by the workers were utilized. Sam said, I see. During the war, many soldiers lived and worked in these tunnels, Patu said, pointing to a side room that had once been an officer's quarters, now bare except for the remnants of an old iron bed frame. The conditions were harsh, but they were safe from the constant bombing raids outside. This place, this labyrinth of tunnels, was their only shelter. How many people lived here? On the Gazelle Peninsula, that's this side of New Britain, there were 13 army hospital complexes housing over 4,000 patients. In the early days of 1942 to 43, Before going underground, these hospitals took troops from Guadalcanal, Bougainville, Milne Bay, Buna, Kokoda, and the New Guinea mainland. The Navy also had 2 underground hospitals capable of 1,000 patients each. At Gunanur, the entrances were in a valley, with a small creek at the bottom, which they had dammed to store water. This one housed some 2,000 people. They followed Patu deeper into the complex maze of tunnels carved into the pumice mountain. Through a spiral staircase carved into the pumice, they descended another 90 feet, reaching a new area with passages that were long and wide enough to drive a small vehicle through. Above ground, Patu told them, the base had a spectacular view that overlooked both sides of the caldera, Watum Island to the north and Simpson Harbor and the beehives to the south. Patu brought them through a small opening heading to the south. He turned on his flashlight, obviously deviating from the main tour. You want to see something incredible. Absolutely, Sam and Tom replied in unison. Patu's eyes filled with excitement and wonder. Follow me. In the darkness, the small tunnel opened into a large natural chamber. There were beds on one end, and ammunitions right beside the main kitchen. Sam suppressed a grin. They used to cook next to their bombs? Patu laughed. Isn't that wild? Crazy, Tom agreed. Sam stepped carefully into the large, musty chamber, the soft sound of his boots echoing off the rough-hewn walls. The distant drip of water caught his attention as he spotted a narrow stream flowing into the center of the room. It meandered through the chamber like a lost ghost, cold and persistent, before disappearing into the shadows. A simple stone bridge spanned the stream, its surface worn smooth by the passage of time. Sam advanced toward the bridge, his eyes tracking the flow of the water. The stream's gentle ripple vanished as it plunged into a dark siphon at the far end of the chamber. His breath caught, curiosity pulling him closer. He pulled out his flashlight and aimed the beam into the siphon's depths. The water was impossibly clear, crystal blue like a hidden jewel. His flashlight cut through the stillness, illuminating the depths below with startling clarity. For a moment it felt as though he was looking into a bottomless chasm, a world hidden beneath the surface of the stream. The light flickered against the smooth rock walls that curved downward into the siphon's maw, the shadows playing tricks on his mind, suggesting something ancient and unseen was resting just beyond his reach. Sam exchanged a quick glance with Tom. That looks like the kind of spot we usually like to scuba dive. Tom laughed. No, this chamber looks like the sort of place we normally get trapped in. Then we'd have to hold our breath and dive through that siphon to reach the outside world. Touché, Sam replied amiably. Patu asked, Are you ready to return? Sam looked at Tom, who nodded, and Sam said, Yeah, we've seen enough. Let's head back to the surface. They slowly wound their way to the top. At the end of the tour, they emerged back into the sunlight, the tropical climate once again hitting them with a wall of heat. Patu wiped his brow and smiled at the two men. I hope you found the tour informative. It's important that these places are remembered. They're a tribute to the strength and resilience of those who fought here. Sam nodded in agreement, appreciating the weight of the history they'd just walked through. Thank you, sir. It was incredible to see it up close. Tom glanced back down the tunnel, his brow furrowed. Makes you wonder what else is still buried down there. You mean deep inside that flooded chamber? The one beneath the bridge? Yeah, Tom said, his eyes a little wide. There's no way to find out. That is, unless you can breathe underwater. Patu gave a knowing smile, his eyes glinting with a hint of mystery. Rabaul has many secrets. Perhaps some are better left undisturbed. Perhaps, Sam agreed, heading toward the jeep. Patu said, I'm sorry I couldn't help you find your missing friend. Not a problem, Sam replied. You've been very helpful. Your friend collected bugs? Patu asked. Sam nodded. He was an entomologist. He specialized in looking for stick insects. The word was either lost on Patu, or he'd never seen one locally. But he got the concept of someone who likes to look for insects. He said, If you're looking for a man who collects bugs, then you should see Tao Gure. Why? Sam asked. Who is he? Tao Gure is a fisherman, but his first love is collecting insects. Patu grinned. If anyone has been here looking for bugs, they will have visited him. I am certain of it. Chapter 29. Sam and Tom climbed down from the rusty jeep. The dilapidated house looked like it had been built during World War II, which was probably the last time anyone looked at any form of maintenance. Nestled against the lush greenery of Rabaul's outskirts, the house was raised on stilts like many in the area, with a simple wooden structure and a corrugated iron roof. Its white paint was chipped and faded from years of exposure to the tropical elements, but the vibrant array of plants in the small overgrown garden suggested the owner had a penchant for life and color. Vines and flowering plants, some of them wild, others deliberately planted, climbed the posts and railings of the porch, encroaching on the house as though the rainforest were trying to reclaim it. Sam's eyebrows lifted. What do you think? Tom suppressed a grin. I think this is what real estate agents call a renovator's delight. The edges of Sam's lips twisted upward in a mischievous grin. Or a seamless integration with its natural surrounding landscape. Yeah, that would work too. Sam stepped forward and knocked on the door. It was opened after a short wait by a man in his mid-60s. His skin was deep brown, his features broad and strong. His black curly hair was graying at the temples, and his dark eyes were sharp. He wore a faded shirt and a pair of shorts. His feet were bare on the cool wood of the floor. He exuded the kind of calm that came from a life spent in nature. Hello. Do you want to come in? The man gestured, an easygoing, unguarded expression across his face, as if welcoming two large strangers into his house was the most obvious thing to do. My name's Sam, and this is Tom, Sam said. Welcome, Tao Gore replied, as though he were expecting them. Please hurry, or you will miss it. Sam and Tom followed him inside. Miss what? Tao gave him a look that suggested Sam couldn't fool him. He knew what they were there for, and then, without saying anything, led them through the cluttered interior of the house. There were double doors, with good quality screens on them both. An electronic system that seemed out of place with the rest of the house. Apparently, this ensured that only one of the two doors could be opened at any given time, to prevent insects from escaping. The interior of the house was modest, but dominated by Tao's compassion for entomology. Rows of cabinets filled the main room, each containing neatly framed butterflies pinned behind glass. The colors were dazzling, rich blues, fiery oranges, velvety blacks, and soft pastels, each one carefully labeled with handwritten notes, their names in both English and local Tok Pisin. Some species were local to the island, others gathered from nearby provinces. Sam couldn't help but admire the collection. The house smelled of the jungle outside, earthy, with a sweet undertone of tropical flowers. The constant hum of insects and the fluttering of wings filled the space. In one corner of the room, Tao had set up a small breeding area where delicate netting draped over wooden frames protected newly hatched butterflies and the small jade-green chrysalises waiting to emerge. The butterflies flitted about lazily, their movements almost dreamlike in the humid air. Tao Gure stopped in the dimly lit living room, a small space cluttered with a mix of old furniture and jungle artifacts. On one side of the room, where the soft light from a single window struggled through the thick canopy outside, hung several large, smooth pupae. They dangled from thin cords like pendants, swaying gently in the humid air. The chrysalises were an iridescent green with faint golden streaks, blending almost perfectly with the leaves of the potted ferns nearby. They looked otherworldly, fragile yet full of promise, each one waiting for its transformation. Sam said, "Mason Patu suggested that we—" Tao lifted his finger to his lips to silence him. "Just watch." His smile was broad and unapologetic, revealing teeth stained a deep reddish hue from years of beetle chewing. The crimson tint gave his grin an unsettling, almost maniacal quality, a stark contrast to the warmth his expression might have otherwise conveyed. Despite the discoloration, his smile radiated a certain rugged charm, as though it was a badge of his long history and hard-earned experience. Each time he flashed that stained grin, it seemed to tell a story of a man who had lived through the pits and rough edges of life and embraced it fully. Sam and Tom exchanged a meaningful glance, knowing what the other was thinking. They had arrived as strangers, but Tao Gure had welcomed them like best buddies, as though he were expecting them. Sam's gaze turned to follow the direction of Tao's wide eyes. He watched in silent awe as Tao gestured toward the pupa, his stained smile broadening. The air felt thick with anticipation, as though nature itself was holding its breath. Then, with a soft, almost imperceptible crack, the first chrysalis began to open. The shell split slowly down the middle, revealing a glimmer of emerald and black within. Sam could see the butterfly's body pushing forward, its damp wings crumpled tight against its sides. The butterfly emerged awkwardly, instinctively gripping onto the cord from which it had hung for days. Its wings unfolded gradually, their wet surfaces shimmering in the light as the veins filled and expanded, each new breath pushing it further toward life. One by one, the remaining pupa began to eclose, the tiny movements of each butterfly a mirror of the first. Their fragile wings unfurled like delicate silk fans, slowly hardening and taking shape. Some were a deep velvety black with vibrant green markings, while others had streaks of golden blue that seemed to catch the light, making them appear as if they had been dusted with the colors of the jungle. Sam stood mesmerized as the room filled with the quiet rustling of new life, the butterflies clinging to their perches as they adjusted to their final form and freedom. They flapped their wings softly, testing their newfound strength, preparing for the moment they would take flight. For now they were still, waiting patiently in the same space where their transformation had taken hold. "Well," Tao asked, "what do you think?" "Beautiful," Sam said with honesty. "What did we just watch?" "Those are Queen Alexandra's bird wing." Sam stared at them. The name was not particularly familiar. "They're quite striking." "Striking is an understatement," Tao said, his tone only slightly offended. Then, as if noticing Sam had no idea what he was talking about, he set to correct Sam's ignorance. "These are the largest butterflies in the world, with females having a wingspan that can reach up to 10 inches. The species was named after Queen Alexandra of the United Kingdom and is native to the forests of Papua New Guinea," Tao said. The female's wings have this brown with white markings. Then, pointing to another set of wings, said, and the males display this vibrant, iridescent green and blue colors, as you can see here. Beautiful, Sam agreed, trying hard to think of a more fitting adjective. Breathtakingly exquisite, Tom said, saving Sam. Tao began to laugh, a wry, curious expression on his red-stained lips. So, you didn't come to watch the new Queen Alexandra's bird-wing eclose. Sorry, Sam shook his head apologetically. But for what it's worth, we're glad we made it here just in time. So am I, Tao replied, with good humor. Everyone should see such an extraordinary event at least once in their lives. Thank you, Sam said. You must be Tao Gure. That's right. Tao seemed to suddenly realize he'd invited two complete strangers from off the island into his home for no apparent reason. More out of curiosity than concern, he asked, Why are you two here, then, if not for Queen Alexandra's bird-wing? We're looking for someone, Sam said, showing Tao the photograph of Darren at the airport in Rabaul. His name's Darren Young. We were hoping you might have seen him. Tao paused, his eyes clouding over, as he seemed to search his memory for such a name. Lines etched in his leathery skin seemed to deepen with concentration before he shook his head apologetically. That name doesn't seem to strike a chord in my memories. Sam drew a breath. That's okay. Mason Patu thought he might have met you. Oh, really? Why? Darren Young was an entomologist. Sam spread his arms toward the rows of butterflies and other insects that Tao had collected. He recently visited Rabaul to study some sort of rare phasmid. I presumed he would have sought you out. Darren Young. Tao said the name again aloud. No, I don't remember anyone by that name. That's so strange. I figured the first thing an American entomologist would do after arriving here would be to track down any local talent in the area, someone with regional knowledge about plant life and insects to help guide him. When was this? Tao asked. Sam said, 9 months ago. Tao paused. Something about that date seemed to mean something to him. A wry smile crossed his parted lips. What was this man looking for? A phasmid. P&G has more than 40 types. Can you be more specific? Sam said he was looking for one that had a great legend surrounding it, yet nobody had ever documented finding one. Tao said, Go on. Sam pressed his lips together. This one was called the immortal Dryococelus. And this man who went missing, he was American like you. Sam nodded. Yes. There was recognition and a new alertness in Tao's eyes. He was suddenly interested. He called out to his son in a local language Sam couldn't understand, probably Tolai, Tok Pizen, or Unserdeutsch, one of the more common languages spoken in Rabaul. Sam recalled that PNG had more than 800 unique languages, making it the most linguistically diverse country on Earth. Sam said, You know about the immortal Dryococelus? Only the legends. The origins with the Japanese miners who found them while digging out some of the World War II tunnels, or perhaps some of the mines they used. But you've never seen one. No. Tao gave a wry smile. If you asked me 10 months ago what I thought about them, I would have told you they don't exist. And 9 months ago? Sam asked. You are quick, Mr. Reilly, Tao smiled. 9 months ago, I would have said the legends could be real. I'm really not sure, either way. Sam persisted. So what happened to change your mind? A child, no more than 9 years old, walked into the room. Tao said, "Sam, Tom, meet my son, Manu." Tom said, "Nice to meet you." Sam nodded. "Hey, buddy. Sam here has come to look for his friend, who was here looking for a rare sort of stick insect. This one glowed red and gold." Tao looked at his son's knowing eyes. "Manu, I think you'd better tell the gentleman what happened last year." Chapter 30. Rababa Hot Springs, Rabaul, 9 months ago. Manu Gure stared out at the bay. He was relaxed at the edge of the beach, but kept his eyes out for crocodiles, just waiting for him to get too close. In his hands he held a simple fishing line. The sun was warm on his back as he stared out over the waters of the bay, just off the coast of Rababa. His fishing line dipped lazily into the clear blue sea, waiting for a tug that never seemed to come. It didn't matter much to Manu. He loved being near the water, feeling the rhythm of the waves as they lapped gently at the shore. The bay stretched out before him, a mix of tranquil beauty and quiet mystery, framed by the towering green mountains in the distance. His gaze wandered over the shimmering surface of the water when something unusual caught his attention. There, bobbing on the horizon, was a round, rusted object, half submerged but unmistakable. Manu's eyes widened. It was old, ancient-looking, with strange spikes jutting out in every direction. He'd heard stories from the elders about relics from the war, but he'd never seen one himself, an old World War II naval mine. Fascinated, Manu rose to his feet and began walking along the beach, never taking his eyes off the floating relic. The recent storms must have shaken it loose from wherever it had been hiding, its mooring finally giving way after nearly 80 years. It drifted slowly, carried by the tides, the spikes jutting out like an iron star as it moved with the current. He kept his distance but tracked its path, his small feet leaving prints in the wet sand. The mine bobbed closer to the shore, its ominous presence both exciting and terrifying. Suddenly, a large wave surged toward it, crashing down with force. The mine was swept up, flipping in the water, and before Manu knew it, it vanished beneath the surface, swallowed by the sea. Manu waited, holding his breath, the quiet stillness of the moment stretching out. He listened intently for the sound of another wave or something to break the tension and reveal where the mine would surface again. After a few minutes of nothing, he let out a small sigh and prepared to head home. That's when it happened. A deafening explosion ripped through the air, followed by a massive column of water shooting into the sky. Manu froze, his heart pounding in his chest as a shock wave rushed toward him. The force of the blast sent a wall of water racing across the beach, a micro-tsunami spreading out like a hand reaching for him. He turned and ran, his feet slipping on the sand as he scrambled to get to higher ground. The water surged behind him, but he managed to reach safety as the wave crashed over where he had stood moments before. Breathing hard, Manu watched as the water began to recede, draining away like a great beast retreating into the sea. In its wake, something unexpected was left behind. A shipwreck. Manu's eyes narrowed on the remnants of an old Japanese barge. It lay encrusted and partially split in two, scattered on the beach. It had been hidden for decades beneath the bay, but the force of the explosion had brought it to light. Manu stared at the wreckage, awestruck by the sheer power of the past rising up before him, a piece of history unearthed by chance. This was the best day of his life. Chapter 31. Sam stared at the kid. He had told the story well, giving all the details in a clear and concise manner, without the embellishment or sensationalism of most fiction writers. "Interesting," Sam said, "and horrifying to hear that 8 decades on, you're still having to deal with the repercussions of a foreign war on your beaches." Tao's mouth was set in a grim line. "Unexploded ordnance is still a big problem in this part of the world. It's not just naval mines, which still sometimes sink our fishing vessels, but also unexploded bombs on land, which have lain there for nearly 80 years, and then explode during a construction project." Turning to Manu, Sam asked, "What happened next?" "You mean after the shipwreck washed up on the shore?" "Yes." "It was late. I had chores to do at home. The next morning I came back, and there were lots of people around the wreck." "What about this white guy?" Sam asked, holding the picture out for the kid to look at. "You said you saw him somewhere?" "Uh-huh," the kid said. "The next day, that man took an interest in the wreckage." "He was studying the boat?" Sam asked. The kid shook his head. "No, it seemed more like he was looking for something." "Did he say that?" "No." "Then what happened?"
"Nothing."
"He just left?"
"Actually, he took an interest in this strange stick insect I had found nearby."
Manu shrugged.
"I had collected it to take it home to show my dad. It seemed pretty cool and very heavy, like carrying a stone. I figured my dad would be impressed too."
"A stick insect?" Sam confirmed.
"Yeah, it was the biggest one I've ever found. Really weird. 6 legs, no wings. Never seen anything like it."
"Where did you find it?"
"On the shore, climbing the leaf of a plant, right near where the boat crashed. Maybe 30 feet away. I saw it on a small straggling frond that was somehow surviving in the middle of the Rababa hot springs."
Manu shook his head in wonder.
"In fact, the insect seemed to be bathing in the steam that was rising from the thermal spring."
"Can you describe it for me?" Sam asked.
"The spring, sure. It rises out through a fissure in the ground, between the bay and the black sands of the beach."
Sam held up his hand to stop him. "I meant the strange stick insect. I've read the travel brochure on the Rababa hot springs. It sounds delightful."
"Oh, okay."
Manu nodded.
"At first I thought it was just a regular bug. You know, like the ones you find on trees. But this one was different. Its body wasn't like bark. It was shiny, almost like metal. Then it had this reddish gold color, and when the light hit it just right, it glowed like fire underwater."
"What did the tourist do?"
"He wanted to take it." The kid smiled. "Offered me $100, telling me he wanted to keep one as a pet."
Sam's eyes narrowed on the kid. "Did you?"
"What?" Manu asked. "Sell it to him?"
"Did you?" Sam persisted.
"Sure I did. But I saw the greedy look in his eyes. I made him pay 10 times what he first offered."
Sam pressed his lips together. "Then did he buy it for 1,000?"
"You bet he did,"
Manu said, laughing, as though he'd just duped a dumb tourist. "Where did he go after that?" The kid shrugged.
"He picked up the bag, put it in some sort of plastic container, and then walked off."
"Did you ever see the tourist again?" Sam asked. Manu shook his head.
"No, never."
Just to be sure, Sam showed the kid a sketch of an immortal Dryococelus. It had been made by a Japanese naval officer during the war and had been more recently colored in red and gold to match the description of the phasmid's orichalcum shell. Sam still wasn't convinced the sketch itself hadn't been merely a hoax. His piercing ocean blue eyes focused on the kid. Did the insect you found look anything like this? Manu studied the photograph. Like his father, he genuinely took the time to fully examine it. Then he shook his head. No. It looked nothing like the insect in this photo? Sam asked. Disappointment radiated from the tone of his voice. No. Manu shook his head and pointed to Sam's picture. I meant the insect I found. It looked exactly like this. Chapter 32. Sam and Tom looked at each other. It was as close to a modern confirmation that the immortal Dracocylus existed. It was the word of a 9-year-old boy, but his story was detailed, and he had no hesitation or uncertainty in his telling. Sam was inclined to trust that boy's view. Well, Tom, what do you think? Tom shrugged. It looks like the immortal Dracocylus is real. Sam said, There's only one way to find out for sure. How? Tom asked. Sam grinned. We'll need to find one. Where? Tom laughed. Didn't you hear him? Nobody's seen one before or since. But they've heard stories their grandparents told about Japanese sailors with them, Sam said, as though this simply proved the fact. I'm beginning to believe this is more than just a legend. Tom gave a puzzled grin. So? We'll just have to locate another one of these sunken Japanese barges. Tom asked, Any idea where we're going to find one of those? It just so happens I have a fishing boat. Tao Gore looked at him. Not only that, but I know where to find a sunken Japanese World War II shipwreck. Tom gave a winning smile. Then that makes you our new best friend. Sam grinned. It's time to find out if these insects really do live forever. Chapter 33. Jackson Police Department, Wyoming. Detective Alex Cross sat at her desk. The Jackson Police Department had become alive since the jet crash. A hum of conversations and ringing phones filled the air, but she had long learned how to block out the noise. Her focus was razor sharp, always tuned to the smallest details, reading the latest set of reports on Sam Reilly, his father, and this alleged thief who went by the name of Relic Hunter. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. She glanced up to see Spencer, one of her best forensic technicians, standing in the doorway. He had a manila folder in his hand, his face carrying an expression that told her he had something important to share. Got a minute, Detective? Spencer asked. Only for you, Spencer. Alex motioned for him to come in, her curiosity piqued. What did you find? Spencer sat down in front of her and slid the folder across the desk. It's about Dr. Theo Langford, the guy who turned up dead last week. You see, it turns out his name wasn't Theo Langford at all. Alex leaned forward, flipping open the folder to reveal a stack of papers, documents, records, and even what looked like a few passport scans. It could take hours to examine everything. Go on. Spencer took a breath. So I did some digging. Langford, if we can even call him that, was born Alistair Montague in Britain. After emigrating here, he legally changed his name to Theo Langford. The name change was done shortly after his arrival, about 20 years ago. Alex's eyes narrowed as she looked at the passport photo of a much younger man. Why would he change his name? What was he hiding? That's where it gets interesting, Spencer continued. It looks like he used the new name to cover his tracks. In Britain, he was a speculator who raised money for some sort of treasure hunt and ended up embezzling upward of $10 million out of investors. What was the scam? He convinced investors he would find an immortal Dracocylus. Alex frowned. What the hell is that? This is the part you won't believe. It's some sort of legendary mythical bug found in the Pacific during World War II. Wait, Alex said. Didn't Sam Reilly say something about Darren Young claiming to have found one of these creatures in PNG? Uh-huh, that's right. Why was it worth so much money? No idea. Did they find it? No, and the investors wanted to recoup some of their money, which was when Montague disappeared. Right. There's something else you need to know. Alex's body tensed in expectation. What? Spencer said, Langford was importing huge amounts of plants from the genus Aristolochia, particularly Aristolochia tagala and Aristolochia schlechteri. Spencer, disappointed by this big news, Alex sighed. Pretend I have no interest in gardening and have no idea what you're talking about. Fill me in. Queen Alexandra's bird-wing butterflies, the largest butterflies in the world, primarily feed on these plants. They're colloquially known as Dutchman's pipe vines and are highly toxic. In fact, after some research, it turns out the caterpillars of the Queen Alexandra birdwing ingest these toxins, making them poisonous to potential predators. Spencer smiled. See, it's a type of defensive mechanism. The butterflies rely on these specific host plants for their larvae to develop and grow, and the adults also frequent flowering plants to feed on nectar. Okay, Alex said, not quite following the relevancy. Langford was importing huge amounts of these plants, enough to manage an industrial-sized breeding program. Alex gave another shrug. So what? We already know he's a bug guy. He probably collects phasmids. Not like this. This is at the sort of quantities a zoo might import. Okay, maybe he was running an illegal breeding program for butterflies and insects that aren't supposed to be imported in the first place? Maybe he was running some sort of black market trading system. Maybe, Spencer agreed. Either way, something doesn't add up here. And besides, these plants weren't found at his house. What about his place of work? Langford worked for himself. He didn't go anywhere else on a regular basis. Alex asked, how much of these plants did he buy? Somewhere measuring in the quantity of tons, and he would do it like clockwork each year. Interesting, Alex said. I'll note it and let the rest of the team know to keep an eye out for these plants and any connection with Langford. What else have you got? Spencer went on. He applied for citizenship under Theo Langford and pretty much erased his old identity in the process. No one thought to check twice because on paper he looked like just another immigrant starting fresh. Alex's mind was already working, threading the pieces together. So, other than his unhappy investors, was there anything else he was running from? Did you find anything? I don't know. Spencer leaned in. The doctorate in entomology? It's a fake. There's no record of him ever attending any of the institutions he claimed to have degrees from. The doctorate came from a diploma mill. Nothing but a piece of paper he probably paid for. He used it to build a career as an expert entomologist, but the truth is, he had no academic background in the field. Alex let out a low whistle, shaking her head. So, we've got a guy who's not only changed his identity, but built his entire career on a lie. What was he doing here in Jackson, and why would someone kill him? Spencer shrugged. That's what I'm trying to figure out. But one thing's clear, he was hiding something big. The question is, who found out? And why did they want him dead? Alex stared at the dossier, her instincts telling her that this was only the beginning. Montague, wasn't just some random victim. His entire life was a fabrication, and the truth behind it could be the key to cracking this case wide open.
He wasn't even an entomologist? Alex frowned. What about all the strange bugs and insects we found at his place? No, I have no doubt he appeared to like butterflies and bugs, at least enough to collect them, and his bookshelves were full of dictionaries and research manuals on insect literature. I'm just saying his doctorate was faked. So, if he wasn't a real entomologist, what was he up to? In fact, even if he wasn't a real entomologist, that doesn't explain what sort of work he was doing, let alone what the hell he was doing to make the sort of money to afford a mansion like his. Spencer grinned knowingly. Sorry, I was saving the best part until last. What have you got? It looks like Langford or Montague was an amateur gold prospector. Somewhere along the lines, I'm guessing he found the mother lode. Some giant old nugget or something. He even had a registration for a small-scale prospecting license that allowed him to use more disruptive methods for mining, like suction dredging or motorized equipment. So what? Alex wasn't following. He got lucky, paid off all his debts, and bought a mansion. What am I missing here? Spencer laid out his winning card. For the past 20 years, Langford has been selling gold to an assay office right here in Jackson Hole. Alex said, I'm still missing something. Spencer flicked through the manila folder and brought out a single piece of paper with dates and sale prices of gold. Langford didn't just visit the assay office each year for 20 years to sell his raw gold. He came on the same date, every year for 20 years. Alex glanced at the records. Wow, she said, glancing at the sale price. I can see now how he could afford to buy that mansion, even though he's never held a job since he arrived in the U.S. 20 years ago. Yeah, that's some lucky find, eh? I guess so. I don't really know much about gold, but if it was this easy, everyone would be doing it. Indeed. Spencer watched her, as though waiting for the coin to drop, as she studied the notes, the same way it had for him. When it didn't, he said, Even stranger still, that he should find that gold on the same day, every year for 20 years? No way. It's true. Alex quickly ran her eyes across the dates of the gold sales. She shook her head. No, it isn't. There's up to a week or two difference here and there. That's what I thought, too. Spencer handed her a second folder. Check this out. She ran her eyes across an almost identical graph. The dates seemed to match. What is it? They're the same? Yes. Only one of them show the dates of the first thaw of spring, while the other one shows the date when Langford sells his gold to the assay office. Alex pressed her lips together. What are you trying to say? Spencer said, Langford was selling his gold exactly 9 months after the first thaw of spring every year. Why the hell would he be doing that? Spencer shook his head. I have no idea. Chapter 34. Port of Bilbao, Spain. Anyone seen Caliburn? Amira asked. Viran shook his head. No, I was going to ask you the same thing. He's been sneaking out and going somewhere each day. Like a teenager, Matthew said, slipping out of his parents' house at night to meet a lover. Amira grinned. Only he's not a teenager, and he's a dog. Viran said, He's too old to have a lover. No, he's not. Nor is he too smart to have one. Amira grinned. You should have seen him last week. He was like a love-struck puppy, or whatever the dog equivalent of a teenager might be, when he met this other golden retriever at Gaz Telagachi. Genevieve stepped into the mission room.
Overhearing the conversation, she said with a genuine smile, "Good for Caliburn. Why shouldn't he meet someone? I've never needed anyone to complete me, but that doesn't mean it isn't nice to climb into bed with someone you love." Viran's expression softened. "It's nice to see the romance is still alive with you and Tom." There was a kindly, almost paternal way in which he spoke of her happiness. "When I watch you fight, I forget you have a softer side. I'm happy for you." Matthew said, "It's Sam. He keeps Tom's schedule so tight. What's that saying? Absence makes the heart grow stronger?" Genevieve's lips formed a bemused smile. She pressed her tongue to the tip of her impish mouth. Desire flickered across her intensely blue eyes. "It's got nothing to do with Sam and everything to do with Tom. It doesn't hurt that he's good-looking and a great kisser." Amira said, "Yes, well, this is all very interesting, but does anyone have any idea where Caliburn is? I can't find him." Matthew called out, but got no answer. Genevieve glanced at the golem, standing 7 foot tall and made of orichalcum, placed at the entrance to the mission room like an ancient sentinel. "What do you say, Tin Man? You got any idea where Caliburn's gone?" Amira said, "Don't you have some sort of high-tech security on board the Tehila?" Elise, after hearing the commotion, stepped into the mission room. "What's this I hear about you wanting to spy on Caliburn?" "We're not spying on him," Amira replied. "Just concerned because he seems to have disappeared." Elise gave a half shrug. "It's Caliburn. He wanders off at any port we stay for more than a few days. You know what they say about sailors." Amira gave a wry smile. "A lover in each port or something?" "Perhaps, but it's Caliburn. I wouldn't worry about it." Amira laughed. "All the same, I'd like to know that he's all right." Elise opened her laptop and brought up the ship's AI-managed security system. She typed in Caliburn's name, and the program brought up the last time the dog was on board. "All right," Elise said, hitting the play button. "For the record, I still think this is spying on Caliburn." "Noted," Amira said. The digital CCTV revealed Caliburn behind a pillar, watching as each member of the crew entered the mission room, carefully navigating the Tehila to ensure that nobody noticed him. To Amira, his behavior was definitely sneaky. More and more, he reminded her of a teenager who was up to no good. Caliburn watched as Elise entered the mission room. A moment later, he quietly raced up onto the deck, onto the makeshift gangway, down the steps, and onto the dry dock upon which the Tehila sat. Elise changed the perspective to one of the current live feeds, which now tracked Caliburn heading toward town, his tail wagging. Amira shook her head. "That's Sly Dog." Genevieve said, "Good for him. Bet he has a lover." Matthew said, "It might be that dog from Gatsulagachi." Amira said, "I doubt it. Gatsulagachi was more than an hour taxi ride from the harbor." Elise shrugged. "Then where is he going?" Amira pressed her lips together in a wry grin. "I've no idea, but just for fun, I think I'll find out." Chapter 35. Amira stepped down the narrow rungs of the scaffolding built next to the Tehila. On the dry dock, she glanced back at the Tehila, which loomed above her, its sleek hull reflecting the dim evening light that filtered through the industrial setting of the port of Bilbao. Spain's largest northern harbor was busy, even at this hour, with workers calling out to each other in Basque and Spanish, the scent of salt water and diesel mixing in the air. Amira walked quickly. She moved with a certain grace, her strong athletic body framed by a pair of fitted cargo shorts and a plain black singlet. Her toned arms, muscular and defined, caught the glint of the morning light, and her lean legs, honed by years of relentless effort, carried her with natural precision. Her wild, curly black hair was tied back in a French braid. She smiled, revealing a nice set of teeth. It was a warm day, and she was only too happy to find a reason to leave the Tehillah and go for a walk. Amira walked in the direction she'd seen Caliburn heading. Caliburn moved with surprising purpose, his fur shimmering under the sunlight, occasionally shifting in hue as if reacting to his surroundings. Amira followed at a safe distance, her steps measured and silent, blending into the shadows of the warehouses and cargo containers. She followed him into the city, with its labyrinthine streets. The dog weaved through the industrial district, traveling toward the city's older quarter. Amira stayed behind him, slipping through crowds of dock workers finishing their shifts, her heart pounding softly in her chest. What was he up to? She was worried she wouldn't be able to keep up with him, but soon discovered her fears were unfounded. Despite Caliburn's incredible intelligence, he was still a dog, and dogs liked to stop and smell everything. Caliburn darted happily from one smell to another, taking in the delights that Bilbao had to offer. Amira slowed her pace to a stop. She grinned. Following him was going to be easier than she thought. It was hard to imagine that Caliburn had been a military experiment. He was a chimera, his DNA artificially spliced with that of an octopus, human, and dog. The dog's DNA held the biggest component, and she was seeing plenty of that in his playful mood right now. The human side was the smallest. In her opinion, this was good, as she didn't know many humans that came close to a dog when it came to kindness and absolute goodness. Octopus DNA was interesting. An octopus had one of the highest IQs of the three species. It was also able to change its skin, or in this case fur, pigmentation, allowing Caliburn to camouflage with his surroundings when he was frightened. Caliburn barked and ran off following a sudden shift in scent. Amira followed quickly. Caliburn finally led her into a narrow alley, the walls of old brick buildings towering on either side. She slowed her pace, her instincts on high alert. The alley had a claustrophobic feel to it, with piles of trash and broken crates cluttering the path. The air smelled stale, trapped in the confines of the narrow space. The only sound was the soft padding of Caliburn's paws on the cobblestones ahead. Amira slowed her pace as she followed Caliburn deeper into the narrow alley. The walls closed in around her, the brickwork stained with age and grime. Ahead, Caliburn padded forward with the same casual, almost lazy gait that always seemed to disguise his true intelligence. His golden fur glistened under the faint light filtering down from a street lamp at the far end of the alley. Then something strange happened. Amira blinked, her eyes narrowing. The glow of the streetlight cast a soft hue over Caliburn's fur, but it wasn't just the light playing tricks on her. His fur changed to blend in with Caliburn's surroundings. It shimmered subtly, the rich golden tones darkening, fading into the muddied browns and grays of the alley walls. She slowed, unable to believe Caliburn was going to shake her like an expert spy. Her eyes scanned his fur more carefully now. The closer he got to the wall, the more he seemed to blend in, his body losing the distinct outline of a dog. It was as though the texture and color of his coat were adapting to his surroundings. The fur shifted, the golden hue replaced by the rough browns of old brick, then grays, like the shadowy corner of the alley. Amira stopped in her tracks, her heart racing. Caliburn moved toward a pile of old crates at the far end of the alley. As he did, his fur melded into the backdrop, first the bricks, then the weathered wood of the crates, until he became almost indistinguishable from the debris surrounding him. His entire body was now a patchwork of grays and browns, flickering in and out of visibility with each step. It was like watching an animal disappear into the wilderness, but here, in an urban maze, the effect was more disconcerting. Amira's breath hitched. One moment he was there, his golden form easily distinguished against the grimy backdrop. The next, he wasn't. Her eyes scanned the alley frantically, searching for any sign of the retriever. She knew he had to be there. There was no other way out, no secret passage, no door. But even as she searched, she could no longer perceive him from the alley itself. She crouched, narrowing her gaze, trying to spot any movement. Her fingers brushed against the ground where his paw prints should have been, but there was no trace, no sign of where he had gone. The crates, the walls, even the shadows were still, empty. Caliburn was gone. She stood slowly, her mind racing. How had he done it? She knew he had some kind of ability, something engineered into him, but she had never seen it in action like this. The way his fur had shifted, blending perfectly into the environment, she hadn't realized the extent of his camouflage capabilities until now. Amira glanced around once more, scanning the alley in disbelief. There was nothing left but the quiet hum of the city in the distance and the cold, solid walls around her. Amira retraced her steps around the dead end. She moved forward cautiously, glancing around, expecting to find him sniffing at something or waiting for her at the other end. But as she reached the alley's midpoint, a strange realization settled over her. He was gone. Amira froze. Her sharp eyes scanned the alley, every shadow, every nook and cranny. Nothing. No sign of him. Her heart skipped a beat. She stepped forward, her boots making barely a sound on the stones. The alley was a dead end. Tall brick walls enclosed the space. Old windows above, boarded up or long abandoned. There was nowhere for him to go. She crouched, touching the ground where his paw prints should have been visible in the dust, but there was nothing, no trace at all. It was as if the golden retriever had vanished into thin air. Amira's breath caught in her throat, and for the first time, a sliver of doubt crept into her mind. Her eyes darted from wall to wall, searching for something, anything, that might explain his disappearance. "All right, Caliburn," Amira said, her voice loud and clear and a little apologetic. "You win. Where are you?" No sound. She shook her head and made another circuit of the dead end, and then, a moment later, just behind her, she sensed movement. Spinning around, she saw the door that led through a super-narrow laneway swing shut, locking on its own latch. Amira ran to the door and tried to open it. The door had one of those self-locking mechanisms, the sort that hotels use, so it's impossible to leave without the door closing shut and automatically locking. It didn't move at all. She shook her head. Unbelievable. Caliburn must have known someone would follow him eventually, and set it up so that he had an easy way to prevent whoever was following him from successfully doing so. On the other side of the laneway, Amira heard a soft bark from Caliburn, as if to say, "Don't bother trying to follow me next time." And then he was gone. Amira glanced about, trying to see if there was another way around. It looked like if there was, it was a long way back. No, Caliburn had won this time. If he felt so strongly about his privacy, who was she to challenge it? Let him have his alone time. Amira turned around. She retraced her steps through the dimly lit alley, her mind still reeling from Caliburn's sudden disappearance. The streets of Bilbao were quieter now. the bustling sounds of the port fading into the background. As she walked back, a sense of unease settled over her. Something didn't feel right. She had been so focused on the retriever that she hadn't paid enough attention to where she had wandered. The winding streets of the old town, Casco Viejo, were a maze of cobblestones and ancient buildings, some crumbling under the weight of centuries. Amira paused at a narrow intersection, trying to get her bearings. In the distance she heard the faint murmur of the Nervion River, and with it the hope of finding her way back to the port through the ancient labyrinth. Her feet carried her toward the center of the old quarter, where the streets began to widen and the architecture grew more elaborate. Suddenly, the oppressive weight of the narrow alleyways gave way to a broad square, and Amira found herself standing before a building she hadn't expected to see. The Museo Archeologico Etnografico e Historico Vasco, the Basque Museum. The streets were deserted. Amira glanced at her watch. It was just after 2 p.m. in the afternoon. Where is everyone? She kept going, admiring the old architecture in her solitude. Amira followed the signs to the museum. It was housed in a grand stone building that once served as a convent. The courtyard was quiet, empty of tourists. The entrance framed by old wooden doors and intricate stone carvings. A closed sign was on the heavy door. "Where is everyone?" she asked herself out loud. A woman said, "Welcome to Casco Viejo, Amira, where the Spanish and Basque people still enjoy the ancient tradition of the early afternoon siesta." Amira turned around to meet the stranger who knew her name. Her eyes took in the entire deserted quadrangle. A shadow of fear passed over her as she realized she was unarmed and on her own. Tilting her head, Amira studied the woman. She was short and quite beautiful, with dark Spanish features. There was something familiar about her. "Do I know you?" Amira asked. "Oh, I think you do." It was the voice that she recognized. Amira's heart skipped a beat and her blood turned to ice. She was standing face to face with the Relic Hunter. Chapter 36. Amira's mouth dropped open. Her piercing brown eyes stared in disbelief. Amira's fingers instinctively brushed the smooth leather of her belt, where the telek lay hidden against her hip. Her heart quickened, but her movements were calm, deliberate. She slid her hand beneath the loose folds of her tunic, feeling the familiar coolness of the intricately tooled leather sheath. The traditional Tuareg knife, small but lethal, a curved, single-edged blade designed for swift, close-quarters defense. With a practiced flick, Amira freed the knife from its sheath, the faintest whisper of steel against leather accompanying the motion. She kept the blade concealed in the palm of her hand, ready, her eyes never leaving the Relic Hunter's face. She might have caught her off guard, but Amira was never truly unarmed. The telek was her silent assurance, a weapon of her ancestors. If it came to it, she would wield it with deadly precision. The Relic Hunter placed her hand on Amira's forearm. "Put it away. 2 expert snipers have your head in the crosshairs of their tripod-mounted Remington M40 sniper rifles. If you make any sudden movement, they have orders to shoot you between the eyes." Amira stopped, relaxed her grip on the weapon. Amira's eyes darted from the Relic Hunter to the rooftops nearby. She could see the sniper rifles. The Relic Hunter wasn't even concerned about concealing her bodyguards. She was certain that she was safe. If she wanted Amira dead, she would have killed her by now. Amira nodded. "All right. What do you want from me?" "I want Sam Reilly," Amira tilted her head and frowned. You can't have him. You had your chance. He's mine now. The Relic Hunter shrugged. Oh, darling, that's not what this is all about. Sam Reilly was good, but he wasn't that good. It's been more than 20 years. This whole thing is driven by revenge, not love. Why? Amira asked, buying time, while trying to gain some sort of information. It's a long story. Amira's lips parted in a wry smile. I have the time. The Relic Hunter shook her head. Yeah, well, I don't. What do you want? I want you to kill Sam Reilly. Amira pressed her lips together. Why me? The Relic Hunter said, It needs to be done. You're close to him. It seems like the natural choice. No, thank you. You can do your own dirty work. You want him dead? You can do it yourself. The Relic Hunter shook her head. It doesn't work like that. Oh, how do you suggest it works? You're going to take Sam to the house where I grew up. You're going to show him around. It won't take long. There's little more than the burned skeleton of a once grand slave plantation. Once there, I want you to put a bullet in his head. Amira looked at her, their eyes meeting in a hardened gaze. You're out of your mind. The Relic Hunter persisted, undeterred. I'm going to tell you where it is and exactly how you're going to do it. Why there? Amira asked, trying to find something that might make sense. Something she could use to warn Sam, or possibly something Elise could use to track the Relic Hunter down. It's important to me. That's where all of this began, and that's where it must end. Why, would I help you? Amira asked. Then, trying to follow the Relic Hunter's reasoning, she said, I won't do it. Even if I was willing to sacrifice Sam's life, there's nothing to prevent you simply killing me afterward. I don't have an issue with you. There's nothing that you've done to harm me. You dated Sam Reilly, so did I. You didn't do anything I wouldn't have done. Sam's a good-looking guy. I always liked his sea-blue eyes, she mused. He was a good kisser and fun to be around. I can see why you like him. Why are you doing this? Amira asked. He loved you. All these years later, he still remembers you as his first love. That's sweet. He always was romantic. I like that about him. Amira said, Is that what this is all about? You felt jilted by your ex-lover? Sam Reilly? The Relic Hunter asked, a mocking tone in her voice. You think I feel jilted by him? You think that's what this is all about? Isn't it? No. This has nothing to do with Sam. That hit Amira, blindsiding her. You're not upset with Sam? No. Whatever gave you that idea? Amira spread her hands. The fact you're asking me to literally kill him. This has nothing to do with Sam. What does it have to do with? Amira asked, curiosity boiling in her mind. James Reilly took my family and everything I held dear away from me. The Relic Hunter's lips formed a hardened line. Now, I'm going to take away what matters most from him. You're insane. Possibly. You need help. Probably. But all the same, you're going to do exactly what I ask. And if I don't, Amira asked, you will. Amira held her gaze. You seem very confident. I am. The Relic Hunter spoke with the calm efficiency of a professional. You're not the first person I've used to achieve my goal. All the same, I think you'll find I'm not like other people. Yes, you are. I'm not your pawn. Yes, you are. And you will kill Sam Reilly. Amira drew a sharp breath. Never. Oh, you will.
There's nothing you can do to make me. I'd rather die." "People say that, but I think you will find they're just words. Nobody would rather die." "I would." "Okay, I believe you, and I'm not that kind of person who wants to force anyone to do something they don't want to do." Amira opened her mouth to complain. "What do you call what you're doing now?" The Relic Hunter lifted a hand to silence her. "Settle down. I give people options. In the end, they choose the one that is most palatable for them to live with. In your case, I think you'll choose to do what I ask to Sam, and your love for him can be damned." "What have you got on me?" "Nothing on you. A simple choice." "What?" The Relic Hunter handed her a photo. It was a picture of a small girl, maybe 4 years old, if she had to guess. Amira looked at the girl in the image, and her world turned upside down. The preschooler looked like any other child that age, but Amira recognized her. She would always recognize those eyes. They were so gray they almost appeared blue against the backdrop of her golden skin. Amira touched the cesarean scar on her belly. "They said she was dead." The Relic Hunter tilted her head to the side in an almost coquettish gesture. "Some people lie." An image of the midwife flashed before her, the one who had taken her baby and never brought her back, telling her the child had suffered some sort of complication during the birth and hadn't been able to be resuscitated. Hours later, she was shown a dead baby. It wasn't her baby. She was certain it wasn't hers. They said she just couldn't accept the truth. She remembered fighting with the midwife, who ended up giving her a sedative. "That was you!" Amira spat. The Relic Hunter shrugged. "Guilty, as charged." "Why?" Amira's voice was barely audible, little more than a pained cry. "I needed your husband to find 3 golems." The Relic Hunter shrugged. "It was the only way I could find to get him to lie to you." Amira stared at the image of the girl. "This is a fake, some sort of AI-produced fiction." "It's not." The Relic Hunter smiled maliciously. "Then again, if you believe that, feel free to ignore my request and see what happens." "I don't believe you," Amira said. But she did. It was those eyes. How could a mother not recognize her own daughter? Chapter 37. Simpson Harbor, New Britain. "Lukim Solwara," Sam said, reading out the name on the fishing boat's hull. Tao Gore said, "It means see the ocean in Tok Pisin, the language my parents spoke when I was growing up." Sam said, "Good name. A very good name," Tom echoed. He took in the fishing boat. It was a basic motor sailor, with a large diesel engine and a mast for running a single large head sail for a bit of stability and improved fuel efficiency. It wasn't much to look at, but it appeared seaworthy. The fishing boat was tied up alongside the jetty. Sam's eyes swept the harbor in the background. It was part of a huge flooded caldera, ringed by several active volcanoes. It had a long, empty beach with black sand that stretched for miles. For a moment, he wondered why nobody was on the beach, given its idyllic location. Then, recalling that PNG had some of the largest proportions of saltwater crocodiles per square mile than any other location on Earth, he gathered it was probably for the best no one was sunbathing. The harbor itself was relatively empty. A small number of wooden dinghies were tied to the jetty, their paint peeling and hulls weathered by years of exposure to the elements. A few larger trawlers, more modern but still rugged, were docked further down the quay.
Interspersed among them were sleek, privately owned yachts, their polished decks and pristine sails starkly contrasting with the more utilitarian fishing boats. At dawn, Lukim Solwara was a hive of activity as Sam and Tom loaded their diving equipment onto the deck. Tanks of compressed air, diving masks, fins, wetsuits, and underwater cameras were carefully stowed away. Tau Gore worked the vessel with his son, Manu. Together they set about securing and fastening all the equipment for the trip. The sky was awash of pale pink and orange as the sun crept over the horizon, casting a warm glow over the harbor. The water was calm, reflecting the boats and the distant outline of the volcanoes. By 6:30 a.m., the Lukim Solwara was underway. Tau stood proudly at the wheelhouse. The vessel's somewhat ancient diesel engine rumbled to life, sending vibrations through the deck. The boat eased away from the dock, its wake spreading out in gentle ripples as they motored out of the harbor. They proceeded around the harbor, the boat carving a path through the calm waters. The coastline of New Britain came into view, lush and green against the azure sea. Tau steered them toward the southern side, where they knew several wrecks were scattered. Sam stood next to Tau in the pilot house, chatting along the way, while Tom and Manu were at the back of the boat, looking after some of the fishing equipment for later. Just beneath the shimmering water, a subtle ripple caught his attention. His eyes narrowed, and there it was, gliding silently, almost blending with the dark depths, a crocodile. Its massive armored back barely disturbed the water, moving with a deceptive grace that belied its potential for violence. The crocodile's rough, leathery skin gleamed faintly in the light, a jagged spine cresting out of the harbor like the tip of an iceberg. Its powerful tail swayed gently, propelling it forward with an eerie sense of purpose. It looked majestic, almost beautiful, and deadly in equal measures. It also looked hungry. Sam frowned. Should we be worried diving out here with the crocs? They're amazing creatures, Tau grinned, revealing his red-stained teeth. They're one of God's greatest creations. Sam met the man's gaze. You think? Of course. Almost every other creature on Earth was forced to change and adapt, to evolve, to survive. He shook his head, his eyes wide and full of wonder. Not the crocodile. What you see today is almost identical to what you would have seen 250 million years ago. It was a born predator, capable of survival throughout the ages, and will most likely still be here, unevolved, long after humans have died out. You're making me feel much better about diving with them. Tau shrugged. I wouldn't worry about crocodiles where we're going. They can't get there? Oh, they can get there. I'm just saying they're well fed and probably won't go after you. Sam grinned. I'm feeling much better. Tau laughed. Wait until you hear my favorite story about crocodiles. I'm not sure I want to hear it. Trust me, you do. All right. Sam pressed his lips together. Tell me your story. Tau said, When I was 10 years old, not much older than Manu, my father took me on an expedition out along the Strickland River basins in the then western district of Papua. He was a hunter and a fisherman, but used to take tourists out to these remote, unexplored, and wild places. From what I hear, the Strickland River basins is about as untamed as it gets. Exactly. Tau's eyes clouded up with the memory. Water extended everywhere for miles and miles, and quite often a river as marked on the map only indicated a stretch of water free of reeds or other growth. For the water, you see, continued to flow through the reeds and trees on both sides of what you thought was the river. The bush on either side was often still navigable to canoes for miles and miles, each side of the main river stream. Amazing! South of Lake Murray, the whole district was a giant mud pan. The river banks were soggy mud, and dry land was just dried mud. The entire area was one vast flood plain. Tau dropped an anchor, and Lukim Sulwara drifted around in the current. When the rivers flooded their banks and water was high across the land, pigs and cassowaries became isolated on small, instantly created islands. And when the water was low, fish and prawns became trapped in waterholes left behind by the receding rivers. It would have been, without doubt, a hunter's and a fisherman's paradise, except for the mosquitoes, which kept the population low with malaria and made life a constant misery for everyone. Except the crocodiles. Except the crocodiles, Tau echoed. If ever there was an environment perfectly suited for crocodiles, it was the Strickland River Basin. They can cruise unnoticed just below the muddy water with only their nose and eyes above the surface. Even when floating on the surface, they are easily mistaken for logs or patches of floating weed. They have two eyelids, one of which is transparent, crossing the eyeball sideways. This acts for them like a scuba diver's goggles, enabling them to see while underwater. They can outswim any animal, and on dry land they can outpace a man by running on their two hind legs, like some lizards. Sam said, "Born predators." Terrifying creatures. They can remain submerged for 20 minutes without moving or breathing, and through their goggle eyelids they can see through the water, and beyond its surface above. So, if crocodiles are lurking submerged near to where you are standing on the river bank, you can't see them, but they can see you. To make matters worse, crocodiles can go months without getting hungry. When they get hungry, they eat anything that comes near them, including other crocodiles and humans. Sam asked, "What happened?" It was the dry season, and we had already spent one dry camp, with only the water we carried with us, and in those steaming, featureless flatlands it was impossible to see where the next creek or river was. It was insane to think that one could run out of water in such a place, but we'd achieved that distinction. Tao seemed to be physically shaking at the memory. Hot, sweaty, smelly, and parched. We suddenly came across a beautiful little waterhole, surrounded by wildflowers, and adorned with water lilies and moss-covered logs. It was only small, about 15 feet in diameter, and obviously a perennial soak, and in this desiccated bushland it was a welcome oasis. Sam smiled, enjoying the story. "Go on." "I began running toward the waterhole, but my father placed a restraining hand on my shoulder, warning me of a possible crocodile. I looked at him in disbelief. A crocodile here, in the middle of this parched bushland? Impossible, I thought. But my father quickly cut down a nearby sapling, sharpening it into a long spear. He handed it to me and told me to probe the waterhole, taking care to stand well back from the edge." "Did you?" "Yes." "That was brave," Tao said. "Or stupid." "What about your father? Why did he send his son to get killed?" Tao laughed. "My father had a Winchester Model 70 rifle, loaded with 130-grain Winchester silver-tip ammunition. He told me he was a better shot." "You're kidding me." I'm not, Tao laughed, as though he too was enjoying relating his tale. What happened? I dipped the spear in the pond. Nothing. Then I tried a second and a third time. Nothing. On the fourth, I was attacked. A huge crocodile sprang out of the water with a mighty splash, charging at me. Quick on the trigger, my dad shot the crocodile as it lunged. The first shot missed completely, but the second one hit true, and the crocodile fell right at my feet. Tao wasn't laughing anymore as he told the story. I jumped back from the dead reptile and refused to go near it to get more water, leaving that grim task to my father, who was now happily satisfied the water hole was finally safe. What did your father say? After I nearly got eaten? Yes, Sam asked. Did he apologize? No, that wasn't my father's style. Tao grinned. His was more didactic. He saw this, as he had from the start, as one giant learning lesson. What did he tell you? He said, Son, look around you. This entire region is teeming with wild game. All those animals need water to survive. This was the only water hole for miles. If you were a croc, where would you be? Sam drew a breath and slowly exhaled. That's some story. He was right, Tao said. My father. The crocs knew which water holes dried up and which didn't, and where the game would have to drink when the river waters receded. All the crocs had to do was lie patiently in the water until a meal arrived, and they did this everywhere. Sam said, Tell me again how you think your childhood trauma was going to make me feel better about diving in the same waters. Tao laughed, patting Sam on the back. You don't need to worry about the crocodiles. It's the box jellyfish which will kill you. Mason Patu, their guide at the Japanese barge tunnels, had said the same thing. Sam asked, Why? Their sting is deadly. I know about the box jellyfish, but somehow the thought of sharing the water with them doesn't fill me with the same sort of terror of doing so with one of these crocodiles. It should. Really? They're said to be the most lethal animal on Earth. I thought humans held that dubious honor, Sam said. Or was it mosquitoes? Okay, maybe it was just the most lethal jellyfish on Earth. What does it matter? The fact is, where crocodiles haven't changed one iota in the past 250 million years, box jellyfish continue to evolve, making them more deadly. How? Notorious for its sting. The box jellyfish has tentacles up to 10 feet long, covered with millions of cnidocytes, which on contact release microscopic darts, delivering an extremely powerful venom. Being stung commonly results in excruciating pain, and if the sting area is significant, an untreated victim may die in 2 to 5 minutes. The amount of venom in one animal is said to be enough to kill 60 adult humans. My wetsuit will keep me safe, though, I was given to understand, Sam said. Yes, the cnidocytes are microscopic and are unable to penetrate a wetsuit. Sam grinned. See? I'm still more afraid of crocodiles. Most jellyfish simply float and are at the whim of the ocean's currents. Unlike other jellyfish, the box jellyfish have up to 24 eyes at the end of each of their tentacles and can move up to 6 knots under their own propulsion. Their speed and vision allow them to actively hunt their prey, which are mainly shrimp and small fish. Tao brought the engine back to idle, and the Lukim Solwara coasted to a stop. Sam looked around. They weren't near an island or anything. The water was a shade of green which hadn't changed in the past 30 minutes. Tao must have been working on some sort of navigational aid, but Sam couldn't see it. Tao switched on his fish finder. The bathymetric imaging came up a few seconds later. There, at the bottom of the seabed, resting at a depth of 30 feet, was the outline of a large Japanese military supply ship. Chapter 38. Sam and Tom suited up and prepared to dive. It was a shallow dive, and they were diving on single tanks with a thin, full-body wetsuit, hoodie, and full-face dive mask. One by one, they dropped overboard into the calm waters below. The warm waters embraced them as they sank beneath the surface. Sam released the air from his buoyancy control device, and a constant stream of bubbles rose from the vent trailing above as he made his descent. Sam felt the familiar pull of his scuba gear, the weight of the tanks settling on his back as bubbles danced around his mask. His body relaxed as he adjusted his buoyancy, feeling the gentle push and pull of the current around him. The World War II Japanese supply boat was not quite visible as soon as their face masks were underwater. The ship had lain dormant here for nearly 8 decades, forgotten and consumed by the ocean. Sam checked his dive gauges. They both made the OK symbol with their thumb and index finger in a silent reciprocal gesture. The descent was slow and steady, the sunlight from above fading into a shimmering haze as they moved deeper. Sam's breath echoed in his ears, rhythmic and controlled, while the vast silence of the ocean stretched out before him. His eyes scanned the darkening depth. As they approached the wreck, the silhouette of the boat began to take shape, a shadow at first, and then the ghostly form of the ship appeared, its once proud hull now a skeleton encrusted with coral and barnacles. Fish darted in and out of the rusted openings, the ship teeming with life in its watery grave. They hovered above the wreck, the outline of the supply boat hauntingly clear now. The vessel sat tilted on its side, partially buried in the silt of the ocean floor. Sam could make out the broken remains of a gun turret and the twisted metal of the cargo hold, once filled with supplies for an empire that no longer existed. He flicked his flashlight on, the beam cutting through the water and illuminating the crumbling structure. A cloud of small fish scattered, shimmering like silver dust. Tom was already moving ahead, swimming closer to the wreck, his movements deliberate and practiced. Sam followed, his gaze taking in every detail, the gashes in the hull from past explosions, the eerie stillness of the engine room visible through a jagged tear in the ship's side. They reached the bow, and Sam could just make out the faded Japanese characters still etched into the corroded metal, a relic of another time. A strange mix of reverence and curiosity settled over him. They were swimming through history, touching the remnants of a battle long past. Yet he knew they were not here for the memories. This first wreck was a Japanese cargo ship, its rusting hull now a haven for marine life. They descended into the depths, the water growing colder and darker as they went. Sam's flashlight beam cut through the murk, revealing twisted metal and the remnants of a bygone era. Fish darted around them, curious and unafraid. They searched meticulously, exploring the wreck from bow to stern. There was no sign of an immortal Dryococelus. Sam found what appeared to be the remnants of the old wheelhouse. He swam through the large opening, staring at what remained of the once proud bridge of an Imperial Navy supply vessel. Very little of the structure visibly remained. Sam frowned. The current is too strong here. 8 decades of tides have ripped out everything inside. If the immortal Dryococelus was caged here as a good luck charm, it has long since been washed away. Agreed, Tom said. There's another vessel just over there to the north. Sam glanced at his compass, took a bearing, and spotted the second vessel. It was an old patrol boat, resting on its starboard side in the sand. The corroded outline of the ship's funnel came into view. His eyes caught a faded symbol on the rusted metal, a large, unmistakable silhouette of a kangaroo mid-leap. The vibrant red paint had long since chipped away, leaving only traces of color against the rust, but the iconic shape was clear. The kangaroo's powerful hind legs stretched out in full stride, with its long tail curving behind, balancing the motion of the leap. He hovered for a moment, studying the emblem. A white circle, now barely visible, had once surrounded the figure, creating a stark contrast against the dark funnel. The thin border of the circle was still visible, though the edges were worn and weathered from years beneath the sea. That won't have an immortal Dryococelus, Sam said. How do you know? Tom asked. That's an Australian patrol boat. What about that one? Tom asked, shining his flashlight at the remains of a third vessel. Sam followed the beam of light. It was a small Japanese barge, a Type A Daihatsu-class landing craft. What was left of it, anyway. Sam swam over the top of it. A small shard of barnacles, like a stalagmite, stood proudly at the center of the deck, the only remnant of the wheel and navigation station. Sam shook his head. It's no good. The current in this area is also too strong. If they had once housed an immortal Dryococelus, the cage and phasmid had long since disappeared. You got another idea? Tom asked. Yeah, we're going to need to find a wreck that's been preserved all these years. Tom nodded, signaling with his thumbs up that they'd surface. Any idea where we might find such a thing? No, Sam said. But if anyone does, it will be Talgure. Chapter 39. Sam pulled himself up onto the deck. He rinsed himself off on the deck shower, just in case any small box jellyfish had managed to find their way onto his wetsuit. Any luck? Tao asked. Sam shook his head. No good. All 3 shipwrecks have been broken apart by the strong current. If any of them once housed an immortal Dryococelus, their cage, along with most of the wheelhouse, would have rusted through and long since disappeared. Tao said, So, then, you must find a Japanese barge that has been left in the sheltered section, where the natural current and sea has been unable to damage the shipwreck? Yeah, Sam said. That's the basic gist of it, I guess. I don't suppose you know of such a place. Tao smiled. It was a big, toothy grin, his reddish teeth smiling back at him like the Cheshire Cat. I think I know the exact place, but it's a bit deeper and well hidden. The shipwreck is protected inside a natural underwater valley. It sounds perfect. I'm sure it is, Tao replied. It's just very deep. Sam thought of the fact that they only had air tanks. He would have liked to have brought some rebreathers if he knew he was going to go deep diving. He pressed his lips together. How deep? 120 feet, Tao replied without hesitation. That's the upper limit of diving on air tanks, Sam shrugged. Nitrogen narcosis, where compressed nitrogen begins to have an anesthetic effect, starts to happen around that depth when diving on air. There's a dive shop in Rabaul, but they cater to the tourists who come to see the reef and the many shipwrecks in shallow water. They have an air compressor, but I don't think they keep other gases. Sam shrugged. It's all right. I'm happy to dive it on air. Sam gave a half shrug. How far away is it? About 4 hours from here. Tao pointed to a spot on the map spread out on the deck. Just off the southern tip. Good fishing around there. but it's tricky because of the various reefs below. And you think that reef is a shipwreck? Tao said. I know it is. Sam looked at Tom, a hopeful glint in his eyes. Could be worth a shot. What do you think? Tom nodded. Seems like as good a place as any. All right, let's try it. Then looking at Tao, Sam said, You have plenty of fuel? Tao nodded. Sam said, You're happy to take us? Tao grinned again. I'll take you out for a week if you end up finding an immortal Dracocylus for my collection. Sam laughed. I'm hoping it won't take a week, but it's a deal if we find one. Chapter 40. The Lukim Solwara slowed to a stop. Sam looked around. They were in the middle of the ocean, roughly 20 nautical miles off the coast of Milne Bay. Sam recalled that there was a famous battle over Milne Bay during World War II. It was the first time the Japanese Imperial Navy failed to secure its objective, and it was a decisive moment in the Pacific theater. Japanese naval infantry known as Kaigun Tokubetsu Rikusentai, Special Naval Landing Forces, with 2 small Type 95 Ha-Go light tanks, attacked the Allied airfields at Milne Bay that had been established on the eastern tip of New Guinea. Due to poor intelligence work, the Japanese miscalculated the size of the predominantly Australian garrison. Believing that the airfields were defended by only 2 or 3 companies, they initially landed a force roughly equivalent in size to 1 battalion on 25 August 1942. The Allies, forewarned by intelligence from Ultra, had heavily reinforced the garrison. Despite suffering a significant setback at the outset, when part of their small invasion force had its landing craft destroyed by Royal Australian Air Force aircraft as they attempted to land on the coast behind the Australian defenders, the Japanese quickly pushed inland and began their advance towards the airfields. Heavy fighting followed as they encountered the Australian militia troops that formed the first line of defense. These troops were steadily pushed back, but the Australians brought forward veteran 2nd Australian Imperial Force units that the Japanese had not expected. Allied air superiority helped tip the balance, providing close support to troops in combat and targeting Japanese logistics. Finding themselves heavily outnumbered, lacking supplies, and suffering heavy casualties, the Japanese withdrew their forces. The fighting came to an end on 7 September 1942. The battle, Sam recalled, was often described as the first major battle of the war in the Pacific in which Allied troops decisively defeated Japanese land forces. Although Japanese land forces had experienced local setbacks elsewhere in the Pacific earlier in the war, unlike at Milne Bay, these earlier actions had not forced them to withdraw completely and abandon their strategic objective. This had a profound impact upon the thoughts and perceptions of the Allies towards the Japanese and their prospects for victory. Milne Bay showed the limits of Japanese capability to expand using relatively small forces in the face of increasingly larger Allied troop concentrations and command of the air. As a result of the battle, Allied morale was boosted, and Milne Bay was developed into a major Allied base, which was used to mount subsequent operations in the region. Sam looked at Tao Gure. I don't think this will have what we're looking for. Why not? Sam was surprised Tao, as a lifelong fisherman, didn't naturally get it. We're in the open ocean. So? The 3 wrecks at the previous sites were only partially out in the open ocean, and the currents were too strong. After 8 decades, anything that wasn't part of their hull had rusted through and simply washed away. Try this place, Tao persisted. I think you will be surprised by what you find. A wry grin formed on Sam's lips. Why? Tao switched on the fish finder, and a bathymetric image began to form of the ocean bottom below. It depicted a mostly shallow seabed at a depth of roughly 40 to 50 feet. Sam's eyes narrowed in on the image. He trusted Tao as a third-generation fisherman, but whatever it was that the man was seeing, Sam couldn't see it. "I don't see the wreck." "You will," Tao said, his tone confident and unflinching, as he circled the Lukim Solwara around so its sonar buoys could make another pass of the site. "Just watch." Sam and Tom stared at the bathymetric chart. The sea floor below was mostly featureless, just a vast, flat expanse of sand stretching out in all directions. But in the center of the screen, a distinct anomaly appeared. A jagged hole, like a small valley, cut through the uniform sand. Its steep edges formed a dark outline, a sharp contrast against the surrounding smooth seabed. At the midpoint of this valley, something unexpected caught Sam's attention. A long, narrow shape was wedged across the gap. It was most likely a part of the natural reef or a rocky arch left over from the volcanic eruption that once formed the jagged sides of the fissure in the first place. Yet it seemed unusually straight, the lines almost too perfect to have been formed by nature. An incredulous grin formed on Sam's parted lips. "Is that what I think it is?" "I don't believe it," Tom murmured, his eyes glued to the bathymetric display. Taugure grinned. "That, gentlemen, is the remains of a Toku Daihatsu-class landing craft." Chapter 41. Sam dropped over the side of the Lukim Solwara. This time he was too excited to ask about the prevalence of crocodiles in the area. Taugure had found the perfect wreck. If they were to ever find an immortal Draucosaurus, it would be at this wreck site. He felt sure of it. Sam and Tom quickly released the air from their BCDs, descending quickly to the seabed below. He swallowed hard, equalizing the pressure in his ears as he approached the seabed. Sam drifted downward, the weight of the ocean pressing around him as he and Tom descended through the dark volcanic waters of Milne Bay. The seabed was blanketed in black sand, like a desolate desert stretching endlessly, with only the jagged gash in the earth breaking the monotony. From above, the cleft had looked like a natural arch formed by volcanic forces, but as they descended deeper, the silhouette of a long-forgotten vessel began to materialize. It was another Toku Daihatsu-class landing craft, its ghostly frame nearly intact, preserved by the protective embrace of the valley's steep walls. Barnacles and thick coral encrusted the barge, but Sam could still make out its once sharp lines, the outline of a vessel that had braved battles long ago. The surreal sight gave the wreck an otherworldly feel, as though it had been suspended here in time, hidden away from the ravages that had claimed so many others of its kind. Kicking gently to avoid disturbing the fine layer of silt and sand, Sam and Tom glided over the barge, heading toward what remained of the wheelhouse. They swam silently, their lights cutting through the gloom, illuminating the details of the craft, the thick beams still bearing faint signs of Japanese characters, and the shadowed interior spaces that held stories of their own. Sam took some photos along the way on his cell phone, which had a custom-built pressured case. He focused in on the Japanese script etched heavily into the side of the hull. He clicked the Google Translate icon. Long ago, Elise had downloaded all the languages in Google's database, thus allowing him to use the app offline. He pressed the Translate button, and the ship's name, translated into English, came into focus. Akatsuki. He said the name out loud, and then moved toward the wheelhouse. The house part on board a Toku Daihatsu-class landing craft was a bit of a misnomer, Sam decided, given that there was no pilot house at all. It was just a wheel mounted to a raised pedestal that housed the twin throttles and compass. The beam of Sam's flashlight cut through the thick silt, landing on a small ornate cage that was fixed to the side of the pedestal. Made of delicately wrought iron, the cage had rusted through in places. Sam fixed his flashlight on the cage. The entire thing was held together by a few final threads of steel. It was what he'd imagined once housed the immortal Dryococelus, but the cage had decayed, its bars eaten through from decades of rust. Through the underwater radio system, Tom said, "Whatever was once imprisoned there has since long gone, freed by the natural collapse of its tiny metal crate." "Yeah, looks like it," Sam agreed. A wave of disappointment washed over him. The unique position of this particular Toku Daihatsu-class landing craft wreck meant that it was by far the most intact and stable Japanese Navy World War II wreck in the Pacific. There was no chance they would find one in better condition. Ergo, no chance any other wreck they might find would still have an immortal Dryococelus. "All right, let's head back to the surface." Sam ran his eyes across the starboard hull of the ship once more. "We'll have to go about this whole thing another way. Maybe we take another look at where Darren Young might have gone after he bought the immortal Dryococelus off Manu." Tom didn't answer him. Instead, he said, "There's something over there." Sam stared at the place where the beam of Tom's flashlight was shining. "What is that?" he asked. His eyes narrowed on the metallic container half buried in the black sand laying on the deck. It looked like a waterproof container for navigational maps and ship's log. The Tehila had something similar, only it was in a bright yellow container and designed to retrieve important information from the ship's register if there was an accident at sea and the ship sank. He gently pried it from the confines of the sand. "Is that what I think it is?" Tom asked. Sam held the metal, watertight container upward. "If I had to guess, I'd say this is the ship's navigation log." Tom said, "Which means we can find out where the ship has been." A broad grin formed on Sam's lips beneath the full-face dive mask. "And if we can do that, we can locate where this ship's captain found the immortal Dryococelus." Chapter 42. Back on the deck of the Lukim Solwara, Sam rinsed their find with fresh water. The Japanese watertight container was a work of art, Sam discovered, as he brushed away the last layer of silt from the small brass box. Time had darkened its once bright surface, leaving it a deep weathered brown, with hints of a golden sheen where his fingers wiped across it. Intricate engravings, still sharp despite the years, traced patterns of waves and kanji characters that told a story of their own. The box's edges were lined with a finely milled design, giving it an unmistakable craftsmanship Sam knew was rare. Intricate engravings in Japanese script lined the box, each character meticulously etched into the surface. The container's design was both functional and beautiful, a demonstration of the craftsmanship of its creators. Its locks were equally intricate, a series of interlocking mechanisms that required careful manipulation to open. At the front, a locking mechanism sat, still intact. Delicate gears and tiny brass levers, cleverly hidden within the design, suggested this was no run-of-the-mill watertight storage box issued to all sailors to protect their maps. This was designed for a senior officer to protect something precious. Sam examined the clasp closely, his fingers following the small notches and grooves. feeling for anything that might give way. "You want me to take off those locks?" Tom asked, holding a heavy steel pry bar used to unlock the heavy winch which hauled the fishing lines. Sam frowned. "I'll keep it in mind if it comes to that. For now, I'd like to try and decipher this code." Tom shrugged. "Suit yourself." Sam examined the intricate engravings on the brass box, running his fingers across the grooves. They seemed to form a pattern. There were waves and kanji characters, giving a certain unusual yet definitive rhythm to the carvings. The waves didn't flow randomly. They curved in intervals, almost like notes of music. He traced his fingers along them, his pianist's instinct stirring a faint sense of familiarity. A melody. That's what it was. Leaning closer, Sam realized the waves varied in size, some higher and deeper than others, almost resembling the rise and fall of musical notes. Each peak and dip might represent a note in a sequence, and if he played it out, it could reveal the pattern of the lock. He counted each wave carefully, translating it into a melody he could play in his mind. Softly, he tapped along the brass notches and levers in time with the melody he imagined. Starting slowly, he adjusted the sequence to match the song he pictured. The mechanism gave a slight click as he moved to the next note, then another as he continued. Each press brought him closer to the tune he could almost hear in his head. Finally, on the last tap, a quiet but definitive click sounded from within the lock, and the lid loosened. Sam held his breath, lifting the box to reveal the treasure inside, feeling a thrill that the language of music had unlocked its secrets, even here, in a place and language he didn't know. He started to whistle the tune, the tones flowing gently. That's when he recognized it. Sam couldn't help but grin, a quiet sense of satisfaction blooming within him. The melody he'd pieced together had a familiar rhythm, one that stirred an old memory from his early struggles to master a particularly complex piece. Clair de Lune, that timeless Debussy classic. He could almost feel the notes under his fingers, the gentle ebb and flow of chords that mirrored the delicate rhythm of the ocean's waves. The coincidence brought a smile to his face. Even here, deep beneath the waves and years, music, the universal language, had spoken to him. The brilliance of it struck him, a Japanese craftsman embedding a Western melody into this hidden lock, knowing that one day someone might understand. He let out a breath, part relief, part reverence, and looked down into the open box, ready to uncover whatever secrets it had guarded for all this time. The brass box popped open. Inside, nestled safely within, was the captain's journal and a set of meticulously detailed local maps. The journal's leather cover was worn but intact, its pages yellowed with age, yet perfectly legible. Sam carefully withdrew the journal and opened it, his eyes scanning the neat Japanese script. Sam used the Google Translate app on his phone to work on the translation. The journal belonged to a Commander Hiroshi Tanaka. It began with routine entries about the ship's missions and cargo, but as Sam flicked through the pages, the content grew more intriguing. Detailed descriptions of various locations, weather conditions, and encounters filled the pages. It wasn't long before Sam found a particularly interesting entry describing the location of their base, a series of tunnels above the waterline. At first, Sam assumed the captain was referring to the well-known Rabaul tunnels, used extensively by the Japanese during World War II. However, as he read on, the captain's notes indicated that the topography was all wrong for Rabaul. This base was somewhere else entirely, a hidden network of tunnels that had yet to be discovered. Sam's excitement grew as he continued to read. The captain referred to his immortal stick insect. The man's fascination with the creature was evident, and he had even made sketches of it in the journal. The drawings were detailed and lifelike, capturing the insect's elongated body and unique features. He made the comment in his notes that he didn't believe the creature to be any more immortal than any other animal, but it seemed to inspire the men, and so that was enough for him to keep it. Besides, he'd taken quite a liking to the creature. It seemed to have gumption. There was something almost honorable about its being. The writings then went on about the creature's weight being more like a solid piece of heavy metal, like what he imagined gold might weigh, although he'd never held any piece of gold as big as the stick insect with which to compare. He did note it took all the strength in one arm just to hold the small insect. Sam quickly flicked through the journal to the very last entry. He scanned the script, which was written in the kanji character. It was dated August 25th, 1942. "This was entered the day of the Battle of Milne Bay," Sam said excitedly. "This confirms whoever this was bound for Milne Bay." Sam read the translation out loud. It talked about the RAAF bombing them as they were leaving their base, sinking one of the other landing barges, while trapping the other one in its tunnel after the bombing set off a landslide. The commander didn't seem to lament their deaths. Instead, he seemed concerned that the crew of his 2 Type 95 Hago light tanks were the only ones left to deliver such a powerful weapon to Milne Bay. He then emphasized a specific statement. It must have been important because he had underlined it twice. Sam tried to read the statement in Japanese. "Kurogaine no kage no sasari." Tom shook his head. "What does it mean?" In Japanese, it translates to golden shadow scorpion. "What the hell is that?" Sam shrugged. "I have no idea, but Commander Hiroshi Tanaka seems to think that whatever it is or was, it would make the difference between winning and losing the Pacific Theater." Tom suppressed a grin. "I guess it wasn't so useful after all, given the outcome." "I don't know. He makes a comment here that there were meant to be 3 barges delivering this weapon, this golden shadow scorpion, whatever that is, and that 2 other vessels sunk, leaving it up to his crew." "And then he sank too." "Yeah, but I didn't see any Type 95 Hago light tanks down there in that valley." Sam pressed his lips together, mulling it over. "I'll bet Commander Tanaka delivered his 2 tanks to Milne Bay." "They still lost the battle," Tom said. "From memory, it was a turning point during the Pacific Theater, the first time the Imperial Japanese Army failed their objectives." "Yeah, that's what I remember," Sam agreed. He made a note about the golden shadow scorpion and the Battle of Milne Bay. He decided he needed to contact Elise to see if she could find any historical notes linking the 2. Tao came over to discover how they were doing with the journal. "Any luck?" Sam nodded. "I think so. We need to figure out where these tunnels are," he said, holding up the map. The captain described a network of tunnels above the waterline. At first I thought it was Rabaul, but now that I look at it, the topography is all wrong. If we can find this base, I'm pretty certain it will lead us to an immortal Dryococelus. It would have become trapped in one of these tunnels after the Allied forces bombed the entrance, setting off a landslide and trapping at least one of these Japanese barges. Tao looked at the map and said, "These maps are of the north of Vendetta, near the start of the Kokoda Trail, in what would have been known as northeast New Guinea during the war." Sam said, "Is it possible there could still be an undiscovered tunnel buried in the hills along this region?" Yes, of course. New tunnels are still being regularly unearthed, even to this day. Sam pointed at the mountains on the map. What about here? Tao glanced at the area. This is thick jungle. If there was a landslide during World War II, whatever lay buried would be draped in a shroud of thick jungle by now. Can you bring us there? Sam asked. Tao grinned. To possibly find an immortal Dryocosaurus, I would happily trek through any and all impenetrable jungles to locate these tunnels myself. Chapter 43, South Dakota. James Reilly looked at Carlos Batista. The guy had been badly incontinent. He'd pissed himself, crapped himself, and vomited. He'd tried to negotiate, then he'd attempted to beg for his life, and finally he was just a whimpering, blithering, almost inhuman self. So much for El Dragon, being the tough leader of a cartel that once sold human slaves on the black market. There was something almost poetic about knowing Batista had placed so many fellow human beings in such a position. The guy was a worthless piece of bovine excrement. James had no problem discarding his life with as much care and thought as a chess player abandoning a simple pawn. Hell, sticking with chess analogy, he was happy to sacrifice both bishops, knights, queen, and the damn king, if it saved Sam's life. No, James's problem was trying to determine if this move was enough. The Relic Hunter was driven by revenge. He understood that better than anyone. Her whole family had been killed because of El Dragon. Would that mean that once she had been allowed to kill him, everything would be even, and she could go on her merry way, stealing precious relics from all over the world? Then he could go back to sleeping at night, knowing full well that at least one less psychopath was hunting down his only living child. He didn't have an answer to that one. Couldn't know for sure. Which meant, if he had the chance, he would shoot the Relic Hunter dead. End this problem once and for all. He had contacted the Relic Hunter by sending her a direct link to her avatar on the dark web. He wasn't entirely sure she would even get it, but a friend of his put him in touch with someone from the CIA who could work wonders with computers and the hidden side of the Internet. He'd thought of going directly to Elise, who would have probably known even more, but then Sam would have gotten wind of it. His son would have found some reason to argue against killing the Relic Hunter, some sort of silly notion about his first love and the fact that her life was ruined after her family were all killed. Family tragedy be damned. She'd tried to murder his son. There was no way he was going to allow her to go on breathing. The friend of a friend who worked for the CIA was a professional hacker who worked for their ghosts, a team of technically dead men and women who were used for government sanctions that nobody knew about. And if they did, they certainly didn't let the public know about it. Either way, sending a direct link to her avatar was what was recommended. The link said, "A peace offering from James Reilly." Then, inside was a short video of Carlos Batista, a.k.a. El Dragon, bound and beaten. Also a cell phone number for a burner phone. The Relic Hunter had rung him 10 minutes later, just like that. They were on. He picked a private location in the middle of nowhere in South Dakota, told her he would deliver El Dragon, leave him chained to a tree stump. He would then call her number and leave the cell phone on so she could trace its location. He didn't know how she went about such things, but had no doubt tracking his cell wouldn't have been difficult for her, given her resources. James took one last look at Carlos Batista, chained to the stump, and called the number the Relic Hunter had left him. She answered. "Yes?" "El Dragon is waiting for you." Good. James said, "This thing with my son, it's over now," James said with finality. The Relic Hunter didn't reply. He then left the cell phone on for her to follow the cell's GPS transponder. Carlos Batista began to beg. "Please, anything you want, I can get you." James shrugged. "I have everything I want." "You want your son to be safe. I get that. I can make that happen." James nodded. "Yes, you can, by giving your life." "No!" Batista started to pull the heavy ankle chain, yanking hard as though he were strong enough to somehow break the steel. He could hammer it all day, and the thing wouldn't move. It was made of 1/4 inch thick metal. There was no way he was breaking it with his hands. "There must be some other way." "Yeah, you could have finished your job and killed the entire family in the first place." James looked at him with disdain. "I mean, anyone who's watched any of the Godfather movies, or any gangster movie for that matter, knows if you're going to kill someone's family, you had better kill them all, because revenge is a bitch." "No, no, I can fix this," Batista pleaded. "Relax," James said, picking up his Macmillan TAC-50 sniper rifle. "You're just the bait. You might get lucky, and I'll kill the Relic Hunter." Batista stopped whimpering. "If you do, will you release me?" James shrugged. "Sure." He then walked away. The most logical and obvious place would be on the hill overlooking the tree stump that Batista was chained to. It allowed a clear view of the entire area from roughly 1,000 yards away, well within the rifle's effective range of 1,970 yards. He was far from a professional sniper, but he wasn't bad. It was well within his scope of ability to hit the Relic Hunter from that distance. But that's what made it a bad choice. The Relic Hunter hadn't survived this long by being naturally lucky. She was many things, but stupid wasn't one of them. No doubt she would have eyes in the sky as soon as he'd made that call. If the roles were reversed, he'd have a drone ready to go. Fly it over the entire region, locate him, and kill him long before approaching. So that's the first place the Relic Hunter would attempt and come for him. That's why James wore a ghillie suit that blended into the ground, less than 100 yards from where he could still hear El Dragon's cries for help. The ghillie suit was a special kind of military camouflage suit used by snipers. It was made of netting with woven threads of burlap, jute, and other fibers to help hide the sniper's body outline. The goal of the ghillie suit was to break up the wearer's outline, making them appear three-dimensional instead of linear. When made correctly, the suit moves in the wind like the surrounding foliage. James had had his made up 3 days earlier, around the time he'd first captured El Dragon, and had it built to specifically match the local foliage. Then he dug into the ground and waited. Chapter 44. James lay motionless, enveloped by the thick leafy shroud of his ghillie suit. The suit was a masterpiece of camouflage, crafted with care and precision to mimic the wild forest floor of South Dakota in the late fall. Interwoven into his suit were layers of dried grasses, sparse green moss, and the decaying ochre leaves that littered the forest ground, each element hand-picked to blend seamlessly with the surroundings. He had spent hours crouched here, molding himself into the base of a small shrub, one that sprouted jagged limbs and faded golden leaves, blending with the natural debris around him. From a distance of even a few feet, there was no distinguishing James from the bush itself. The edges of his ghillie suit extended outward in tufts and small clumps, each strand imitating the wild angles of low-hanging branches. His arms stretched out, positioned beneath a layer of loose soil and leaves, fingertips barely peeking through the undergrowth like stray roots. Every inch of his suit moved in tandem with the faint wind, adding a subtle rustle, so authentic that even a trained eye would dismiss it as nothing more than the natural movement of the forest. His breathing was controlled, deep and slow, synchronized with the faint crackle of distant leaves. Each intake was careful, barely a whisper in the dense silence of the forest. Through a small gap between twigs, he had a perfect view of the path where he expected the Relic Hunter to appear. It would be any moment now. A squirrel darted nearby, oblivious to his presence, and James watched it scurry along undisturbed. Anyone could have walked right past him, eyes scanning the bushes and trees, and they would have seen nothing but a seemingly untouched forest, unaware that a watchful predator lay waiting just beneath their gaze. He stared through the telescopic sight attached to the Macmillan TAC-50 sniper rifle. The manually operated rotary bolt-action rifle was probably overkill, given his close proximity to El Dragon, and hopefully soon the Relic Hunter, but he wasn't willing to take the chance with a lesser weapon. The large bolt had dual front locking lugs. Its body had spiral flutes to reduce weight. The heavy match-grade barrel, made by Lilja barrels, was also fluted to dissipate heat quickly and reduce overall weight, and fitted with an effective muzzle brake to reduce recoil. The rifle was fed from detachable box magazines holding 5 rounds each. The stock was made from fiberglass and designed to be used from a bipod only. The buttstock was adjustable for length of pull with rubber spacers and could be removed for compact storage. The rifle had no open sights and could be used with a variety of telescopic or night sights. James had carefully attached a Schmidt & Bender 525 by 56 PM2 telescopic sight. He waited and he watched. Patience was an asset. As with so many things in life, it was the waiting which was probably the hardest. El Dragon didn't seem to like the idea of remaining like a lamb to the slaughter for some psychopath to come take her revenge. Instead of waiting, he began to dig a hole with his bare hands. He was making a surprisingly good job of it, tunneling underneath the tree stump. If he had a week, he might just have made it. As it was, James doubted very much that it was going to do him much good. Even so, he was impressed with the man's tenacity. Already he was having to reach all the way down to his shoulder to bring up more soil. About 4 hours after James had made the call, there was movement in the distance. He spotted a long trail of dust rising through the distant forest. A car was driving fast. James tracked the vehicle's movement. It was a blue Ford F-150 pickup. A guy got out of the car. El Dragon immediately started to plead for help. The man was carrying a backpack. He approached El Dragon without saying anything.
"Help me out of here, man," James could hear El Dragon say. "This psycho has me chained here. Quick, before he comes back."
"Here," the stranger said. "Let me help." Then, with a quick, practiced movement, the stranger clipped a pair of handcuffs onto El Dragon's left wrist and then backed away. El Dragon looked at the handcuff.
"What the hell?"
The other side of the handcuff was attached to what appeared to be an old World War II German stick grenade, on top of which was a timer. The angle was wrong, so he, James, couldn't quite make out the numbers on the timer, but one thing was clear. El Dragon had to remove that from his wrist before the damn thing detonated. The stranger threw the fine-toothed hacksaw at El Dragon.
"I'm sorry," the stranger shouted. "She has my family, and said she was going to kill them if I didn't do what she asked."
"Please, don't let me die," El Dragon pleaded. The stranger stopped at the car.
"Use the hacksaw. There might just be enough time."
James watched on in horror as El Dragon began to try and cut the handcuffs off his wrists. He knew that the metal was designed specifically to prevent people from easily cutting through them. He had no idea how long that timer was set for, but he doubted El Dragon had a chance in hell of cutting it. "Help me," El Dragon said. "I have a family too. I can't do this on my own in time." The stranger looked guilty. He wanted to run away. He wanted to leave, but somewhere in his conscience, he simply couldn't leave a man to El Dragon's fate. The stranger stared at him. "Look, it's impossible to cut off those handcuffs in time. I'm sorry." "No, I don't accept this. There must be another way." "What about the other one?" El Dragon's head snapped around to his leg ankle. The metal chain was a simple iron link chain. James had bought it at a hardware store. He wasn't expecting the man to have any sort of tool, so there was no reason to go out and purposefully find something that couldn't be cut with a hacksaw. "What good will that do?" El Dragon shook his head in frustration. "I'll still be attached to the damned bomb." "My car!" the stranger shouted excitedly. "What about it?" El Dragon asked, already starting to work on the chain on his leg. "If you can get free of that stump, you could slot the chain through the door and lay down low. Maybe the blast will take off the door, but you might be okay." "Hey, that's a great idea," El Dragon said. "Any idea if it will work?" "When I was 12 years old, some friends and I stole a stick of dynamite from my uncle. There was a bully at school named Robert. He was dumb as they come, and his parents had held him back 2 years, which meant he was much bigger than us. Anyway, we decided to blow up his mailbox. I don't know why. It seemed like a good thing to do at the time. It was one of those old masonry ones. The dynamite made short work of the mailbox, but didn't seem to damage anything else." "Great story," El Dragon said, pushing for time. "Now I need you to try and cut this thing off." "What's wrong with your arms?" the stranger said. "It's the angle. It's too hard for me to get any decent purchase leaning over, bending down like this. You could cut it in half the time." The stranger glanced at the timer, nodded, and said, "All right, but if we don't get through in time, you're on your own." "Agreed." James watched through the scope as the scene unfolded with a sort of sick curiosity. He found himself unintentionally holding his breath, unable to dissociate from the disaster ahead. Despite his indifference to the gangster, he found himself rooting for his escape, before reminding himself that he needed El Dragon to stay chained to that stump if he was to ever even things out with the Relic Hunter. He narrowed the crosshairs at the chain and was surprised to see how much progress they had made. "By God, I think they're going to do it." James considered whether or not he should intervene. He could shoot him dead now, but he doubted the Relic Hunter would thank him for it. The alternative, and probably better solution, would be to shoot him in the arm. It wouldn't be a mortal wound, but would make it much harder to wield a hacksaw. That left the stranger. But he doubted his good Samaritan nature didn't include getting shot at. It was probably the best solution, James pondered. But before he'd gotten the chance to implement it, the stranger stood up. There was a new expression on the man's face. James watched with curiosity. "What the hell now?" The stranger said, "It's you! You're El Dragon!" "No, no," El Dragon replied, trying to get the stranger to keep helping him. "Yes, it's you. I recognize you. You're El Dragon. My wife was kidnapped by your men and sold into slavery. It was only luck that the place was raided and my wife was freed." El Dragon said, "That was a long time ago. I'm a different man now." The stranger dropped the hacksaw and started to back away. "Different person or not, we all must pay for the crimes of our past. No wonder someone has tied you up here. You probably kidnapped that crazy woman who made me do this." El Dragon wasn't going to waste time. He kept pleading, but he also picked up the hacksaw and continued to work through the chain. The timer must have been getting close, because he seemed to work with inhuman strength. James's eyes narrowed as he watched through the scope. 2 minutes later, El Dragon broke through the chain. He got up and ran toward the pickup. The stranger, sitting inside the vehicle, locked the doors. El Dragon began to beg. Then he looked around. The timer must have been about to go off. He ran toward the hole he dug with his hands beneath the stump. El Dragon shoved his left hand into the hole. With his right hand, he tried to bury his hand as good as he could. Another minute went past. Then the explosion erupted, sending dirt flying everywhere. El Dragon was thrown back. The dust settled. El Dragon stood up, alive. He glanced at the stump where his left arm used to be. Dark red blood was spurting everywhere. He tried to hold it, to stop it, but the bleeding was too much. There was nothing he could do to prevent it. He screamed. His grim eyes looked feverishly for something to use to stem the bleeding. He wasn't wearing a belt. He wore a loose-fitting T-shirt and jeans. He tried to remove his shirt and tie it around his stump. It was much harder than you would think with one arm. His panicked struggle was heartbreaking stuff. If only someone would reach out and help him tie it for him, his life might still manage to be saved. James frowned. He sure as hell wasn't that man. The screaming quietened down, and soon the injured man fell over. It was a primitive protective mechanism, honed over millennia of evolution. His blood pressure was dropping. Better to lay down before one fell down. His brain, desperate for oxygen, needed to reach a lower point. El Dragon stopped screaming altogether. His cries for help were now gone. Soon his breathing slowed. Little by little, whatever signs of life he had left disappeared, until, finally, his chest stopped moving, and El Dragon had finally paid the price for his sins. Chapter 45. A laugh erupted from behind him. It came from a woman, and was warm and heartfelt. "Well, that was unexpected, wasn't it?" James's neck snapped around. His eyes landed on a young woman. She was good-looking, roughly 40, and of obvious Latino heritage, with dark hair and intelligent dark eyes to match. She cocked her revolver, the unmistakable click of a hammer being pulled back. The sharp, metallic snap resonated with the distinct sound of a Colt python. Even through the veil of foliage that concealed him, James could visualize the weapon, a .357 Magnum, 6-inch barrel, and a beast of a gun. The python's heavy frame and high-powered ammunition would make short work of him at this range. He felt his stomach tighten. James drew a heavy breath and sighed. "Liliana Diaz, I presume?" "Correct. Although these days I go by the name Relic Hunter. It has more of a dramatic flair, don't you think?" "Sure," James said, aware that it was never a good idea to disagree with the person pointing a big gun at you. He considered trying to make a quick move for the Smith & Wesson Magnum at his hip, but dismissed the idea immediately. From this distance, with that revolver, a blind layperson who had never used a gun before could kill him, and the Relic Hunter was neither blind nor new to shooting. She didn't even tell him not to go for his gun. Such a statement would have been redundant. They both knew the stakes. The Relic Hunter said, "So, what did you think of my little show?" "How you executed El Dragon?" James asked. "I didn't execute him." She gave another little laugh. It was a cross between seductive and playful. "He did that to himself." "Those handcuffs are made of high-grade steel. You knew he was never going to get that bomb off, didn't you?" "No." She shook her head emphatically, an almost playful grin on her parted lips, as though she were really enjoying this.
I did more for him than he did for my family.
How?
I let him have a hacksaw. You and I both know that was never going through those handcuffs.
James looked up at her gaze, her hardened expression meeting him, as his lips formed a grim line.
And even if he had gotten through the other chain earlier and gotten into the pickup, the blast of that stick grenade was going to kill him.
Of course, she replied, her voice happy and cheerful.
So you didn't give him a way out?
That's not true. I gave him the hacksaw,
which we both know as never going to be of any use to him.
No, it could have saved his life.
How?
Haven't you seen that movie, Saw? The lines between his brows etched deeper into a furrow.
You wanted him to hack his own arm off?
Of course. It would have saved his life. The relic hunter had a mischievous glint in her eye and a wide grin on her beautiful face. Besides, he thought he had a chance. I was curious to see how that played out.
Oh, well, kind of you.
What about Alonso Perez? She asked, her tone and intonation going up another notch, as though she were some sort of performer, an actress on Broadway, who wanted to know how her show was received by an eager audience. It only made her appear more like a psychopath. James frowned.
Who?
The man who handcuffed El Dragon to the German grenade stick.
What about him? James asked.
His wife was on the last shipment of slaves. The relic hunter laughed sardonically, and James became certain she had lost her mind.
I thought it was a fitting touch. Oh, this has been so much fun.
James said, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
I did.
Then, still keeping the revolver pointed at him, she said,
I appreciate the gift and your gesture of goodwill.
You're welcome. James drew a breath and exhaled slowly.
So, is it over?
Is what over?
This feud you have with my son.
Sam Reilly? She asked, her tone mocking. I don't have a feud with your son. Did he ever mention he was my first love? He's warm, kind, and so much fun. I don't have anything against him.
So what? You felt jilted by him?
Not at all. Her tone became suddenly very serious. This was always about you. I only wanted to hurt Sam to get to you. James spread his arms.
You want me? It was never about Sam. Fine. So you are here to kill me.
Sorry, James, she said, the playfulness in her voice now utterly gone. You don't get out of this that easy. James looked at her with horror.
What do you want?
I want to take everything you took from me.
I don't own a cartel that deals with the slave trade.
No, but I didn't really know anything about that as a kid.
So what then?
The relic hunter shook her head.
Oh, James, we both know you're way too smart to let this one go over your head.
James thought about it for a moment.
I took your family away from you?
Bingo! The relic hunter, suddenly changing the subject, asked conversationally. Have you ever read the Russian author Alexander Solzhenitsyn?
Can't say as I have.
Solzhenitsyn said, you only have power over people as long as you don't take everything away from them. But when you've robbed a man of everything, he's no longer in your power. He's free again. James considered the quote, how it applied to her, and swallowed. You want to take my Sam away from me?
Of course.
The relic hunter nodded, and her eyes glittered with malice.
I'm going to set you free. To do that, I need you to stay alive, to wait for Sam's murder, to wonder when and how it will happen. Will your son suffer? Will he beg or cry out? Maybe I'll video his slow, painful death. The longer it takes, the better your punishment.
James felt a cold fury rise. Slowly and full of murderous rage, he said,
I swear, if you touch my son, I will kill you and everyone you care about.
The Relic Hunter laughed.
Why, James, you've already taken away everyone I care about. I have nothing else left to lose.
Chapter 46. Holnicote Bay, Northern Province, Papua New Guinea. Finding the secret Japanese base was proving harder than Sam expected. Tao was certain that the map they had found on board the sunken Japanese barge revealed the location of their base and tunnels. They were buried in the mountains overlooking Holnicote Bay, in the north of PNG. It even made sense. After all, the Japanese started their most audacious attack via the now well-known Kokoda Trail, which crossed the near-impenetrable Owen Stanley Ranges from their base at the nearby village of Ghana. It would be logical that the Japanese had other naval bases nearby. They were on the right track, but that didn't make it any easier to locate. Holnicote Bay covered a large area, and the Japanese map was hand-drawn, with plenty left to be desired. There were notations in code, which looked as though they meant something specific to Commander Hiroshi Tanaka, but little to Sam, Tao, or anyone else who was interested in taking a look at it. Sam's plan was to motor the Lukim Sulwara along the edge of the bay, searching for signs of the twin metal tracks, which would have made up the rails upon which the Japanese landing barges were pulled from the water to their hidden mountain tunnels. It was a good plan. Simple. But it didn't take into account the fact that the water wasn't deep at all. This made it perfect for the Japanese 53-foot Toku Daihatsu-class landing crafts, which had an exceptionally shallow draft. Yet for the deep-keeled Lukim Sulwara, the vessel they were in, it made it dangerous to go anywhere near the shore. This meant they were slowly motoring half a mile out from land and using binoculars to get an image of the beach. To make matters even more difficult, the jungle often overlapped the bay, making it impossible to see anything other than water and thick, dense tree foliage. Even the small sections of beach seemed to be littered with white pumice. Sam asked, would that pumice have been there in the early 1940s during the war? Those are the remnants of the 1951 eruption of Mount Lamington. Tao shook his head with a hint of reverence. Back then, it was thought to be just a typical mountain. Nobody realized it was a volcano waiting to erupt. It was covered in so many trees, thick with life. It seemed like any other. Then early in January, the earth started to rumble, quiet at first, but growing stronger each day. On January 15th, the mountain started spewing ash and smoke. People were worried, sure, but they didn't expect what came next. Tao paused, eyes narrowing, as if visualizing the scene. On the morning of January 21st, that mountain split the sky with a blast like nothing anyone had ever seen. A massive column of black ash shot up, 45,000 feet, they say, reaching all the way up into the heavens. It wasn't just ash, though. The eruption triggered a deadly pyroclastic flow, a river of burning gas and rock racing out and swallowing everything in its path. Nearly 3,000 souls were lost. The air turned black, lightning flashing inside the smoke, known as a volcanic lightning storm. People as far as Kokoda saw it, mistook the roar for a petrol explosion. Sam watched him speak, silently absorbing the generational pain Tao carried with him all these years later. How far did it go? Tao gestured toward the coast. Ash and pumice traveled far, even reaching this bay. That pumice covered the shores thick, masking everything beneath it. If the Japanese really did have a hidden railway here, it wouldn't surprise me if the tracks are now buried more than a foot deep beneath the pumice, which blankets the sand. It sounds horrific, Sam said. That was a very long time ago. A sad smile crossed Tao's face. This beach remembers, though. Maybe, one day, it will reveal its secrets again. Sam said, It's still good to remember. True. Tao seemed to come out of his melancholy reminiscence, returning to the problem at hand. You're the treasure hunter, Sam. Do you have any other suggestions? Sam had been thinking about the problem for some time now. He nodded. Yeah, can you switch on your fish finder again? Tao looked at him as though he were crazy. Sure, but you said the journal reported the barge tunnels being 1,000 feet from the water, up some sort of mountain. There's no way that the water level has changed enough that you'll find it located underwater. No, Sam agreed. But in his journal, he referred to 3 vessels. The Akatsuki, which we've dived. The Kurogaine, which became trapped inside the hidden tunnel, and is our best hope for holding an immortal Dryococelus. And then there's the Tatsuhara, which the commander said had been bombed and sunk shortly after reaching the water during launch. Tao grinned. Find the Tatsuhara, and we find the location of the hidden tunnels. Right, Sam said. We're still looking for that needle in a haystack. But now we're doubling our chances. We might get lucky and see part of the old railway tracks leading up from the water's edge. Or we may get lucky and spot the wreck of the Tatsuhara. Either way, we'll know we're in the right area. 2 minutes later, Tao looked at Sam and said, I don't know about you, but I'd say this looks exactly like the other barge. Sam stared at the bathymetric image. There in front of him, on the little monitor, was the clear outline of a 53-foot Toku Daihatsu-class landing craft. Chapter 47. The quadcopter drone took off from the back of the Lukim Solwara. Sam's eyes narrowed on the small bird's-eye view from the drone footage. The image filled the majority of the display screen as he adjusted the controls for the drone on his tablet. The faint hum of its rotors filled the salty air as it ascended into the overcast sky. It was equipped with one of the most sophisticated LiDAR systems available for its size, capable of mapping every nook and cranny of the dense jungle, hopefully where the Japanese had buried secrets that time and vegetation had hidden well. Sam could almost feel the weight of history in the shadows along Holneycoat Bay, watching the pumice-strewn shore that disguised everything beneath it. Sam led the drone horizontally across the tree canopy that lined the shore. He made it roughly 300 feet across, toward the north, before the LiDAR revealed exactly what they were after. 2 parallel lines. Too regular to be anything other than man-made, or in this case, POW-made. Over his shoulder, Tom said, That's it. I think you're right. Sam adjusted the controls, turning the drone due west. He slowly piloted the drone inland, keeping his eyes on the tablet, watching as the screen filled with layers of detailed topography. The drone moved effortlessly over the dense canopy, sending a pulse of green light through the thick tangle of branches and foliage below, rendering a three-dimensional map of the terrain. Roughly 1,200 feet inland, the LiDAR imaging brought up the outline of an unnatural piece of topography. Despite its outward appearance, blanketed in the green canopy of the PNG jungle, the landscape below revealed the scars of a landslide. Sam adjusted the drone's angle, bringing it closer to the surface as he zoomed in on the faint outline in the terrain. The LiDAR's pulse sharpened the structure, revealing the entrance to the tunnel obscured by layers of undergrowth and natural erosion. It was nearly invisible to the naked eye, but with the drone's data, he could see the slight slope descending from the rocky hillside, leading into darkness. He tapped a button on the controller, triggering a deeper scan. Sam grinned at the image. "That's our hidden Japanese base, right there." Tom said, "See, now aren't you glad we brought the drone so we didn't have to fight our way through the jungle on foot?" "God, yes," Sam agreed. Tao said, "Only thing is, you're still going to have to work pretty hard to get to it." "I know," Sam replied, "but we've hacked our way through thicker jungles than this before." Tom said, "I'm not worried about getting there. It's digging through that landslide by hand to reach it that I'm worried about." "Yeah, me too," Sam said. "Let's see if we can get a better visual on the landscape down there. If we get lucky, we might not have too much to dig through." Sam carefully eased the drone through a narrow gap in the canopy, angling it down through the thick tangle of vines and branches. As the camera cut through the shadows and the picture sharpened, his view opened onto a dazzling scene. A massive swirling cloud of butterflies, Queen Alexandra's bird wings. Their immense wings, painted in shimmering hues of emerald blue and black, created a soft, pulsing kaleidoscope of color against the dark green jungle. "Tao, look at that," Sam said, eyes fixed on the screen. Tao leaned closer, his usually calm face breaking into a look of surprise. "I've never seen so many in one place before," he murmured, awe in his voice. Sam's brow furrowed as he scanned the area. "What are they eating?" Tao's eyes followed the feed, and his gaze landed on a thick patch of lush, heart-shaped leaves that sprawled over the ground in a creeping vine, its delicate yellow flowers catching the sunlight that filtered through the canopy. "That's Aristolochia," Tao said, his voice carrying a mix of wonder and suspicion. "It's also known as Dutchman's pipevine. It's the Queen Alexandra's bird wings' favorite food source. But," he glanced at Sam, his brow furrowing, "I've never seen it growing anywhere near here. These butterflies don't belong in this part of the island." Sam caught on immediately, his gaze narrowing. "The Japanese must have planted it, maybe as camouflage or to keep curious eyes away." "I don't buy that. This thing was well underneath the natural tree canopy. No, I think the Japanese were growing it intentionally for something else." "Like what?" "To feed the butterflies." Sam grinned. "Or possibly to feed their immortal Draucocelus?" Tao nodded slowly, his expression filled with sudden insight. "Oh, yes. That is an appealing possibility." Sam glanced at the screen, where the drone's footage was still mapping the hidden terrain. "And now the butterflies are showing us the way." The drone's camera fed back a clearer image, revealing the edge of what Sam now recognized as a vertical tunnel. The square concrete mouth of the shaft poked just above the jungle floor, its edges thick with moss and vines. At the center was a steel hatch, weathered and rusting, its once sturdy hinges spotted with corrosion. A pair of faded Japanese characters were barely visible along its edge, nearly erased by time and the elements. A massive rock, gray and jagged, with a dusting of red lichen, rested squarely over what looked like the entrance to a tunnel. The stone seemed almost deliberately placed, though Sam knew from experience how often nature played cruel tricks on people. Judging by its size, the rock had likely slipped down during some long-ago landslide, trapping whoever had been unfortunate enough to still be inside. As he studied the image, Sam felt a chill at the thought of the men who'd been stationed here. The Japanese soldiers and sailors, ordered to use this tunnel as their escape route, must have found it impassable when they needed it most. This silent, isolated place had become their tomb, sealed by nature itself. Surrounding the passage entrance, the Aristolochia vines sprawled in a lush, vibrant circle, as though marking the ground with purpose. The plants had taken over every inch around the concrete slab, their thick, winding vines creating a natural barricade. The yellow flowers of the Aristolochia added an oddly beautiful touch to the grim scene, standing out in bright contrast against the dull gray of the concrete and the muted green of the jungle. "It looks like they were definitely cultivating the Aristolochia deliberately," Sam murmured, tracing his finger along the image. Tao nodded, a hint of sadness in his eyes. "I agree." Sam glanced at Tao, thinking of the men who'd relied on this escape route, only to be cut off by an unforgiving twist of fate. "They were our enemies, but it's terrible to think of them trapped there. They never made it out," he said quietly. Tao only nodded, the silence of the jungle stretching around them, as if paying tribute to those imprisoned soldiers who had faded into the shadows of time, hidden beneath the vines and butterflies' wings. Sam said, "There's only one way to know if we have the right place." Tao said, "It's going to be hard to reach." Sam shrugged. "We've conquered worse jungles, as I said." Tao's lips formed a grim line. "Yeah, I'm more concerned about who's going to carry the jackhammer." Sam's eyes glanced at Tao before landing on Tom. "That thought crossed my mind, too." Tom laughed. "Why's everyone looking at me?" Chapter 48. The last of the boulder came apart, and Tom threw the DeWalt D259-80K pavement breaker to the side. He made the whole thing look easy. Sam grinned. "See, that's why we all assumed you'd be doing the jackhammering." "The jackhammering was the easy part. It was carrying it all the way up this mountain that was the hard work." Together, they used a pry bar to leverage open the heavy iron door. Sam looked over the side of the passage. The narrow concrete pipe descended at least 50 or more feet below. A series of iron rungs set into concrete formed a ladder. The place looked like something out of Silence of the Lambs. He just hoped the scene they found below wouldn't be as horrific. Sam said, "Shall we?" Tom smiled and gestured toward the ladder. "After you." Sam gripped the cold metal rungs of the ladder, carefully lowering himself down through the narrow concrete pipe. The smell of damp earth and rust hung heavily in the air, clinging to his skin as he descended deeper underground. Tom followed close, the men's footsteps echoing softly as they neared the bottom. At last, Sam's boots met solid ground. He stepped off the ladder, feeling the gritty, uneven floor beneath him. His flashlight cut through the dense shadows, revealing the cavernous interior of the tunnel. "Look at that," he whispered, more to himself than to Tom. Before them, A 53-foot Toku Daihatsu-class landing craft lay dormant, the steel tracks beneath it intact, as though it had been waiting for decades for a mission that would never come. The landing craft was covered in a thin layer of dust, yet its structure was surprisingly well preserved, shielded from the outside elements. Along the hull, etched in kanji, was the ship's name, Kurogaine. "Looks like we're in the right place," Tom murmured, as he dropped down beside Sam, his gaze fixed on the faded markings. Kurogaine. Sam nodded, his light sweeping along the landing craft's deck. On board, positioned with silent menace, were two Type 95 Ha-Go light tanks, their small turrets angled slightly to the side, as if prepared for an enemy that had never arrived. The tanks looked just as well preserved as the landing craft itself, their dull metal catching the beam of his flashlight and reflecting faintly back at him. He ran a hand over the side of one tank, feeling the cold, unyielding metal beneath his fingertips. These machines had once been built for battle, meant to impose and protect the men who ran them. Now they stood as relics, a chilling reminder of forgotten conflicts. As he moved past the tanks, his flashlight illuminated something lying on the ground in the shadow of the landing craft. He froze, then took a cautious step closer. The remains of a Japanese soldier lay curled on the ground, skeletal fingers still clutching a ceremonial dagger. The soldier's helmet was intact, resting at a skewed angle beside the bleached bones. Sam felt a chill run down his spine as he noticed other similar shapes along the tunnel walls, 9 in total, each skeleton accompanied by a blade positioned just as carefully as the first. "Seppuku," Tom muttered, his voice low and solemn. "They must have been trapped here and chose to die with honor rather than wait to be discovered." Sam swallowed hard, the gravity of the scene settling in his chest. It must have been after the tunnel was bombed. No way out, nowhere to go. He knelt down beside one of the remains, examining the ceremonial dagger, the blade rusted but still intact. The soldiers had been prepared for this eventuality, facing their end as warriors, following their code to the last. He made a mental note to contact the Japanese embassy. They would want to finally bring their lost soldiers home so their relatives may know their fate, and so that they may be buried with military honors. He looked back at the landing craft, at the name Kurogaine etched into its side, and then at the skeletons lying in stoic silence along the tunnel walls. This wasn't just an abandoned passage or a hidden supply route. It was a tomb, a resting place for those who had given everything for their country. Sam climbed onto the 53-foot Toku Daihatsu-class landing craft, his boots scraping against the aged metal hull as he steadied himself. His flashlight cut through the darkness of the hidden tunnel, its beam casting shadows over the rusty relic before him. The scent of damp steel and decaying salt filled the air, a pungent reminder of years left untouched, forgotten by the world above. He aimed his flashlight at a rusty cage bolted onto the wall of the pilot house. It was a curious thing, the cage, intricate and ornate, with a faint greenish hue from corrosion. As he brought the light closer, something caught his eye inside. A creature, perfectly still, but unmistakably there. It was an insect, yet unlike anything he'd seen before, even in his years of delving into forgotten corners of the world. The creature's body glimmered with a golden-red sheen, its shell encased in orichalcum, polished by time, but intact. Sam reached inside and retrieved the strange creature. The muscles of his fingers, forearm, and bicep tensed. It was incredibly heavy on his hand, more like holding a small bar of gold. He stared at the curious insect. Its elongated body, segmented and slender like the stick insect it mimicked, shimmered with an otherworldly luster. The orichalcum shell, a fusion of golden hues tinged with deep crimson, caught the light in a mesmerizing dance of reflections. The creature shifted ever so slightly. Its metallic exoskeleton seemed to pulse with life, the golden-red sheen rippling across its surface like the embers of a dying fire. Each segment of its armor glinted, the golden tones rich and warm, while the red undertones lent it an almost eerie vitality. It seemed both ancient and alive, a guardian of secrets. Sam grinned. "Would you look at that? It's an immortal Dryococelus, and true to its namesake, it's still alive." Chapter 49. Tao Gore looked like a pirate having found a chest full of buried treasure. Sam watched as Tao cradled the immortal Dryococelus in his hand, his fingers trembling ever so slightly as he held the delicate creature up to the dim light filtering through the tunnel. Tao's eyes widened with pure delight, and his usually stoic face softened, an expression of unguarded joy breaking through as he studied the rare insect. For an amateur entomologist like Tao, this was no ordinary discovery. This was the find of a lifetime, the kind of miracle one only dreams of encountering. Sam could almost feel the thrill radiating off him, a sense of wonder that seemed to erase the grime and tension of their surroundings. Carefully, Tao brought a small fresh leaf of Aristolochia closer to the insect's mouthparts, his movements reverent, almost ceremonial. The immortal Dryococelus hesitated only a second before it extended its tiny mandibles and began to eat, with surprising vigor for a creature so long entombed. Each bite was deliberate yet voracious, and Sam could imagine the kind of ravenous hunger that would come after 8 decades of hibernation, if that was even what one called an insect that seemed to reanimate after so many years. Tao's grin widened as he watched the insect feast, his face glowing as though he'd uncovered Atlantis itself. "What will you do with it?" Tao asked. Sam looked at him. "With what?" "The immortal Dryococelus." "Nothing," Sam replied. "I assumed you would keep it. I mean, I'm not much of an insect guy myself, although I can see how one might become fond of this little creature." Tao's grin grew like a kid at Christmas. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely," Sam said. "Consider it your reward for getting us here." "Thank you." "Isn't that what we agreed when we set out?" Sam asked. "Yeah, but I didn't think for 1 minute we'd actually find an immortal Dryococelus, and if we did, I thought there was even less chance of you letting me keep it." "It's yours," Sam said. "I just want to follow the lead to see where Darren Young might have gone after he found this unique insect." "And you think this may still help you?" "I think if we can find out where those plants come from, that might just be where Darren Young went to find them." Tao thought about that for a minute. "If the immortal Dryococelus my son found at the beach near a bowl was eating something, it might have led to your friend going in search of where Aristolochia grow plentiful. Is there any chance a leaf like that would have lasted underwater all that time?" "No way in hell." "So we're at another end of the line in terms of leads to follow." Tao grinned. "I didn't say that." "What then?" Sam asked. If Darren Young was a decent entomologist, even a mediocre one, he would have been able to analyze a stool sample from the immortal Dryococelus. What makes you think he would have got the chance to find any? Tao opened his hand, his expression shifting from delight to a sort of amused surprise as he gazed at his palm. Nestled there, alongside the immortal Dryococelus, was a small scattering of droppings, almost like tiny blackened grains of rice, neatly compacted and unexpectedly delicate for something left behind by such a legendary creature. This one did, Tao said. It shows the phasmid's internal organs are waking up. Sam leaned in to look, raising an eyebrow as he noted the faint sheen to the tiny pellets. So, that's what ancient insect poo looks like, he said with a smirk. Tao laughed softly, the wonder in his eyes undiminished by the humble sight. I suppose, when you survive 8 decades, even your droppings become treasures. He held his hand a bit higher, examining the little pellets with the same awe he had for the creature itself. It's incredible, really. Proof that it's not just alive, but thriving. Nature's endurance in the simplest form. And if Darren Young analyzed these, what would he have found? Phasmids are generally fussy eaters. If I had to guess, I'd say, given the rarity of these immortal Dryococelus, they only eat Aristolochia. So, if Darren Young tested his orichalcum phasmid stools, I am certain he would have found the remnants of Aristolochia. Sam said, Great. So all we have to do is work out where Aristolochia grows plentiful on the island. Oh, I can tell you that, Tao said cheerfully. Sam asked, Where? The New Guinea Highlands, West Papua. Really? Yeah, there's an entire forest filled with Aristolochia. I've often wondered if that's where the vine got its colloquial name of Dutchman's pipe vine. I thought its flower just looks like a Dutchman's pipe. Tao said, Sure, that's true. But when the Dutch sailed to West Papua in 1882, what plant do you think they found high up on the mountains? Sam grinned. Aristolochia. Right, and someone thought it looked awfully familiar, like a pipe they were smoking. Thus the name, Dutchman's pipe vine. Interesting, Sam said, not sure if he should believe the legend. So let's go there. Yes, only there is no we about it. I'm going to take my son and my immortal Dryococelus home and leave you 2 crazy adventurers to it. You're not coming with us? No. You're looking for where your friend went. I was only ever interested in the elusive phasmid. All right. Besides, Tao said, I have no interest in traveling through Korowai lands. Who are the Korowai? They are a predominant tribe in the region. A Dutch missionary first visited them as far back as the 1980s, but the next visit by outsiders didn't occur until 2007. They considered the European travelers to be white ghosts, suggesting the ending of days. They don't get out much? No, they're perfect hunter-gatherers, who have lived off the land for hundreds of thousands of years without ever changing their ways. Interesting. Sam set his jaw with determination. It wouldn't be the first time Tom and I visited an ancient tribe in the middle of a jungle. Tao suppressed a grin. Did I mention they have a history of cannibalism? Sam was about to ask more when Tom popped his head up from inside the turret of the Type 95 Hago light tank. His face was excited, and almost as animated as Tao's had been when he first set eyes on the immortal Dryocostolis. Tom grinned. "Hey, Sam, there's something here you're not going to believe." Chapter 50. Sam climbed into the narrow turret of the Type 95 Ha-Go. He followed Tom as they squeezed into the cramped interior. The tank was barely large enough for one person to move around, let alone two. Dust coated every surface, and the stale smell of long-abandoned metal and oil filled the confined space. As Sam's eyes adjusted to the dim light, something peculiar caught his attention. Wedged between the controls and the small utilitarian dashboard was a strange device that appeared out of place in such a rudimentary tank. Sam leaned closer, his flashlight casting a dim beam over the device nestled in the shadows beneath the tank's seat. It was unlike anything he'd expected to find. Encased in a protective glass cover were several crystals, their surfaces gleaming with a faint warm glow as the light passed over them. But what drew his attention was the network of fine, intricately detailed orichalcum components, chip-like structures that connected the crystals in an almost circuit-like fashion. Each chip bore tiny engraved patterns, similar to modern circuitry but far more delicate, almost artisanal in design. Following the lines of orichalcum chips, Sam noticed they connected to a thin, coiled cable tucked neatly into a side compartment. He reached for it, pulling the cable out to discover it was longer than it initially appeared, probably capable of stretching 20 to 30 feet. Sam's gaze shifted, and his hand brushed against something else, a telescopic pole folded and secured against the inner wall of the tank. He withdrew it, realizing it could extend well beyond the tank's hatch if deployed, potentially serving as an antenna. The cable was some sort of orichalcum fiber cable, made from what appeared to be a woven braid of orichalcum strands, combined with translucent crystalline fibers from rare minerals. It seemed to reflect a sort of otherworldly shimmer. Each strand would conduct not only radio waves, but also ambient energy from the environment, amplifying signals naturally. Returning to the crystal device, he studied the orichalcum chips again, marveling at their intricate, almost mathematical precision. Whoever built this knew exactly how to channel frequencies through these materials, using the orichalcum not merely as a conductor, but as a fine-tuned resonant control over the crystals. When connected to the coiled cable and telescopic pole, it would function as a sophisticated HF transmitter. The implications were staggering. Sam looked at Tom. "What the hell is this?" Tom grinned. "I know, right? One of these things doesn't belong here, and that's for sure." Sam ran his eyes across the devices. Studying the lattice work of crystal and orichalcum, he could feel the latent power in it, a coiled spring waiting to be released. The switches were all set to the down position, and he recognized the faint markings on them, frequencies, similar to what he might see on an old high-frequency radio, though this one far exceeded anything modern engineers could achieve. It reminded him of the artifacts they found at the Obsidian Chamber, each one an anachronism, technology brought by the master builders, thousands of years ahead of their time. Sam returned his focus on the cable. It sparkled in the beam of his flashlight. He shook his head in disbelief. "Who are they trying to communicate with?" Tom asked. Sam said, "Not who. What? Perhaps a golden shadow scorpion?" Sam said, his thoughts drifting back to the notes in Commander Hiroshi Tanaka's journal. The faded ink on those brittle pages mentioned a secret weapon hidden within the tanks, a device that had something to do with the mysterious golden shadow scorpion, something that could alter the course of the war forever. Tom said, "I don't see how the immortal Dracocylus was going to ever win them the war." "Not the immortal Dracocylus, but something else?" "Like what?" "I don't know." The cryptic reference had meant little to him at the time, just another enigma among the many he'd encountered since trying to recreate the events that brought Darren Young to his eventual demise in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. But now, studying the bizarre apparatus, he felt the pieces begin to slot into place. This had to be the device Tanaka referred to, something designed not for combat, but for control and power. Sam said, "Maybe Golden Shadow Scorpion wasn't a code." "You think they actually have an Atlantean scorpion made of orichalcum?" "Horrifying, but possible." "Really?" "Why not?" Tom said, "Because that's the sort of stuff Stephen King would come up with, but it's not based on reality, or at least, I sure as hell hope it isn't." Sam said, "Is it that far-fetched?" "An ancient orichalcum scorpion?" Tom shook his head. "I sure hope so." "Think about it, Tom. We have a golem made of orichalcum, a small stick insect made of orichalcum, and potentially some sort of scorpion is out there." Tom found himself looking at the entrance to the tank's turret, almost expecting to see one climbing over its steel battlements, coming to attack him. They both stared at the strange device once more. Tom said, "There's no way the Japanese built this?" "No," Sam agreed, with a glint of a smile. "This is ancient Atlantean technology."